Good morning, everybody, and welcome to ROWRAH. Here we are in Cumbria, just in the northwest of the UK, just west of Brassenthwaite Lake, in the Lake District, perhaps the most picturesque part of the United Kingdom. And we're here for the second round of the Junction 6 NKC. ROWRAH has been around for quite some time now, and it's perhaps one of the best regarded tracks in the UK. And that's why the NKC are once again visiting. We had a bit of a bonus live stream for you yesterday afternoon when we brought you the first two heats for our senior Rotax classes, the 177s and the 162s. Catch up with that on YouTube or whichever platform you choose to. But ahead of us today is a very, very packed programme indeed. We've got all of our usual Rotax classes and including our senior TKM class, always a one. My name is Joe Bradley. I'm with you all day, as is my colleague Nick Damon. Nick, welcome to Cumbria.
Back again, yes, our second year here. Looks like we're set, I'm crossing fingers here, for a dry day, which is what we all want. Packed programme. We've just seen, of course, you said we had a couple of heats yesterday. They were quite eventful. Let's hope for less events and a smooth running morning.
Yeah, absolutely. We're coming to you live from the Drivers' Lounge here at ROWRAH, and you may hear some ambience in the background. That's because we're right in the thick of where all the drivers are congregating.
Clinking and clanking of plates and spoons.
We've even had a bit of ABBA's Dancing Queen in the background.
Marvellous,
that would have been, yeah. Yes, we did. So round two it is at Cumbria, with round 2 of 6 for the 2023 Junction 6 NKC. From here we go to Mansell Raceway, down to perhaps the other end of the UK, down to Honiton in Devon for Dunk as well. The Mansell Raceway will see round 3, 24th and 25th of June for that. We come back up into the middle area of the United Kingdom for Wilton Mill, just near Daventry. And that's the 28th and 30th of July for round 4. Round 5, we're off to Lincolnshire for Fulbeck. We visited Fulbeck last year, and we're going back there, of course, as we are with Clay Pigeon. That will be the 6th and final round. A little bit later in the year, it's in Dorset, Clay Pigeon, another renowned track in UK karting. But we've got an additional feature event coming to you from Wilton Mill. That's a little bit earlier in the season, the August break for the championship will see us run for the NKC O Plate, and that's taking place, at Wilton Mill on the 17th to the 20th of August. Carry the accolade of carrying the NKC O Plate for the rest of the season and into 2024. Well, we've had our practice sessions, our obligatory practice sessions for all of our groups, and we are about to get underway with what will be the second heat for the Rotax 177s. Mixed grids, and if you're new to NKC, what do I mean by mixed grids? Well, I'll explain that again. It basically means as a competitor you get 3 heats before you then go off into the finals, which come up later this afternoon. And of those 3 heats you will start a heat near the front of the grid, a heat in the middle of the grid, and a heat near the back. And then by the time we get to the finals, everyone's had a fair crack at gaining what positions they can to put themselves as high up the grid as possible for the double point scoring final. Points scored for all of our heats, so the championship really does go down to the wire with everything to play for right down to the 6th round. Cards have been released then, so let's have a look at the grid for the first heat of the day. It's the Rotax 177 senior Rotax, Gary Cox on pole, Seb Bulpin alongside. We've got championship leader Scott Clee, who is 3rd with Alex Thomas alongside, and then row 3, Sam Cresswell and Paul Moran. Stephen Horner and Richard Evans are on row 4. Row 5 is Dan Millward and Scott Smith, with Zach Bolton and Alex Jones sharing row 6. Row 7 is Martin Ingham and Jai Oliver. And then we've got Colin Campbell and Ryan Walker on row 8. Row 9 is Aidan Hammond and Dave Nolan. Ryan Taylor-Truman and Steve Stewart are on row 10. Row 11 is Harry Wainwright and Joshua Pickford. Adrian Smith and Neil Hemming are on row 12, and then we've got Dan Fleckney and Alfie Williams, row 13, row 14, Carl Bryant and Alan Cook, and Oliver Smith, Nick Skelton, row 15, and running off a huge 31 cart field is Joshua Golin.
And they're being quite sensible, aren't they, Joe? We might even get them away first. I'm talking about 5 goes to get the first one away last night.
Yeah, we just couldn't get the. I think that was down to the pole man just getting a little bit eager to get away.
Yeah, I'm in pole. Look at this front.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go then. They're at the final turn, and it's a nicely gathered grid. Great job from poleman Gary Cox to bring these round at an adequately slow pace to please the starter. who will and indeed gives them the go-ahead, and off they go to start off today's proceedings into ROWRAH, as it was aptly named, the chicane, the right, left, right chicane, and then out onto a straight. First of the hairpins is McRae's, and it's a very, very tight 180-degree turn. Got to get the cart stopped and turned in, and we've already got gesticulations from the driver at the front, because we've got carts off.
Oh dear.
On the way down in the opposite direction, we had carts who have pierced through the barrier without real major incident, because all of those drivers have continued.
Yeah, didn't you bend the cart?
Yeah, that must have been to the consternation of the leader, who went out at McRae's and headed on down the Idell's hairpin, and he was met by carts coming the other way, I think, for a moment there. That certainly caught his attention. Here they come then.
1-2 for Lando Norris carts in their distinctive deep green colour scheme. Scott Clee from Gary Cox, and then you've got Cresswell behind him.
Yeah, Scott Clee, I'd say his championship leader, he wasn't. He was the winner of the final in the first round. He's actually third in the championship with Scott Smith. Got the Scots mixed up, Nick.
Yeah, mate, great Scott.
Yeah, Scott Clee, Gary Cox, Sam Cresswell, Alex Thomas, Seb Bulpin, Richard Evans. They're all spacing out nicely. Challenge at McRae's from Cresswell, I think that was. We'll just check the number as they come back into our view. They're out of Stewart's S's already and heading down towards that very fast right-hander, St John's, plunging downhill. And already the leader into the final turn at Paddock and underneath us to complete what will be 2 laps for Scott Clee. He's pulled a gap of 1.7 seconds there to Alex Thomas. It was Alex Thomas who got ahead of Sam Cresswell there, got back at him. And as the leader disappears up the road, there's the battle for position there for second.
Yeah, Cleve's made an absolute break for 1.7 seconds ahead. As they second, third and fourth, a little bit of gap in. They get used to in the morning. They're going to go right down through the Stewart S's. And they'll come into the far chicane at St John's.
Yeah, it's a sweeping right-hander there. The cart wants to pull you across to the left, but you need to get it back across to the right for the left-hander at Sunny. And then you fire out there, and it seems very, very short time. Curving entry to Paddock Bend. Very, very tricky to get the maximum out of the cart there. These three coming together into the chicane, though. And they want to fire out that chicane and get momentum towards the McRae hairpin. They don't. They have to stay in that formation. Alex Thomas, Sam Cresswell, Richard Evans. And the thing about these hairpins, Nick, is that if you leave the door open to take the optimum line and the driver behind you is brave enough, he can sneak down through that open door.
He's going in that hole.
Just like you see there.
What happened there? That was a bit of a kind of a kerfuffle.
Well, I'll tell you exactly what. It's exactly what I was describing there. He left the door open to take the optimum line into the Stewart's S's.
Got him.
And he's got him there. There's been a move for second and third and fourth, and for second.
Leader's long gone. Second now is the 4 cart, then the 7 cart, then the 50 cart. So that is Evans has gone. You're right, fourth to second in 1 lap. Thomas into third, Cresswell in fourth. Pull him around the 777, trying to catch up that group.
And he went through the open door basically and proved my point.
Great lap for the leader. He's now 2.8 seconds ahead.
Yeah, we'll see that pretty much all day. We'll talk about that as carts come together and start squabbling for position. We'll see carts being in front, being able to pull away, because it will cost you time if you're having to defend and drive around other carts around you. Now we've got to break away for that second place. The battle continues with Alex Thomas and Sam Cresswell. Paul Moran in fifth, just behind those two. You'll just see them. Just see the top of Paul's helmet coming into view. He's kind of in a lonely fifth place at the moment, and he's lost that position to Scott Smith. That was not Paul Moran. That's current championship leader Scott Smith, who's gone ahead of Moran.
Oh,
and as we suspect,
switchback didn't work, but the third corner it will now. And up the inside comes the man in black with a silver helmet. He sweeps past. I just can't get the number on that.
Alex Thomas ahead of Evans.
Need to get.
Well, it looks like Sam Cresswell actually, the 50. Yeah, that's Sam Cresswell, Nick. So Sam Cresswell has gone ahead of both Alex Thomas and Richard Evans, I think.
No, Evans still in second. He's made a break in second.
Right.
So third place now is the 50 of Cresswell. This is a bit of a fight now. The the completely unliveried but with a red nose cone cart that's currently running in 5th. So that's Scott Smith in the 38. You 5th and you 6th. Hang on, how many carts? I've got to count the carts that go past. 1. Yeah, so it's 5th. It's 5th. And I can look at the outside line. That's not going to work. It's behind him. Hasn't bothered with the sticker set. Going to make him light up the inside for that classic overtake into Iredale's. But he may be up back again as they go through the street. He is. Look at that. Switch back.
Wow, that is classic, isn't it? That's what ROWRAH does here with those hairpins. You can do the switchback if you remain calm when you're being overtaken down the inside.
Yeah, but just whenever anyone breaks past, there must be a kind of a minor rolling roadblock because 1, 2, 3 have now eased away from the 4th place car, and he's got a little bit of breathing space. That's Tom's got a bit of breathing space over Scott Smith, because Smith always made that 3-corner attempt that kind of lost the momentum through the second half of the track.
So there was no real change for position. A cart pulling over there. Not quite sure of the number. I think that might be the 127. I think that was Paul Moran, you know. I think that was the 777 number, Paul Moran.
Yeah, we saw quite a few cars yesterday who were having issues in stopping. We didn't see hardly any of that in round 1. But suddenly, Three Sisters, they were running really, really well. And they've been pounding these things around for the last couple of days. But the cars, so that's enough things.
Well, you have, but that's pretty standard procedure, isn't it? There's the number 38 coming back and clearing the carts behind him. That's Scott Smith, who's leading the championship after round 1. He's the cart with the white nose cone and red panel at the front, and he's breaking away now, and Scott Smith breaks away from Sam Cresswell, and Alex Thomas. Harry Wainwright is the man on the move as well. Wainwright in the 92 has moved ahead of Alex Thomas. We do get a lot of movement. That's the mixed grades. The quicker drivers are moving up the order, and we'll see that pretty much constantly throughout the day. So we're not going to take too much from that, the overtaking that we see. It's all about grid position, and if you are one of the championship protagonists and a faster driver, you will want to make progress up the order and maximise that starting position in the all-important final. Meanwhile, gathering points for the championship, of course, because there is points awarded.
What do points make?
Prizes.
Absolutely.
Points make championships.
And through Iredale. 4 carts running in 5, 6, 7, 8 now, aren't they, these guys?
That's Harry Wainwright, Alex Thomas, Alex Jones, Joshua Golden. We are getting towards last lap board.
You might just cheat it, actually. 5, 4,
he has
3,
yeah.
2. No. Oh, there you go, isn't it?
Final lap, he has given it.
And it's correct, because he went over the line at 8:02. So that is a correct final lap board.
Right. So final lap of the first heat, the senior 177s. We saw one of their groups race yesterday afternoon, just to give us a bit of a warm-up session ourselves to bring you this live stream this morning. And that's Harry Wainwright with the blue helmet there, who's pulling away now from Joshua Golin, Alex Thomas and Alex Jones, who kind of strung out there into the final lap. We've got the leaders coming through. So we're looking for the 116 numbered cart.
Just put a lap on somewhere.
Yeah, just coming across the line.
Fellow
now
Norris cart. I mean, it's a problem. That was 83 getting lapped. I think he's had a little bit of an off-track incident. Neil Hemming, and has been given some very aggressive blue flaggage by the marshals.
So Scott Clee takes the heat win. Richard Evans takes second place. He was just under 2 seconds behind. Sam Cresswell is third. Scott Smith is fourth. Then we had Joshua Gullen in fifth. Harry Wainwright made his way up to sixth. Alex Thomas seventh. Alex Jones eighth. Gary Cox ninth. Zach Bolton should be happy with 10th. Carl Bryant 11th. Carl Bryant making his way up the order from way down, actually. 27th to 11th for Carl Bryant. Nick Skelton 12th. Dan Millward 13th. Joshua Pickford 14th. Oliver Smith comes through in 15th. Then we have Alfie Williams, Seb Bulpin, Dan Fleckney, Ryan Taylor-Truman, who finished in 19th. And then down the order, just rounding off the 31 car field, Colin Campbell, Adrian Smith, Steve Stewart, Ryan Walker, Martin Ingham, Dave Nolan, Alan Cook, Aidan Hammond, Neil Hemming was a lap off the lead in 28th, and then we lost Paul Moran. It was Paul who pulled over. Stephen Horner went out on lap 4. Not quite sure what happened there to Stephen. And Jai Oliver, who lost on the first lap. That might have been the situation with the barrier on the straight there, Nick, was what we saw. So that's Senior Rotax 177s. We stay with Senior Rotax for the second heat on the programme, and this time it's the 162 class, the slightly lighter class. And we do have a Masters in both of our Senior Rotax. What do I mean by Masters? Well, the older driver, the old people over 35.
Yeah,
really, really old.
Oh, literally, hardly.
Really
what's the
old.
point? 35.
Yes, over 35. My goodness. So let's have a look at the grid for 162s. Before we do that, the championship's looking like this. Finlay Watson is the leader after one round. He's on 236 points. 235 points is Ryan Micallef. And Ryan took the final win at the first round at Three Sisters. Paul Ozan, the old master, third overall in the championship on 225. Then just 2 points behind him in fourth is Philip Howarth. Philip moving into the lighter class after winning the 2022 177 championship. He went away, got fit, lost a lot of weight, and he's running at the front, isn't he, in 162s. Matthew Lambert is the fifth in the championship on 222, and then on 217 is Ari Barker. Charlie Walsh, the ST Racing driver, is on 215 points in seventh. Then we have Kyle Dunfold on 208. Bobby Rosier also on 208, and Nathan Schaefer rounding off the top 10 in the championship after one round. Of course, that is going to change beyond all recognition as we get through the championship, the 6-round championship. For now, though, let's have a look at the grid for the second of our heats for Senior Rotax. This is Senior Rotax 162. Henry Statton is on the pole position with Adam Rogers alongside him. Toby Case and Matthew Lambert are on row 2. Row 3, Ryan Micallef and Max Martin. Grace Lee Davis and Sam Elliott are on row 4. And then on row 5, we've got Ari Barker and Callum Farley. John Hobbs, Jacob McDonald are on row 6. Row 7 is Marcus King and Nathan Schaefer. Ben Harper and Pedro Oliveira are on row 8. And then Rob Statham and Matt Lewin are on row 9. William Jones and Ben Ficchetti are on row 10. And then we've got George Sanders and Ben Ficchini on row 11. Row 12 is Finlay Watson and Andy Ambrose. Kyle Dunford and James Wood are on row 13. Bobby Rosier and Charlie Walsh are on row 14. Paul Ozan and Jack Hayes Roberts are on row 15. And Luke Evans and Reece Pope on 31st and 32nd. So a full quarter of this one, Nick. 32 karts have qualified for this second heat. Let's see if we can get 32 up and running.
Be nice to see. Just hello all you who are watching us on the various streams. Hello to Jojo Bow 75, who is obviously a Zach Bolton fan. He's very pleased to have him. Sarah Moss, I thought the live coverage started today. Well, the live coverage was today. We had a little bit of bonus coverage yesterday afternoon of the couple of heats, just to give you some more exciting NKC kart action. And let's see where we have any other. Tim Knight, good luck everybody from JC Motorsport, especially Aaron Knight, 333. So there we are.
The Zach Bolton fan club lives.
It never disappears.
Yeah, never does.
Never disappears. The Zach Bolton fan club is a permanent fixture.
Right, we've got the grid just coming underneath us, and it looks good. I think the starter's going to like that, and he gives the lights. We just can't see the lights; they're just below us. So we've got to look at the body language as we get.
I love the starter. The ROWRAH starter is my favourite person of the entire year.
Really
I would ISO him because he's so reactive. When the drivers make a bit of a mistake, it is fantastic. His entire body says,
we've got an M25 stoppage at the McRae's hairpin for the first lap. We had 3 wide through the chicane for the first time through.
They're all chuffed, they've got clutches, aren't they?
Everybody gets away. Not like the old days, Nick, when you would have to push start your own car.
Yeah,
these Rotax Max cars completely different.
Never good at that. I was never good at the run, push, drop, dump. Just couldn't do it. Never had the coordination.
Yeah, it really was. Leader has broken away massively, and that's Adam Rogers on the number 7. He's wearing that number 7 because he was 7th in the 2022 championship.
Did we talk to him in our lunchtime show?
I think we did.
Well, yes, we do, because it's coming up at lunchtime.
Yes, we did, and you will see our lunchtime show. Great battle for second, though.
Ooh.
And we're 3 wide into McRae's, and I'm not sure how that's going to work out. And I have no idea who's come out of that. But somebody's took advantage of it, and let's look at this as we go to McCrea's. At this point here, Nick, we are 3 wide into the braking area. And there was some contact, but the cart on the blue and yellow, he just sat back and went, thank you, guys.
They're still doing it. They're still at it. There must have been a drop-down penalty on one of those, because he basically took the cart entirely sideways with his nose cone. So it's all going up. The leader is now in a different postcode. Second place has got slightly ahead, and then there's a trail of carts. One of them is the 71. Mikolev's come through to third.
Sam Elliott is on the 44.
And Mikolev's come through to third, I think, yeah. So Elliott and Mikolev are big movers there. Harry Stratton, one of the losers. Cart facing the wrong way there, I think.
Let's have a
see this again. So they come down. So look up through. Oh, that's an interesting one, isn't it? He just tipped him, and then he just lost the momentum.
Yeah, well,
it must have got. Was it going light? Was the rear going light as they go up through Row Rouge?
He may have pressed the brake a little bit harder to stop him contacting the car. He's just sort of slid round on him. It's a bit unfortunate that. What a start to the 162 Rotax class. I mean, this is what mixed grids will do. You've got faster guys tripping over I say faster. I mean it in complete relative terms. Everyone out there is going very, very fast indeed, and everyone's driving flat out. But you will get people trying to get past other people, and that's the sport of karting.
Adam Rogers 5 seconds ahead after 3 laps.
Wow.
Not all of it paced, mostly because the squabbling behind him. Sam Elliott settled in second now in the 44 kart, and if they come up to Iredales again, is anyone going to make a last-minute move? Nope. You have processional between 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th.
I'm not sure I mentioned the length of our heat here. It's 8 minutes and 1 lap. We've already had 3 minutes. 3 minutes of absolute drama. It continues. Through the stewardesses there, we've got carts who and you know what, Nick, this is what ROWRAH does. You've got these hairpins where to take the optimum line you've got to leave the door wide open, but when you've got mixed grids like this and when the field is in the early laps, you've got people who are more than willing to just slam their carts into that gap, and that's why we get 2 and 3 wide into the braking areas, into the hairpins. Shall we have a little bit of a rundown? We're getting towards half distance, and let's just catch a breath and see who's where. Adam Rogers, like you said, has disappeared up the road after all of that action that was going on behind him. He's got 5 seconds on Sam Elliott in the number 44. Ryan Mikolev has made his way through. Whether everybody gets through without nose-cone penalties, we'll wait and see. I'll explain what nose-cone penalties is after this action has stopped. So Mikolev in 3rd, 4th is John Hobbs, Matthew Lambert 5th, Nathan Schaefer 6th, 7th is Toby Chase, Max Martin is 8th, Andy Ambrose, great drive from Andy. Where did Andy start? He started down in 24th, and Andy Ambrose for LRG Motorsport is up into 9th place and ahead of Pedro Oliveira, and we know how quick he is. And James Wood, another climber, 26th is where local driver James Wood started, and James up into 11th spot. Great racing down the order here, as ever, in the 162s.
So it's a little bit calmed down now. I think this is kind of a mission for the karts that are now in the middle. Every position up is an extra point. It's a point for the championship, of course, because the heats do score championship points in the NKC as well. But also, of course, it's a chance to get a bit of a grid or two higher up on the starting for the final later today. No doubting who the winner is. I think we're probably already easing off to save tyres, which is Adam Rogers.
Do you think the drivers are thinking about championship positions when they're driving around like that? No, not at all. No.
I'd like to think they were, but
you're just thinking about, your braking points, your turning points, and you've got the kart in front as a reference, and you're trying to catch them, and you're just totally in the zone, and it's all about the racing. And you know what? Some of the best races I've ever had were for like 15th to 20th place. It's not necessarily about the win. You can have some great races.
Those are the positions I don't even racing for, in fairness.
That's a great battle there that we're watching there. The number 95, I'm trying to see there, Matthew Lambert and Nathan Schaefer, 95 and 69. Just swapping places there, as you like. 6 laps completed. It'll be 7 laps completed next time by. 2.5 minutes has just ticked by. 2.5 minutes to go, that is. And Adam Rogers there continues to extend that lead. It's gone out to 5.6 seconds, let's call that. Sam Elliott, Mikolev, Hobbs, Schaefer, Lambert, Toby Case, Max Martin, Andy Ambrose still in 9th, Pedro Oliveira 10th, and James Wood still in that 11th spot.
So these guys ran last night, and Oliveira got a second, didn't he, last night? So
yeah, so he's
made
good
3
run.
heats. So
where did Pedro start? Where is that old master as well. Paul Ozan started in 29th. And Paul is the...
Paul's only got as far as 15th so far.
No, but he's making ground. Charlie Walsh up there as well. Charlie started in 28th, and Charlie Walsh
up the inside goes the 8 cart there, went up the inside of the final corner of Paddock. So that was Oliveira, went really kind of ran the other cart out wide, and it was an aggressive overtaking manoeuvre.
So Oliveira gets ahead of James Wood.
The orange cart there, slightly off the...
that's the 69.
That's Nathan Schaefer, yeah. You can get some nasty bump. Yeah, I think if you don't actually kart, which I know most audience do, you can be quite uncomfortable going off the track at those things. There's
very
suspension
much.
on these things.
Yeah, Schaefer, having got ahead of Matthew Lambert, has now been able to pull away from Lambert, and he's getting onto the back of John Hobbs for 4th place. That's the battle for 4th place there. Well, 3rd, 4th and 5th place is what we're looking at there into the final turn. Oh, a little bit of a nudge there. He's not like that.
Is that going to do his nose cone? Looks down.
Not sure.
That looks down to me.
It
what do you think?
doesn't it? Yeah.
It's 5 seconds. So wherever Schaefer is, you take 5 seconds off. That will currently put him down to 13th.
Just not sure. Oh, he does it again. He's nudged him again. It's hard not to be honest, Nick. It's very, very hard judging. You're breaking into these very, very tight hairpins here at ROWRAH. Off down the back straight towards the stewardesses. It's a very, very wide turn in very late apex, and then into the chicane there.
I think our leader's going to cross the line before these 14 seconds elapse. He's so far ahead, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, he was able to make hay while the sun shone, didn't he? We have got 0 time on the clock.
Sorry, I'm just watching the starter. He's brilliant.
He is.
He was visibly upset he couldn't pull the last lap board out because it wasn't quite 8 minutes. Yeah.
Well, it's 0 on the clock now. He's waiting for that radio message. Zero time on the clock. So we will see the last lap board out for our leader, who is number 7, Adam Rogers. So just looking for track position now as to where Adam Rogers is, as that battle for 4th, 5th and 6th continues. So here's Rogers now, the number 7, and the last lap board will go out to Rogers. The last lap board going out now. Just trying to help the start.
Yeah, he's got the last lap board. There we go.
Yeah, we've got the last lap board. Adam Rogers is.
Thank God for that.
Yes, we've sorted that. Battle continues though. Look at that. Through the and into the hairpin. That's a move for position. And look at that man there. It's
Schaefer, isn't it?
Schaefer has moved.
Oh, that's as close as it could be.
Now, that was an optimum line through that hairpin. Very late apex, got on the power, straight in the cart, and look at the gap he's pulled.
Yeah, but he's not going to pull 5 seconds, is he? And
no, he's not.
His nose is down, I think.
And we're still battling over those positions. We're still not happy. Can't really get them 2 and 3 wide.
Well, they're trying it 9 wide through the chicane.
Checkered flag flies. Adam Rogers takes the win. He will take heat number 2 for Senior Rotax. Sam Elliott has lost out right at the very end there. That was the cart that we saw dropping places at the stewardesses, and it's Nathan Schaefer who comes through. We'll leave. We're not going to speculate as to the drop nose cones at all. We're going to leave that until we see the results. These are all provisional. Nathan Schaefer 2nd, John Hobbs 3rd, Ryan Mikulev a very fine 4th, 5th is Sam Elliott, Matthew Lambert 6th, Pedro Oliveira, great drive from Pedro to finally get ahead of both Toby Kiss and Carl Dunford as well for that 7th place. Toby Kiss 8th, 9th is Carl Dunford, 10th is local lad James Woods. Great drive from Andy Ambrose, great drive from James Wood, Andy Ambrose and Charlie Walsh and Paul Ozan, 10th, 11th, 12th and 13th. It was Luke Evans in 14th, Matt Martin in 15th, and then we've got Jack Hayes Roberts, Reese Pope, Ben Ficini, Finley Watson, Ben Harper, Bobby Rosier 21st, Marcus King, Callum Farley, I should say, George Sanders, Matt Lewin, Ben Fichetti, William Jones and Grace Lee Davis 28th and final finisher. Rob Statham finished a lap down. Harry Barker we lost on lap 9 along with Henry Stratton and Jacob McDonald. 32 car grid though, Nick. That was a phenomenal race.
Not at the start, but everywhere else.
So you know how I've got to choose the best race of the day?
Yeah, but I'm making it easy just from the finals.
Best finals, yes.
Make it easy from the finals.
It's not easy. It's not easy.
Catherine,
I know we've already, from round 1 at Three Sisters, I had to choose. It was a very, very difficult choice. We went for the senior TKM race, but equally as great were all of our classes. So, you know what, if this is the first time you've seen NKC karting, then, you're going to be in for a treat today. I know you planned on popping to the supermarket at lunchtime, but you can forget that. You're not going to be able to pull yourself away from your computer or your TV.
Hello to Catherine Reed. Good luck to Patrick Williams-Rouge. Hello to everyone watching on Facebook. And, of course, we're on 2 separate YouTube streams. On our new Karting Live TV stream, which is our new home of Karting Live. But obviously, to make sure you don't lose us, we're also broadcasting on our previous one, which is the RC Control RCTV one. But you can find us. We're all over the web, basically. We're just webbing it up. So waiting for this to get underway. Still overcast here, but we are promised up to 20 degrees of heat. Remarkable situation in Cumbria. A little wait now. We've got some carts being rescued, Joe. They're coming back on the trailers, aren't they?
Yeah, just waiting. A little bit of a delay.
They haven't got the little Nissan rescue vehicle.
You caught up with that one?
They haven't got the Nissan rescue vehicle, which we had, of course, at Three Sisters. But the carts are now rolling for the first heat of Junior Rotax. They didn't get it. The 2 heats we've seen so far, they both got a run. Well, some of them got a run yesterday evening. This is the first time the Junior Rotax have been in competition. And who is in the competition today?
They practiced all day yesterday, didn't they? But this is the very first heat for Junior Rotax.
Good luck, Levi Earl. Good luck to everyone in Momentum for Junior Rotax Group B to Lee Stewart Racing. Now, give me the grid and find out who is in Junior Rotax B Momentum.
Well, it's Frank Ward on the pole position with Jamie Salter alongside. Archie Hardiman and Luca Mulvaney are on row 2. Row 3 is Alex Dole and Taylor Dixon with George Kay and James Burgess on row 4. Row 5, Rhys Green and Jill Leverton. Alex Fraser and Alfie Bushell are on row 6. Levi Earl, there he is, and Levi Goodyear are on row 7. Row 8 is Presley Walker and Ellie Anderson. Alex Timmins and James Rigby are on row 9. Row 10 is Louis Rees and Ollie Rowley. Then we've got Joshua Della Carter and Will Swales. On row 11, row 12 is Tom Holden and Leighton Burrell. Jacob Bainham and Mitchell Mulvey, with Freddie Worlock, Adam Catling on row 14. Row 15 down in Whitfield, Jaden Hewitt. Rafi Salentano and Billy Vogt are on row 16. And then rounding off a 33 kart field is Freddie Theobald. And we are underway.
Here we go.
Timing was perfect into the turns.
Into ROWRAH.
ROWRAH, the right, left, right chicane, and then firing out of there down towards McRae's, the first very tight hairpin. And great on the bricks there, the 666 numbered Frank Ward. Absolutely last of the late breakers, protecting that lead into Iredale's. Another hairpin, this time a right-hander, and then out of there down the back straight towards the Stewardesses, which is a long sweeping right-hand entry, and then very, very tight on the exit through a chicane, and then firing out of there down the hill towards St John's. Very, very fast right-hander, get the card back across to the left for Sunny Corner, and then firing out of there towards the end of the lap and down the inside, not quite pulling it off though, as Frank Ward hangs on to that lead. Losing your trousers, Nick. Jamie Salter is in second, Archie Hardiman third, Taylor Dixon, Luca Mulvaney drops to fifth, Alex Dole sixth.
Oh, there's a real aggression about Jamie Salter there. He was absolutely convinced he was going to go past, but he can stay ahead is another question entirely, as Frank Ward comes back on him, but he's got the inside line over Iredale, but the whole, the energy, the kind of body language of the car was completely different. We've seen him going, the first couple, perhaps going for points. No. Jamie was going for the win, straight off. Full send, full power.
So a new leader, but Frank Ward not very happy to be in second. However, Salter already pulling out a gap, and it's not going to be long before Archie Hardiman in third and Taylor Dixon, who's gone with him, and Luca Mulvaney hanging on to the back of them as well. I think is that Luca?
Oh, no, the inside now, and the 96 kart side by side with Frank Ward as they go up through ROWRAH. There's only one winner there. Frank had to back out and through, and Archie Hardiman into second. Taylor Dixon now watching brief behind Frank. Frank is kart number 66 and come back in. That's the number of the beast, and is he going to be beastly around the corner? No. And now he's open to an attack from Dixon up the inside. Dixon tries it. No, backs out, thinks better of it. Didn't have enough braking in reserve.
So Frank Ward really is doing a great job of just delaying these passes from the the quicker youths. A little bit of contact there.
I think he lost momentum going into the St John's hairpin. Sorry, into the Stuart Essex. Sorry, and he just actually confused Hardman behind. He was now lost momentum. We've got side by side Hardman and Dixon. And Hardman gently ushered Dixon to the outside the track there. Would you like to have some track? Well, Hardman has none left for you, so you're going to have to fall back. And this battle continues, and straight away. Again, there's a difference in speed there coming up ROWRAH. And they fan out again from McRae's, and it's 3 wide, and from 4th, and looking to get to 2nd there was Dixon. I think it's the 3rd, and still in 2nd place. So the 3rd place is Frank Ward.
Hanging on sternly there. Taylor Dixon and Levi Earle are bottling up behind him. Reece Green in 6th now, ahead of Luca Mulvini.
That was intelligent driving. That was intelligent driving from Dixon. He saw that Ward had struggled going into the Stuart Essex the previous lap. Ward struggled again, and he just nipped up the inside and not thinking it was going to happen.
Caught him unawares. With Frank Ward having a very busy time with carts coming by him left and right.
Sweeping up through ROWRAH again. There's a couple of places where Frank kind of loses momentum. He physically looks smaller than some of the other guys, so I get the impression he's perhaps a little bit less experienced. He's out of shape. And certainly through the Stuart Essex, this is where he's had some problems before, just not able to continue on this right-hand section here. Just goes, and again, goes a little bit wide. He's just not got that line right, and everyone's seen that now, and they're just taking his opportunity to get past. The screen takes it.
Heading towards half distance in this first heat for junior Rotax. Jimmy Salter now leads by 1.2 seconds. He's got Archie Hardiman in 2nd with who's got a 1.2 second lead on Levi Earle. Actually, that's come down now. Levi Earle slightly catching Hardiman in 2nd place. Taylor Dixon a 2nd behind them, and then we've got Reece Green now ahead of Frank Ward. Alex Fraser coming up behind Frank Ward there. And that's Frank Ward just pulling the vent on his radiator there just to let some more air through, get his engine a bit cool. The yellow and blue card behind him, the Lando Norris chassis, is Alex Fraser.
Coming through well here, Fraser. Someone's off at the bottom there.
Yeah.
Was that one of the leaders, or was someone recovering from further that one? The fact that they came through, I think it should have been someone from one of the front runners there, was off at the entrance to the Stuart Essex. We'll see as they come across, he starts tumbling down.
We'll see who that is.
We got the replay there. There's another one. That was Frank coming off in the background there. Let's see that again. Sorry, that's so much going on. I thought it was the other point, but look, this is going to be Ward getting just. He's got tipped. He's got tipped round. That's a little bit aggressive. So Ward drops right to the back. He wasn't as fast as the others. That doesn't mean you can barge past. And he's come off in a situation where he is able to get the cart going. He's got the start master's going out to help him. So it's Salter from Earle, from Dixon from Green, from Fraser from Leverton, from Wigfield. Frank Ward very unlucky there. He was absolutely taken out, and I think there'll probably be a complaint. And I think, can we see that one again? Just see who it was who was behind him, because I think to me that's going to be
Fraser.
Yeah, that's not really how you should do it. I mean, it's a bit incidenty, isn't it? Actually, it's a little bit sort of 6 of one, half dozen the other.
I'm not sure that was. It was down to.
I think the problem was that either there's an engine issue or it just he wasn't getting the drive out.
No, he went wide.
Yeah, but then he did.
Yes, but he went wide and lost momentum.
Yeah,
Alex Fraser came at him because he was on the track. He lost all of his traction, and as he tried to come back on the track, Alex Fraser was there, and that in front right contacts rear left. It was just an unfortunate bit of racing incident. I'm not sure there was any malice or anything in that. That was one of those situations.
It's not malice.
Yeah, he didn't tip him off deliberately, is what I mean. That's Alex Fraser now onto the back of Reece Green.
Reece Green just got past him.
See how wide they go out of Sunny Corner.
Yeah, they've done a bit of a switch back there because I think Fraser got past Green. No, it's Whitfield getting past Fraser. Yeah.
Oh no, it's Whitfield
got past Fraser. He did at the bottom of the track.
We really need necks like owls. Can we sort that out?
Hello, do you have a neck like an owl?
Too much going on. We need 360 vision.
So come on, James Burgess here from Tom Avery. James Burgess currently in 8th position. And someone else who thinks the start line marshal is marvellous as well. Josh Owens he's the fastest in the business.
He is the best. He is the best.
Certainly entertaining.
He is.
Come on, James Rigby.
We have a low threshold of entertainment, though. We're inside the final minute then, and the battle for positions rages on. It's Jamie Salter who still leads, but the gap to Levi Earl now in second has come down to just 0.3 of a second. Taylor Dixon has gone ahead of Reece Green, now is in third.
See, this is the Green-Whitfield battle now, and Frederick Whitfield's pushing Green mostly around the circuit at the moment. He's tapped the back of him 3 times. Luckily, I don't think enough for any nose issues. They got this one probably, and that's it. I'm not trying to see where the leader is. He hasn't come through yet, so I think it's likely that they're going to end up with. Actually, first and second are very close now. So I'm not sure that's going to change in the next 2 laps. If we're going to get last lap, we've got the lead. Well,
we've got 4 seconds on the board.
And up the inside, there we go, taking him in. The 41's got the 11. He was a little bit quicker. Someone's facing the wrong way as well.
Last lap board,
and that's third and fourth, but I think I'm not sure. Are our leaders not really close together as well?
No, they're half a second.
Half a second, okay, so it's not that close. Right, up the inside. Oh, we're going to get him back. He's on the wrong side for Airedales. Mostly looking behind it at the moment is Daniel Whitfield. Now, can Green stick in a move? No, because it's a beautiful little drive out of the hairpin. He's not going to have a chance to get up the inside at Stewart before the run up the hill to St John's. The leaders are staying in position, so it's still leading quite comfortably. The 10 kart of Levi Earl has controlled that well, and the rest of the karts will stream through with no changes on the last lap in the first few, which is always a nice thing to happen.
Levi Earl got by on the penultimate lap and demoted Salter, who, as they take the flag, Levi Earl takes the win. Jamie Salter is in second now. Taylor Dixon through in third. Daniel Whitfield finally finishes fourth, ahead of Reece Green in fifth. Alex Fraser finishes in sixth. Seventh is Gia Levitt and Tom Holden eighth. And then we've got Mitchell Mulvey, James Burgess, Luca Mulvaney finished 11th, quite aptly for the 111 numbered cart. James Rigby 12th, Ellie Anderson 13th, Archie Hardiman 14th. And then we had Freddie Werlock, Jaden Hewitt, Adam Catley, Will Swales, George Kane 19th, Levi Goodyear finished in 20th, and then Rafi Salentano, Alex Timmins, Louis Rees, Alfie Bushell, Presley Walker, Billy Vogt, Freddie Theobald, Jacob Bainham, Alex Dole was 29th, and then we lost Joshua Delacarter on lap 9. Lap 7 we lost Leighton Burrell, and Frank Ward went out on lap 6.
Yeah, unlucky for Frank there. By the way, when I said come on James Wrigley half through the race, it wasn't me. That was actually a message from Alison Allen.
Alison Hammond?
No, Alison Allen.
Alison Hammond, right.
Alison Hammond. You on? Yeah, we've got the non-fired this morning presenters talking to us there. A bit of topical comedy there.
Hello to Samantha, who's sitting with her feet up.
Is that your daughter? Daughter, sorry.
Some people have said that,
Nick. It's your fiancée. I'm
Samantha
sorry.
and Rosie, actually.
It's your fiancée.
Samantha and Rosie are watching karting on a Sunday morning.
How drunk are they?
Clearly very, and hungover. Knowing them too.
That's good to know. All the rest of our friends from the Nürburgring having a lovely time.
Yes, clearly. Right then, let's get on with our senior TKM heat number 1 coming up now for them. And the championship situation looks like this after just one round of the NKC championship. Mitchell Ball, who is the man behind Junction 6, our main supporter of the season this year. Theo Hesketh, Mitchell Ball leads the championship with 236 points. Theo Hesketh is in second place on 233. And then we've got Caelan Lamont in third. He's on 225. Louis Beaver, current champion, is on the fourth spot with 221 points. And then fifth is Ollie Milner on 214. So all to play for really just after one round. And we've got the karts for the senior TKM already out onto the track. Let's have a look at their grid. Joseph Booth is on the pole position with Matthew Horton alongside. Second row is Ryan Leighton and Adam Cross-Davies. Alfie Garford and Will Cregeen are on row 3. Row 4 is Chris Whiteside and Alexander Lemon. Gordon Smith and Leo Crabtree, row 5. Molly Nicholas Biles, who we'll see in the paddock show at lunchtime.
Well, we see. There you go. It's a paddock show fun.
Yeah. James Hull was alongside Molly on row 6. Row 7, Ben Watson and Matthew Telton Purcell. Louis Bevan, current champion, on row 8 with Ben Hamlet alongside. Ollie Milner and Caelan Lamont. are on row 9. Mitchell Ball is on row 10 with Joseph Phillips. James King and Fen Chapman are on row 11. Then row 12, Matt Slade, Charlie King. Craig Summers and Tom Johnson are on row 13. Then rounding off the 28 cart field, we've got Matt Cardwell and Steve King. 28 carts, Nick. So I'd call that full grid.
Plenty of smoke. Are they going to try and they normally try and get 2 warm-up laps, don't they, TKM? Don't we try and kind of manufacture a full start for next warm-up lap?
Yeah, they do. They've got plenty of long straights, though, to
and
get
as you
those
can see
engines.
from Frank's camera, it is quite smoky out there.
That's,
so
2-stroke.
That's not fog, that's proper karting.
Yeah, 2-stroke karting smell here at ROWRAH. Got a couple of carts lagging behind. We've got somebody oiling up at the back.
No. Yes, no.
I think we've given them the go.
No, that's bad luck. Was it the 66, I think, at the back, or was the 80? I don't know sure he is. He's not taken the flag, so he's not been given a time.
Yeah, well, he has absolutely stalled there at the final turn. We'll get that cart cleared off into a safe area. The race continues, though. And we've got the field already through McRae's, already through Iredale's, and onto the back straight, heading towards the stewardesses. Big wide entry there. And this field of TKM strung out already.
Yeah.
Through the chicane at the stewardesses and on down towards that sweeping right-hander.
There's quite a large amount of curb being taken by some of the carts. They're flipping up in the nose and right off the hit the curbs hard. So it's come that stalled cart has been pulled away.
Thanks, John. I shall try that. That might be better. I'm in my head. Joseph Booth led across the line for the first time then. Matthew Horton alongside him on the grid. They continue to lead this field round. And it was Alfie Garford, Leo Crabtree coming through in third and fourth. The third place car of Alfie Garford is right now right on the bumper of Matthew Horton. Into the paddock turn, sweeping entry to that, and just let the cart breathe. Got a warning flag for somebody being readied by our Mr. Starter.
It's 33 carts in trouble.
Yeah, that's a point down then. You get a black and white flag, you get a championship point took off you.
Do you?
32 is it, Paul? 23.
It's going well, that.
Got his left and right mixed up there.
Yeah.
So 23, who's that? He's way down the... Oh, it's Caelan.
No.
Caelan.
Well, it's all right. They won't be able to give him a point because they won't know how to spell his name or speak to him, so that's fine.
Got a change for position there. Change at the head of the field as they come back into our sight. They're side by side through Sunny Corner almost. And what a battle this has turned out to be at the front now. This is heat 1 for senior TKM. Across the line, it's sorted itself out. Who's going to take? It's Alfie Garford who stayed in front there. Joseph Booth second, Matthew Horton third, Leo Crabtree fourth, fifth is Ryan Layton, Will Cregeen sixth, seventh Ben Watson, Callan Lamont after that penalty, that warning I should say, not a penalty. Adam Cross Davies ninth, Gordon Smith rounds off the top 10. But now they've got Alfie Garford, who has broken free of Joseph Booth. He has pulled away. But then again, Nick, we saw Joseph Booth with that amount of gap, and Garford was able to pull that back on him. So three groups beginning to break free now. Got the leading two. There's no question Alfie Garford has got a bit of a break there. Yes, no question. It looks like Garford has this under control with 4.5 minutes. As he continues to pull out, let's drop back a couple of carts because I think the tension is beginning to build for that battle there for what will be third and fourth. The number 7, Matthew Horton, 7th in the championship in 2022. That's why he runs the number 7. Keep an eye out on the track as well here at ROWRAH for the number 1 of Louis Bevan. Mitchell Ball is another man to watch in that field. These two tend to be at the front of this TKM field. But no, Tension beginning to reduce slightly as the four at the front of the field, Garford, Booth, Crabtree, Horton, they begin to settle down. But then again, we're only just past the halfway point. So with 3.5 minutes remaining, we may see that number 7 begin to challenge the 44 of Leo Crabtree into the stewardesses. And Crabtree definitely bridging the gap into and out of that corner. He's coming at him, isn't he? Through the sweeping right-hander at St John's into Sonny. Tricky left-hander that. Very fast, faster than it looks.
Horton now round paddock bend, looking to get that position back. They're going to cut through Row Rouge, and it's still pretty much equidistant. The gap's not particularly large, a couple of tenths. And now through McRae up to Iredale's. In fact, in many ways now, Crabtree's just managed to gap Houghton slightly. They're getting to the meat of the race, the meat of the tyre. Temperature and pressure to be where they want them to be now. Tracks. It's very pleasant weather for Cumbria. I mean, outside's what, 15, 16 degrees.
Oh, you've said it now. You've said it now, man.
Well, I'm just very confident in that.
Now look at this. This is very interesting. Well, you are. It is very interesting if you're a geek like me.
Okay.
You've got Leo Crabtree, who now has the number 7 of Matthew Horton closing that gap on this section of the ROWRAH track here. But once we get onto those stretches and into the hairpins, now watch through the chicane now.
Yep.
And then onto the straight, blast down to the first of the hairpins, which is McRae's, and see how see how Horton closes the gap to Crabtree, and he'll close the gap further into the stewardesses, and then the gap will expand again as they go through the rest of this track.
It's about braking.
So
it's about braking, performance and drive.
Yeah, I think so.
I think that's a little bit easier to follow and to lead. You know, you can pick your braking points up from the guy in front of you. You can just take that extra metre because you've got that kind of feeling like he's stopped there okay, and then take the extra metre and move on. Behind them, no real great scraps for positions of any import. Though Louis Bevan, of course, our current reigning champion, he's in a 8th place and looking to get a bit higher up. We've got Craigian and Lamont is on a warning.
Yeah, Callan Lamont, you can't discount Callan as well. He's been right at the forefront, and he's a tall lad as well, so he's got a lot of he's not very aerodynamic, let's say.
Yes, that's always a problem. Yeah,
yes.
I wish I was aerodynamic. I'm not very aerodynamic either. Frank's much more aerodynamic than he was. Frank was only 2/3. The last time Frank worked with us, which was I think at Wharton Mill. No, it was fullback at the end of last season. There's only 2/3 of him left now. So if you want to know about karting, talk to Joe. If you want to know about a keto diet, talk to Frank.
If only they were reversed. Mitchell Ball having a bit of a nightmare on the number 2. He's down in 25th. I'm not sure that was Mitchell Ball that oiled up at the start of this race.
No, because that cart's just on the side of the road.
Yeah. Mitchell Ball though, he's down in
it's not good for
25th.
For the runner-up in the championship last year. Now suddenly, all of a sudden, for it being really particularly not interesting, we've now got them nose to tail again with Crabtree and Houghton. Ooh.
Yeah, just Houghton, a bit of defensive driving there from Houghton.
Decided with this and one more that he needs to just kind of make a movement forward.
Whether he can do it though, Nick, we've got 0 time left on the clock.
One
so we've
lap.
got the last lap board being readied.
He's got it out. And they sweep through St John's. Up and underneath.
There's the last lap board in very dramatic style.
We are going to have to film. What is it? You've got to look at right on the inside. With a 3-corner move there. Houghton got the inside by taking a wide line going to paddock, cut back, and then went up straight through and past Houghton.
Great move. Textbook, isn't it?
So past Crabtree.
It's not over yet.
No, because now Crabtree's going back.
Not over yet. Side by side into Iredale's. Oh, and slides very wide indeed.
These two.
Yeah. The number 7 there of Matthew Horton slid very wide. That's allowed Crabtree
and what's
alongside.
The 95, and they're going to. Oh, that was an accident waiting to happen, and it happened. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
Crabtree spins around and drops out of that battle. That's allowed the number 7, Matthew Horton, through as the checkered flag flies. There's the replay of that incident.
He got tapped. No harm. No, but he got tapped by accident by Watson.
Yeah.
So Watson tapped him, and that was it.
Ben Watson pretty much tripped over the cart of Leo Crabtree, and Crabtree will finish down the order somewhat. It was Alfie Garford, though, who won in fine style from Joseph Booth in second. Ben Watson took third. Then we had that battle that we were watching for fourth. Matthew Horton finally coming through for that position. Leo Crabtree finishes in fifth, is it? And Callan Lamont. Who was it that spun around?
The 95. No, it wasn't. It was.
So Crabtree got going again. He didn't actually stop.
Lose too many positions,
so Crabtree was right on the. He finished he finished 11 seconds behind the lead. He finished 2 seconds behind Horton.
Must have gone right round and got going again.
Yep, he got going again. Yeah, just before Callan Lamont came along, because Callan finished right on his tail there, just 0.6 of a second behind in fifth. Louis Bevan not far behind Callan Lamont as well, so those two carts finished nose to tail for 6th and 7th, and then right on their tail Will Cregeen for 8th. Charlie King was 9th, Ryan Layton 10th, Ben Hamlet was 11th, Matt Cardle took 12th, 13th place was Alexander Lehman, then Adam Crofts Davies 14th. We then had James Hull, Tom Johnson, Molly Nicholas Biles and Craig Summers 17th and 18th, Chris Whiteside, Gordon Smith, Matt Slate, Ollie Milner, James King 23rd, 24th Steve King, and then Mitchell Ball, cart number 2, finishes in 25th. Not quite sure what happened to Mitchell, but I think that was more of a recovery drive than anything. So yes, we're going to have to tell Frank to tell everybody, show everybody what we're talking about with our starting marshal.
Cut the starting marshal up for a second. He's pacing around, Frank. But he is the best starting marshal in the history of karting. There he is. Dirk. And there is Dirk prowling his area.
Yes, made some inquiries. We found out the identity of our master startman, Dirk. We've got in control of everything there. He's the man who decides when to let the field release. He's the man who decides when the last lap board goes out.
He's the man who looks very disappointed when there's an accident. He's the man who's very upset with the last lap. It just gets in with a second before the 8 minutes are up.
We've got another of our Rotax 177s, senior Rotax 177s are out next. We've got a few. Have we got carts being recovered, Nick?
There seem to be quite small delays. I haven't seen a cart being recovered.
All right. Have we got anybody chatting to us on the text?
I don't know. Everyone loves you, obviously.
Loves me?
Well, your fiance's upset. I called her your daughter. So there we go.
She's not. I think she's still laughing, actually. Her and Rosie spat their gin and tonics out. It is Sunday after all.
I thought it'd be Bloody Mary. It's a Sunday morning, isn't it?
Yeah. Heaven knows. So, yes, what we got?
But no, we need more comments, really. Colin James Burgess, but just right, I did agree with that the start marshal being the greatest in the business, so that's okay.
He really is. Dirk is the man.
Dirk.
He's giving them the green flag. We've got the 177s in the collecting area and ready. We might as well have a look at the grid for their heat. It's heat number 3. This is the third heat for 177s. It doesn't mean that all of the competitors have had 3 heats, though, because we've got 60-plus entries, means we've got to split them into groups.
I think probably most of them had 2 now, haven't they? It'll be the second for most of them.
Could be, yes. Green flag waves. Dirk waves the green flag at the start, and we get the carts released. Jason Bear and Paul Ben Hitch alongside. Second row is Will Milner and Aidan Hammond. Got Charlie Jowers and Harrison Crook on row 3. Harry Wainwright and Jake Lewis are on row 4. Tyler Kelsey, Martin Heath are on row 5. Cole Edwards, Tim Darlow are on row 6. Row 7 is Mike Edwards. We speak to Mike in the paddock show, which you'll see at lunchtime as well. Keith Mason alongside.
Problem for the 118. Can't get the thing to pick up and run.
And just looking, that's Mark Gilly. Yeah, Mark Gilly's not really getting that engine to fire
up. That's what's so frustrating. You sit around waiting to race all morning and suddenly you can't get the thing to fire up.
Yeah.
Has he pulled off, or has he managed to get it rolling? Got it going.
Row 8, Tommy Austin and Chris Thomas with Chris Sevier and Rhys Llewellyn on row 9. Row 10 is Paul Moran and Chris Waddle. Waddell, I should say, Brendan Smith and Stephen Horner are on row 11, Ben Johnson, Stephen Haswell are on row 12, row 13, James Frost, Mark Gilly, hopefully. Alex Thomas, Oliver Moss are on row 14, row 15, Lawrence Hilton and Billy Watts. And 31 carts are completed by Tyler Fossey. And we've got them very, very slowly towards the final turn in grid order. Have we got the 118 that's joined us? Has he made it
There's
back?
a yellow flag down there, he stopped.
He stopped, has he? That's Mark Gilly, who's...
They're going to start this with a yellow flag, or are they going to wave it through?
I think we're going to give them the go. We are racing here at ROWRAH. Too wide into the first turn, soon sort itself out. And there is a massive concertina effect there as the field of carts head off down towards the McRae's hairpin. This is where they bottle up though. Just drop back to that one. As the rest of the field, sometimes 2 and 3 wide into that hairpin. They're into the second hairpin here, Iredale's. And then out, and defensive driving already from Ben Hitch. Sorry, that's not Ben Hitch, that's Jason Bear. Jason Bear having to defend into the stewardesses. It was Ben Hitch who's challenging. He's carrying the number 3, third in the championship in 22. Into Sonny for the first time then.
Yep, it's Bear from Hitch. And there's a move a little bit further down up the inside of the paddock bend for 4th place. So that was a move there. First, second nailed together, as is 3rd, 4th and 5th. And it was Harrison Crook who got the move done. Chris Shriver had a bad second lap.
Still that battle rages for first place. They're beginning to break away though, surprisingly, and just waving around looking for that open door, wasn't he?
That was complete. He closed it off. I'm not working well, that's fair enough. He probably would have known he was there. But Bear did come right across on Hitch there, going down towards stewardesses.
No mirrors on carts. Too wide through the stewardesses just there in the background. And still we've got Ben Hitch trying everything he can. He's just looking for that open door. He goes left, he goes right. Will he try at Paddock Bend? No, he does not. He stays in formation. And joining in is Will Milner.
No, I don't think that's... Is that Milner? No, I think it's Harry Wainwright has made a couple.
That's Harry Wainwright. Where did he come from? He came through on lap 1 and 5th.
He's come back in a couple of places there. He's now in 3rd. 1, 2, 3 together up the front, and it was half closed. There's some very defensive driving, which is absolutely fine going on from Jason Bear.
Wainwright
through
textbook on the number 3, but there's a switchback. Fabulous textbook karting, this textbook motorsport. Into the stewardesses. We've now got Ben Hitch, who's got very, very close company with Harry Wainwright, and that's allowing Jason Bear to break away because these two now, Wainwright's not going to hold back. He missed Friday practice.
Oh, beautiful move.
He had his
up
GCSEs.
The inside. Is he going to be able to hold on to it? That's a lovely move into paddock. Just ease through. Great move there. And now Wainwright can attack Bear for the rest of the time.
Yes, he is. He's coming back. Wainwright makes short work, and it was all about the exit of the McRae hairpin towards Iredale's hairpin. And once again,
Bear Hitch got through. Hitch got through Bear into the stewardesses, so that's good.
There's no mirrors though. He doesn't know. He's going to just move across.
I think they both had the same line. I don't think that was Bear trying to take the nose off it. I think that's the line they were taking.
Well, Jason Bear has done great work there. Almost half of this heat is what it's cost Jason Bear to finally get ahead.
Yeah, he's in 3rd. So it's Wainwright. Bear drops down to 3rd. Hitch in 2nd. Cook down 4th. And Milner, Hammond, Darlow, Thomas and Cole Edwards.
Well, Harrison Crook now looks like he wants to get by Jason Bear. So Jason Bear getting a lot of TV coverage for being defensive driving. Look, he's on that same line. He comes out of Iredale's and then goes straight across the right. There's the move down the inside from Crook.
Harrison Crook just managed to hold on to it.
Turns in to the and then just behind there was
Kelsey Mulholland said, "Let's go Team Watts." That's Billy Watts, I assume, currently running in 18th. And there's 5 carts together there. So we drop back to the red cart coming up the hill right now, up ROWRAH, that's it. And then drop back another couple. And there's a was a scrap it and a half going on. It's kind of here we are. These 5 are actually 6, 7. So these 14 carts are having a bit of a battle.
Just 14.
Yeah.
There's 14 of
we
them.
were watching them a second ago. Before we cut them, coming through Paddock Bend, and they were trying to get 4 carts to the tarmac area. It probably couldn't fit one.
Well, that's Mike Edwards there in the 21. So it's Mike Edwards, Charlie Jowers, Cole Edwards, and Keith Mason.
So Mike Edwards also interviewed during the paddock show.
Yes.
And we've already seen Harry Wainwright interviewed in the paddock show. We're doing well with our paddock show interviews, aren't we, really?
We've dropped off them now. We need to be further back. That's them there.
There you go, running up the hill.
So Edwards pulling away slightly, Mike Edwards. They are in 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th and 12th place. That's Keith Mason just on the back of that train of carts there. And as I say, Mike Edwards has pulled away. He hasn't really. They've just concertinaed straight back up into the hairpins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 carts now. And here's the challenge towards the stewardesses. Are we really going to go 3 wide? We are.
Oh, and no one fell off. Well, there we go.
Incredible. We used a bit of grass. We needed more than the track.
So, yeah, the red cart there is absolutely deciding to push him through. That's the 39.
I think that's Cole Edwards.
Cole Edwards, yeah, Cole Edwards. Oh, up the inside goes the 777 of Paul Moran. Oh, no surprise there. So Moran's trying to make some places up, and this is now turning into a double kerfuffle up Row Rouge.
I thought Mike Edwards had that position pretty solid there.
No.
8th place. He's now down in 10th, across the line. I think he's actually 11th now. He's losing out. I'm not sure if he's got a problem, actually.
There's lots of carts all around him, and some
there's a move. Another move. Another move back.
Is there a move?
It's not over, is it?
No.
There's Paul Moran on the tail of the number 21.
So there's 8 Edwards. They've got 2 minutes to sort this out. So they come through the...
How are they not going to get a nose penalty? They're busy just nudging each other through the turn.
Well, finally, Cole's got the front, hasn't he? So Cole Edwards got the front of this. It's the 777. It's Paul Moran now is second, and then up the inside again. And how is that? How are they not falling off? This is some very close. This is the sort of stuff that will make NASCAR drivers wince.
This is where we need to be. There they're coming out of the McRae's hairpin, and as we see positions.
Oh, we are technically brilliant today. Fantastic. Yes, basically we're trying to move. You return yourselves to the normally professional service that we give. It's called pressing the wrong button. No, just trying to point out we were just trying to move some cameras there. That went well, didn't it? How we go?
Meanwhile, back on track. We've still got this battle raging.
I might fire myself. Is that all right?
This is what makes
I'm just going to fire myself.
This is what makes
waving.
Yes. Gesticulation from. I can't say the sun's shining on that number.
Oh, there's enough room. Someone's gone pushed very wide.
We've talked.
Last board is out.
Well, everybody, we've totally lost track of what's happening in this race completely because
I turned your microphone off. And you
did do that, but yes. Trying to find my feet. We've got 0 time on the board now, and the last lap signal is given to the drivers. Ben Hitch still leads by just under a second from Harry Wainwright. Harrison Crook is still 3rd. Jason Bear now down to 4th. Tim Darlow has made his way to 5th in fine style. Tyler Kelsey 6th. Will Milner 7th. Paul Moran finally getting ahead of Cole Edwards, Chris Thomas, Billy Watts, Charlie Dowers, Keith Mason, Chris Waddell. We have lost Mike Edwards. Where's Mike gone? He's gone way down, hasn't he? Mike Edwards dropping to 16th.
Yeah.
So he was hanging on there. Checkered flag though.
Ben Hitch takes it.
3rd heat for Rotax 177s. Ben Hitch takes the heat win and maximum 50 points for that one. Harry Wainwright 2nd. Harrison Crook 3rd. Jason Bear is 4th. Tim Dollar 5th. Tyler Kelsey. Will Milner 11 laps completed in 7th. Here's that battle for 8th. Down to 13th, 14th,
15th,
and it went. Paul Moran wins that little midfield battle in 8th. Cole Edwards 9th. Chris Thomas 10th. Billy Watts 11th. Charlie Jowers 12th, Keith Mason 13th, Chris Waddell is in 14th, Loris Hilton it was in 15th, Mike Edwards finishes 16th, and then further down the order, Oliver Moss, Ben Johnson, James Frost, Chris Sevier, Jake Lewis, Aidan Hammond, Brendan Smith, Tyler Fossey, Stephen Haswells just took the checker flag in 25th. I think we lost Alex Thomas on lap 9, we lost Rhys Llewellyn and Mark Gilly on lap 7. Tom Austin went out on lap 5, and then Stephen Horner, another non-finish for Stephen there. I'm not really sure what happened there, but we lost Stephen on lap 4. So next out, senior Rotax 162s for their third heat. We're already into race heat of this second round here at ROWRAH. Second of 6 rounds for the 2023 Junction 6 NKC. And we get the green flag from Dirk on the start line, which allows our grid to come onto the track and make their way around. Luke Evans is on the pole position with William Jones on
I've turned myself on correctly.
You've worked that out, have you?
Yeah.
Second row is Adam Cerner and Scott Lowther. Rhys Pope and Ben Facchetti are on row 3. Finlay Watson and Ben Facchini are on row 4. Ryan David Mills and Patrick Williams-Raj are on row 5. Then we've got row 6, Nathan Schaefer, Harry Barker. Row 7 is Callum Farley and Philip Howarth. Row 8 is Matthew Lambert and Scott Russell. Ryan Micallef and Andy Ambrose on row 9. Chris Lee Davis and Adam Rogers on row 10. Max Martin, Lewis Ball is on row 11. Aaron Knight and Josh Morris are on row 12. Kieran Gifford and George Sanders, row 13. Row 14 is Alex Wannabe and Ben Harper. Matt Lewin and Christopher Harris are on row 15. And then 31 cart field, rounded up by Dan Andrews.
9 cart has come. That's Nathan Schaefer, who was quite in the mix in the heat a couple of minutes ago. He's now got a technical problem and he's pulled off.
You know what? It's a technical problem like that can really sort of ruin your day, because that's going to put him probably into the B final, sort of get some good championship points.
I think it's going to ruin his.
Here we go though, Nick. We are getting underway. Dirk gives him the go-ahead, and we are into the first turns here. We've renamed it Row Rouge.
What a breakaway from the leader there.
Yeah, he has. He's disappeared as Luke Evans on the number 3. Taking full advantage of his starting position.
Oh, it's all gone wrong at the back. Of the down to McRae. So we lost 3 or 4 carts. They got themselves going again. Yep, let's say picking themselves up in pieces.
We've got people tripping over themselves coming out of Iredale's, and that was carts in 3rd and 4th place. They've sorted themselves out as they go down toward the stewardesses. I have no idea who was where. Everybody was about 4th or 5th there. But we had people tripping up, and it was people it looked like getting bogged down, just not pulling away. Yeah. This has allowed Luke Evans to basically disappear.
That was a move, wasn't it? On the inside of coming from Sunny Bend there. That is another change of position. Yeah, 2nd and 3rd. It's Rhys Pope going up the inside of. Phil Howart's in 3rd already. And now that Watkins and Facchetti.
I think it was one of the liveried carts, the same as Phil's livery, that was tripping over.
Yeah, so Howarth now in 3rd, and he's at the front of this group on the picture there with the gold helmet. I see the gold helmet, I can't see it.
No, 101, no, he's got to change the helmet. He's got a white helmet on.
His gold helmet.
Yeah, he hasn't got his gold helmet on.
He's got second place. He tried to get through the. Yes, it's not happening.
Rhys Pope was not allowing that to happen, but now he comes down the inside at St John's. Pope has got pressure behind him as well. It's not over yet. Scott Lowther and Finlay Watson want that position as well. Into paddock turn, and Finlay Watson challenging Scott Lowther, as Scott Lowther himself was challenging Rhys Pope. It's settled down certainly at the front with Luke Evans leading. Philip Howarth now second.
You know, Howarth got a 4-second lead just by not being involved in this kerfuffle. Howarth will break away from this group now. Whether he can catch up the 4 seconds is doubtful, but this is where the action is. Pope, Lowther and Watson, and then just behind them Fekete and Mills.
So Philip Howarth, look at Philip Howarth there, just in the in front of that pack there. As
nice move there. I think that may have been Watson on Lowther, but it was just one of the people in the middle to somebody else in the middle of the pack. A bit of a stretching now.
So Howarth's broke away.
Pope's trying to stretch the rest of them. It is the 1-3-3 of Watson now, who has got past Lowther.
Incident. It's in it's sunny corner there
24.
in the midfield.
This is where who's gone. It's Ben Fekete who went off there. Yeah, and he was helped.
Yeah, challenged down the inside there. Not really a place to make that sort of move. That was not a place to overtake. It's a very, very fast turn, that one.
There's quite a few carts who've had a bit of a difficult lap there, so we watch them dropping down the field. But this is where the action is. This is third and fourth. Pope in 38. 1-3-3 Finley Watson. Through the S's.
Got a warning to Andy Ambrose. I wonder if that was the culprit for trying down the inside.
May have been the 24, might have been, yeah.
Philip Howarth, just watching Philip Howarth out the window there.
Gained 2/10.
So he's not happy with, that's not what I was going to say, he's not happy with how his cart's pulling away. He's lifting himself out of the cart there to try and gain that fastest lap of the race for Philip Howarth. So lifting himself out the cart that helped the engine pick up is helping somewhat, but not really enough to perhaps.
Good exit from Watson there. Going wide is not normal overtaking. You try and cut back. No, there's a single line through the S's. It kind of scuppers many overtaking desire, doesn't it? You've got a bit of momentum out. No, it happens now up the inside of St John's, and through has gone the 1-3-3 of Finley Watson. So he relegates Pope to fourth. Now whether he'll fall into the clutches of Ryan David Mills and 67 Harry Barker, let's find out. We've got a mechanical for the 50. A mechanical for the 50 is Scott Lowther.
Well, there was a lot of contact in those
early... meatball flag.
Yeah, a lot of contact in those early laps.
iRacing fans would know.
That could be a loose bumper or something after all of that contact in those early laps. So we'll wait and see how that pans out. But meanwhile, we've got Finley Watson, who's breaking away from the number 38, Reece Pope.
Lowther pulled off before he could get the flag. Lowther noticed he had the problem.
He's aware. Yeah, these four beginning to close up, aren't they? These four now. I thought that Reece Pope would be able to hang on to that fourth place, and he is. And the cart's behind Reece Pope, the orange cart of Ryan David Mills, that bright orange cart there, third cart in the picture. He's got Harry Barker right with him, and with 3 minutes of this heat left, there's plenty of time for Harry Barker to maybe challenge.
Yep.
Get himself
pushing hard.
Meanwhile, at the front, the gap is still at 3.5 seconds between Luke Evans on the number 3 and Philip Howarth on the number 101. Out there on the track, Finley Watson in a very settled, relatively speaking, third place. Reece Pope relatively settled in fourth, but that's the Ryan David Mills, Harry Barker battle there. The orange cart with the red and white cart just behind him. And if anything, Nick, I think those four are coming back together.
Yeah, I mean, it's a kind of a Constantino action, but over the time now, it's almost as though I think that Watson is not finding the pulling ability, and certainly obviously there's a bit of air advantage following. James Lovell says, shout out the boys from Turkey. Do you know anything about this? For supplying the RM1's fast teeth. If he wins today, he gets a new Barnet. Okay, someone's been to Turkey. Someone's been to Turkey with a Turkey
idea
teeth.
What that is. Who is it? Who's been to Turkey and what did they get?
RM1.
There's the move, though, we've been waiting for. Harry Barker, but the switch back there, I think they're tripping over a bit of a back marker there as well. That's helped. Or is that Finley Watson moving slowly? Slower than we've seen him certainly operate, but Harry Barker is now ahead of that bright orange cart of Ryan David Mills.
That's not going to help going wide there, but he's got away with it. And up the inside there. I think we had an overtake there, didn't we, for third and fourth? Or did it not quite take? Yeah, it was. It was
Kieran Gifford getting in amongst it as well, the number 15. Kieran Gifford is the cart there.
He's in the middle of those three. So Gifford now, his next target is going to be Harry Barker.
Luke Evans extends his lead over Philip Howarth a little bit. 3.7 seconds now. Finley Watson still third. Reese Pope fourth.
Warning, this time for the number, because the flag, it's 87's got a warning.
All right, that's Harry Barker. So they didn't like how we made that move, I think.
Yeah. So he's a little bit upset with some of the driving stance. So he's got to be careful now because he's holding Kieran Gifford back. And he doesn't hold him back in a fair format. Then there will be, hell to pay, obviously.
Well, it's probably Kieran Gifford's job to get by cleanly. Harry Barker can do nothing but wait and see and defend. Yeah, and there's Gifford down the inside, textbook. Will he get the switch back? Not quite able to do that out of the McRae's left-hand hairpin.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, Gifford just carried a little bit extra speed up ROWRAH and just used it to pop out. He didn't have to make it difficult. Had more speed, dives up the inside, and then just manages to keep enough of the car on the track rather than going very, very wide. And he looks behind and goes, yeah, I've got that one. That's good news. So 15 kart 15 now in 5th place. Barker down to 6th on the warning, and then behind him is Kieran Gifford.
Luke Evans has just gone by in the lead, and there was about 4 or 5 seconds on the board, so he'll have this lap and another one. The gap gone out another 10th to 3.8. Philip Howarth in a distant third. Finley Watson still third. Sorry, distant second, I should say. Finley Watson third. Reese Pope fourth. Kieran Gifford, just cleared. Harry Barker is now 5th. Harry Barker 6th, but he's got Ryan David Mills still there or thereabouts. Max Martin in 8th. Adam Rogers is 9th, and Lewis Paul is in that 10th spot. Ryan Mikulev, winner of the final at Three Sisters, he's up to 13th. I'm not sure there is enough time to see any kind of challenge there, Nick.
No, I mean, it's interesting that Howarth, who you said is at the fastest lap behind Evans, who's leading, he's got the gap down from about 5 seconds to 3.8, but it's now standardised at that, so neither of them are particularly pushing to the max because they're intelligent enough to know the points that there it is. It's not going to be changed, and you may as well save some tyres. These guys scrapping for every individual point behind them, of course. So it's Barker looking to get back past Gifford as they come down the back straight and looking to get into the Stuart S's, but they're just a little bit too far behind without an error.
Leader just coming into the final turn for the final time in this heat, the third heat for the senior Rotax 162s, and the checkered flag flies. That is Luke Evans taking that heat win in fine style. Philip Howarth finishes in 2nd place now. Philip just crossing the line as well. 4.2 seconds there at the flag. Then we had Finley Watson 3rd, Reese Pope 4th, Kieran Gifford 5th, Harry Barker hangs on to 6th, 7th is Ryan David Mills, Max Martin 8th, Adam Rogers 9th, Lewis Paul 10th, and then 11th down over Matthew Lambert, George Sanders, Ben Harper, Ryan Mikulev finishes 14th, Scott Russell is 15th, then Alex Wannabe, Josh Morris, Christopher Harris, Ben Ficchetti 19th, Dan Andrews 20th, Matt Llewellyn 21st, Callum Farley, Patrick Williams-Raj, Grizzly Davis, Aaron Knight, Andy Ambrose finishes 26th, William Jones 27th, Adam Cerner finishes a lap down in 28th. And then we lost Scott Lowther, who pulled off with a mechanical on lap 4. And then Ben Ficchetti we lost on the first lap.
All good racing. Not had much. We've had a lot of races today where someone's got a bolt and gone, which is not particularly common. So there's been a lot of racing for the 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, haven't we? So obviously these particular set of random grids has thrown the fast guys right at the front.
I actually think, Nick, it's the nature of the track that does that, and we see everybody go into the chicane here. It's the first turn here at ROWRAH is as was named by Gaz Berry, our media man, Row Rouge. It's an uphill sweeping right-hander into a left and then into another right, and it's all important to get out of there as quickly as possible and get onto that short straight run down to the McRae's hairpin. What happens behind the leader? He's got clear road in front of him. Everybody else behind him seems to kind of trips over one another, and they have to be cautious, and that just allows the lead, maybe 1 or 2 karts, to break free a little bit as everyone else has to negotiate through there. I mean, I've raced here myself, and that first chicane. Yes, I have.
Really?
First place I ever raced.
Really?
ROWRAH.
Was it?
April 1986.
Oh, okay.
Alan McNish, first race in senior class. Came into the came into the seniors as the British
Could
champion.
he reach the pedals?
He was as small as he is now. Yes, he's the same size as he was as a child as he is an adult. Alec McNish, numerous Le Mans wins and other championships.
Irons his underpants.
Sorry?
He irons his underpants.
He irons his underpants. Do you
Yeah.
not iron your underpants?
Why would you iron underpants? When his career was in Nadir in about '97, when he just come out of doing his test drive, and just before he got the Porsche drive, which catapulted him to international sports car success, we worked together on Formula One. He was the spotter, and I was in the pits, and we shared a room.
Oh, really?
And I come in, and I kind of knew who he was. He was like a good racing driver. I kind of thought he's washed up, he's finished, Yeah. And
was this before his American Le Mans Series
yes,
days
97,
for an Audi?
This is 97, yeah. And so he came in, and I came back one evening, and he was ironing his underpants, and he told me it was Jackie Stewart said it was all about presentation, and the presentation went all the way down to your underpants.
Well, it is if you're going to walk around in them.
Well,
anyway,
that's the key thing.
Anyway, less of this underwear talk.
What I was saying, I know I'm with the grid, but I'll finish the story off. So 5 years later, I'm still the pit lane reporter for Formula 1, and he's driving for Toyota in F1. And I said to him, "Where did it all go wrong for you?"
We've got Minimax out for their first heat. Now, this might be the smallest grid we've got in the Junction 6 NKC.
And the smallest drivers.
But they might be the smallest drivers. They are the most restricted of the Rotax engines as well. However, the racing is phenomenal. We had last round going into the final at Three Sisters. We had an absolutely corker of a battle with, aptly named, Sebastian Corking finally taking the win from Sonny Morgan right on the very last lap. Well, we've got them back out today. Daniel Haynes is on pole. Sebastian Corking on the LRG Motorsport kart is alongside. Max Carlton and Leighton Kelly are on row 2. Row 3 is Leo Basterfield and Daniel Parsons. Eddie Stewart and Sonny Morgan are on row 4. And Kazari Vezarek is sharing row 5 with Jack McKilliguddy. And that very nice looking grid there already formed. Well done, youngsters. And they are given the go ahead. And off into the lead has gone Daniel Haynes. Seb Corking hangs on to second. And then behind them, this field of Minimax karts. Heavily restricted Rotax engines, same engines that you see on the seniors and juniors. However, because they're for a younger age group, they are very, very restricted. So the performance level of these karts are greatly reduced from the other senior Rotax and junior Rotax karts that we'll see here. However, the speeds are still great, and these youngsters are still.
Well, of course, the speed, the performance is severely increased by the fact they're all light as a feather.
They are light as a feather, yes, because they're all just young drivers. Daniel Haynes doing a great job holding Seb Corking. Is that Max Carlton? And
15 in third, yeah.
Yeah,
and 15. So they've kind of gone off pretty much in grid order.
Yes, they have.
But Corking was shaping for a move on Haynes, and you say Haynes done a good job in keeping him back. It's a bit of spread now towards the back of the grid, but the top 4 right together.
So only one lap completed. Haynes, Corking, Carlton, Kelly, Basterfield, Parsons, Sonny Morgan in 7th, McGillicuddy in 8th, Eddie Stewart is in 9th, and Vizarek is in 10th spot. But look at that, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think 7, 8 karts perhaps, nose to tail. Corking is looking for a way by though, isn't he?
He certainly is.
You can really tell. Out of the stewardesses and down towards St John's, the sweeping right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 9 car train at the front of this Minimax field, heading towards
7,
paddock
actually.
where Corking makes 7, is it?
7, yeah.
Corking's made,
I'll do the counting, you do the commentating.
Corking's made the move, he's in the lead. We've got a change of lead. Daniel Haynes hangs on to second there, but he was being challenged by Max Carlton. And now Corking.
Oh, look at that from the back there, sweeping up 2 pins. One guy's throwing pins out, but it was the blue cart there, which was special. He spun right. He came from way back. Watch him now, nipping out from the last. Comes back 2 places. It's helped by the fact that going slightly wide there is allowed in the black race suit. And great double overtake there. So you've got 2 or 3 places.
That was
I think that was Sonny Morgan coming forward, even though he was scored 7th. I think it was Sonny coming into 5th. But we'll find when they get coming to us now, as we can see the numbers. It is in 5th place. It is the number 27, and that is Sonny Morgan who made that move. And now there's a lot of kerfuffle in that second group. As Morgan looks to make another place, this time on probably Leighton Kelly is after now, isn't he?
Yes, it was Leo Basterfield who had that harmless spin into the gravel at McRae's there.
Yeah, and already Morgan on the move now.
Meanwhile, Seb Corking has pulled out just on 4/10 of a second over Daniel Haynes. Max Carlton dropped off to about 8/10, but there, Max Carlton, Leighton Kelly, Sonny Morgan, Daniel Parsons, they're all still battling it out. Another 7-cart train behind the leading 2. Into Sunny Corner out there. Seb just looking at his radiator vent as he comes underneath us to complete what will be 4 laps. We look back to see if there is a challenge for that 3rd place. Leighton Kelly right all over the bumper now of Max Carlton. And there's Sonny Morgan. He's the taller lad, isn't he?
Morgan's got the black nose.
Yeah, the black nose and the blue suit.
And he's going to go from a long way back.
Way back, didn't
Kelly
he?
there was not expecting that and was clever enough to go, oh, no, he's there and not make it worse. But if you look at him, coming in, is he...
yes, it needed cooperation from that young man, didn't
Leighton
it?
Kelly, yeah.
Yeah. Leighton Kelly, very astute there. Saw out of his peripheral vision the bright blue suit of Sonny Morgan, no doubt. Sonny Morgan's on a charge, isn't he?
Morgan's a big lad for a Minimax, isn't he?
He is. We talk to him in the paddock show.
Oh, right.
And you'll see how tall he is.
Everybody in the paddock show has been on the camera so far. He's got another place there. He tipped up
around the outside.
There's 15 at the inside of 15 through ROWRAH. That was a bit of a move. He's certainly on the forward. Oh, what happened there? That was very strange at the back. Was that just an error by one of the drivers?
No, he left the door open. He went
too tight. The following driver went too tight, and he got the curb.
I'm not sure who that was, Nick.
I think it was looking at it. I think it may have been Kelly and Parsons, or Parsons and Vizorek.
Well, while we were revisiting that, Sonny Morgan has made his way past Daniel Haynes, and he's off and after Seb Corking.
And he might make it as well.
We've got a warning flag for Leighton Kelly, just being shown by Dirk, and the start
was
finish
that
straight.
What happened that last lap?
Possibly, yeah, because he did dive down the inside and cause a contact.
It was Carlton and Kelly who had the coming together, and Carlton lost out of it, yeah. So it was basically, it was a bit unlucky really for Kelly, because he just came too tight and therefore he couldn't control it to get 3 of his wheels off the ground.
Into Iredale's, Corking leads. That man there with the black nose cone and the white side pod is Sonny Morgan. These two were the 2 drivers in Minimax that battled for the overall lead in the final at Three Sisters. And we kind of saw this happen at Three Sisters, Nick, where we saw Corking leading, and then Sonny Morgan came. He then overtook Corking, and then Corking got it back.
I think a shout out to Daniel Haynes, who's unfortunately just lost 3rd place. He's just got it back on a double switch. Just saw it sweeping through there. But these two are having a right old scrap. But obviously it's Kasweri Vizorek who's come up from last, and so there's actually some pace in that young man. So that's the 33. There with the blue helmet. Second of these 3 carts in picture at the moment. He's also been on the big move. He started right at the back, Joe, and he's now picked up. Oh, was he? I don't say no, he doesn't, because the drive was done by Haynes. Haynes really fighting to hold that final position on what would be the heat podium if it was a podium. It's not. It's just 3rd place.
Yeah, but Vizicek started at the very back in 9th, Nick.
Yeah, and he's really looking all over the back of Haynes. He tried to go in and out. Haynes just coming through here, just kind of moving out of into Paddock Bend when he come out of St John's. And so he went through Sunny and now accelerates away up ROWRAH. They're dragging Daniel Parsons with them. Morgan took about 4/10, I think. Was it 4/10 took off from last time?
Yeah, we're gonna keep an eye on that battle there, and I'll keep an eye on the battle for the lead, because the battles for the leads come down to a second. Sonny Morgan is catching.
3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th now together. So Haynes is the cork in the bottle, but he's driving very, very well.
We're inside the final minute as well, so Sonny Morgan's running out of time to really catch.
But he's got him this time. So Vizorek gets up the inside. So into 3rd place. Haynes drops to 4th, 1st and 2nd. Coming round Sunny Bend now.
Going to have time for 2 more laps,
Still a
Nick.
gap, that's the second gap. I don't think the gain has been quite so big for Morgan over Corking. You'll see it on your screens in a minute when they cross the line. And it wasn't. It was like 9 thousandths of a second. So he's going to need to put a big push on that.
Viserek now settled in that third spot. Daniel Haynes now under pressure from Daniel Parsons as Viserek is able to get a gap really, and Daniel Haynes now being challenged for what is now fourth place by Daniel Parsons. Eddie Stewart's come through to sixth. Eddie in the 45, not that far behind. He's even got a section of track here named after him, the Stewardesses. Of course that is after Sir Jackie Stewart, of course, one of the world's finest drivers, hailing from Scotland. Not far from here really, not far from the Scottish border.
Yes, he's the second best Scottish driver.
Last lap board is shown to Seb Corking, who crosses the line. The gap to Sonny Morgan has remained exactly on the 1 second mark, so no real ground made by Sonny Morgan to challenge. Viserek 1.4 seconds behind. He's pulled about a second and a bit from Daniel Haynes, but there's the battle for fourth place. Daniel Haynes and Daniel Parsons. Eddie Stewart joining in as well. Going the side by side out.
He's got a bit of drive. He went very wide. Haynes is going to have a crick neck from looking behind him in this entire race.
Yeah, he's having to defend now, isn't he?
Last lap action, but it's dragging Parsons and Stewart into this battle as well.
Here comes Corking through Sunny Bend and into paddock.
And in fairness to Morgan, he's gained a few tenths, but it's not enough. And this is the battle which is better. Might be. Oh, and up the inside, he's lost it on the last corner, unless he can cut back, and he has cut back. And can Haynes get over the line in that super double cut back there? And the 79 Parsons was ahead for 7 to 10 metres, and that was it. And but I think Haynes had kind of noticed that had happened before. That was about the third time he'd avoided being cut back on. So suddenly he's not there, but he's taken the wider, faster line and just gets enough oomph to get the thing through and forward, and then Haynes holds on to fourth place.
Yeah, Parsons just sliding a little bit wide there in that challenge for that position. So grid driving from the Minimax squad as ever. Seb Corking takes the first heat win. Sonny Morgan in second. Kzawery Viserek is in third. Daniel Haynes hangs on grimly to that fourth place. Daniel Parsons struggling to get past Daniel Haynes there, but settles for fifth. Eddie Stewart sixth. Leighton Kelly seventh. Eighth is Max Carton. Leo Basterfield was ninth, and rounding off the 10-cart Minimax field, Jack McGillicuddy. Whizzing through these heats, we have got we've just gone through our first section really of seeing all of our classes here. We're now going we're staying juniors, I should say, this time junior Rotax, slightly less restricted 125cc Rotax engines on these junior karts, and we've still got a number of heats to get by before we go to the lunch break, and then we finish the heats off just after lunch. We've got a full 33 kart field here for juniors. Jimmy Kirkbride as Lewin Hughes on the front row with him. Maxim Smith and Luke Sawyers are on row 2. Row 3 is Ollie Rowley and Freddie Werlock. Tom Holden and Louis Rees are on row 4. Row 5 is Will Swales and Alfie Bushell. James Burgess and Rafi Salentano are on row 6. Row 7 is George Kay and Mason Perrin. Billy Vogt and Jay Leverton are on row 8. Taylor Dixon and Ollie Morris are on row 9.
A massive fan club for Jay Leverton here. Got Dan Grogo, come on Jay Leverton from the Zesty Boys. David Dublinsky, let's go Jay, and then fellow ZDR. So there's a massive push for Jay Leverton. So I just have to stop you there, and you can carry on reading the grid now, but there's not enough time. Who knows?
Well, I might not have enough time because we've left time for the Jay Leverton fan club.
Well, they are interacting with me, and I love interaction. So if you interact with me, see what happens. Just post a comment in either of the YouTube feeds, and we'll probably pick it up. Probably too late, but we'll give it a go.
Well, where is Jay? Where did we say Jay was starting there?
Don't know, but they're about to start. They're going to get away, and Junior Rotax Heat 2 is go. Up Row Rouge for the first time.
Well, we've got several karts off. That looks like Luca Mulvaney, who's off at the first turn. It is indeed. Luca's hurt his wrist, it looks like. He's holding his wrist. So I'm not quite sure. That was into the first turn, just before the right-hand apex. And his kart being moved out of the way. He's looking like his right forearm maybe has took a bit of a bash. He's out of the kart, he's on his feet. And he's just being tended to by, that's Mandy Corkin, who's...
So So back at the front of the field, it's Ewan Hughes leading from Jamie Kirkbride, 114 from the 102. And it's Luke Sawyers, Maxim Smith. Sorry, it's Jamie Kirkbride and Tom Holden. So that was oh dear, that shouldn't be running. So a little bit of an incident there with the yellow flags as they picked up the cart that's currently still slightly abandoned in the middle of the straight. I'm going to go Mason Perrin as well from Sharon McAlock. Mason currently running in 10th. Well,
Mason Perrin doing very well, isn't he, in the championship so far after round 1. Mason Perrin leading the championship from Finlay Underwood and Mitchell Mulvey.
That was nearly so. Luke Sawyers took too much curb and he bounced actually into
down the inside, Nick, down the inside, but the side-by-side through paddock and stay side-by-side across the line. Who's going to show? Luke Sawyers showed in the lead and he hung on to it. That was side-by-side on the inside line all the way out of paddock and into the first turn and through the chicane, and he's hung on to it. But look at these 4 coming together. No, 5 coming together now. That's what we see, don't they? The ebbs and flows, kart racing.
Oh, Holden in third has looked quite aggressive. He thought he could see an advantage in the way of getting past Hughes, but Hughes, yep, he's going to go up the inside. Can he hold it? He does. So, right, first and second have changed over the last lap, and now it is Sawyers from Holden. Hughes, who started in pole, dropped back to third, and now under increasing pressure from the Lando Norris liveried 102 of Jamie Kirkbride. And he got the blank, just a bit of red plastic liveried cart of, I think that's Freddie Wehrlock in 5th.
You see some karts not using sticker kits because of weight, just keeping them right on the weight. The move for 4th place there, coming off for that red-nosed kart of, I think that was Freddie Wehrlock. I'll have to wait and check that one out. The 3 at the front, though, beginning to space out now as Luke Sawyers, Tom Holden, and Lewin Hughes begin to break away, and that's purely because the karts behind them are tripping over one another. Through the stewardesses, all very ordered. And on now, down through St John's, through Sunny, the left-hander. And already the lead is into paddock and underneath us to finish what will be their 4th lap. Tom Holden in 2nd place takes fastest lap of the race with a 47.2 that time. That's taken from him. Daniel Whitfield down in 13th. He had the quickest lap there. But that battle now beginning to get intense.
Sawyer's under a lot of pressure there.
Yes, he is.
He just slightly over-braked, managed to come off it enough, and now he's got to worry about his engine temperatures. He opens up, or probably, we'd open up the blanking, get a bit more air, keep the engine running at optimum temperature for optimum power. A lot to think about on these karts whilst you're negotiating 10 turns in 40 seconds.
So great trains of karts here just waiting for mistakes from their competitors to make a move. The leaders are already underneath us, 5 laps completed. Luke Sawyers, Tom Holden, and then that train of karts just behind him. Freddie Wehrlock, Lewin Hughes, Jimmy Kirkbride, Mason Perrin, Will Swales, Billy Edgecombe, Rafi Celentano, Louis Rees, Alfie Bushell, Taylor Dixon.
Yeah, I think there's more action now behind these two. So let's have a look at the 3, 4, 5, 6. It's 4, 5, 6, it's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yes, down the inside. The number is that
all
13
of them
or 15? Is that Will Swales?
Look at the bouncing of the nose as they come through the S's. So first and second, all in splendid isolation is Whitlock on the 88, and then you've got it all happening behind him. To the extent where I think there's a side-by-side moment now as they go across the line with Swales and Edgecombe and Perrin. Up through Row Rouge, past the abandoned cart. And it's now, how many wide down? No, don't know. Where we? No, somewhere.
Well, there's so many lines through that hairpin, isn't it? You're going slow, you come out fast, you're going fast, you come out slow. It's like, pick your line.
And Lisa RVN says number 20 Billy Edgecombe taking no prisoners right now, 25th of P9 with his P6 now, so this is a big point gain from his heat where he's starting at the back, Joe. Yeah,
he's had a couple of fastest laps as well, a couple of purples. Freddie Wehrlock's the fastest kart on the track at the moment, the first one who dips into the 46 is 46.9, his last time by. As we continue to monitor the drivers coming up through the field, Luke Sawyers, Tom Holden, Freddie Worlock, Mason Perrin, Will Swills, Billy Edgecombe now in 6th, Louis Rees 7th, Lewin Hughes is 8th, 9th is Daniel Whitfield and Rafi Salentano rounding off the top 10.
Top 2 on the screen, that's Sawyers and Holden. They got it down to 0.3 of a second. And then Freddie Worlock is kind of really trying to make that a triumvirate at the front of the field. 4th place, there's the gap from 5th and 6th really going on, which is because Mason Perrin's got a fan club on the stream, and you know Billy Edgecombe has as well. Perhaps they'll come together for a stream fan club piece of track action.
So we've got the leaders.
In fact, Edgecomb's made another place. Yeah. Edgecomb's got past Swales.
Just about to check that one out. It was Edgecombe that we saw moving ahead of Will Swills at the stewardesses. And now the leaders begin to come together with just under 90 seconds remaining. The concertina up into the Iredale hairpin. And we've got Tom Holden, who's trying to get on terms with Luke Sawyers, but equally, Freddie Worlock is right on the bumper of Tom Holden in that 2nd spot. And if he's not careful, he's going to mount a challenge. Begin to space out somewhat. Mason Perrin, Billy Edgecombe, Will Swales just behind him in 4th, 5th and 6th. But we are now getting towards 2 laps to go. We've got a spinner, and that is Tom Holden, who's spun
from second to 5th.
No, he's dropped down to 5th now. Yes.
Yeah. So that's really taking the pressure off our leader, Luke Sawyers.
I didn't see what happened there. I just looked up, and just to our right there, he was not pointing the way he should have been. So Tom Holden, who was challenging Luke Sawyers and was being challenged by Freddie Worlock.
And Worlock lost some time as well. So Worlock is further from the lead than he was. So Worlock got slightly inside whatever happened, but he may have made it happen for all we know. But now it's 2nd and 3rd, which is nailed together. Both mainly orange karts there, looking quite similar. Actually, look orange on the screen, but one's red and one's orange, and it's got a bit wider than just can the 30 kart of Perrin get up the inside? No. And in fact, Worlock there decided to have all the track and not really leave very much for Mason to use, to be honest, but it's worked out fine for him. He's still ahead. Edgecombe in 4th, that's going to start. Don't forget, Edgecombe started 25th. This is all about points going up the inside there. So Perrin had enough of Worlock, but Worlock's going to look for the cutback, doesn't get it as they come into Iredale's, and that looks like just some late race pace now. And they are on the last lap.
Well, Mason Perrin started the final at Three Sisters on the pole and went on to win the final. Here he is, making his progress through to the front of this field. Billy Edgecombe, another driver, making progress. With time running out, checkered flag being prepared by Dirk on the start line.
Now, Dirk managed to go half a second too early for that last lap, Paul, but let's not say anything. And your winner is
half a second, did you say?
Yeah, 7:59.4 he went on.
I think we'll give him that one.
And they battle, and Tom Holden made a place back. Tom, of course, lost with that spin. He went right into 5th, but Edgecomb's 4th. So, the results are Joseph Bradley.
What? Did I come first? No, Luke Sawyers came first. Mason Perrin, great drive through the field to come 2nd. Freddie Worlock 3rd. Billy Edgecombe, equally great drive from all the way down the grid to 4th. Tom Holden, that spin and a recovery to 5th. He's got to be happy with that after that little incident. And then we've got Will Swills in 6th, 7th Daniel Whitfield, Louis Rees is in 8th, Rafi Salentano 9th, 10th is Ethan Wyatt, and then 11th down over Lewin Hughes, Alex Fraser, Taylor Dixon, Jill Leverton, Maxim Smith, Jimmy Kilbride, Alfie Bushell 17th, Freddie Moore, George Kay, Callum Scrivens, Ellie Anderson, Levi Goodyear in 22nd, James Burgess, Jasmine Taylor, Jacob Bainham, 26th was Joshua Delicata, Alex Timmins was 27th, and then we lost Billy Voot on lap 7, Ollie Morris went out on lap 1, and on the start line, the start of the race into turn 1, Luca Mulvaney, Freddie Theobald and Presley Walker is the other karts that were involved in that one.
Now, Race Charles says, with regards to having issues at the top of Row Rouge, the name's catching on, it'll be the chain sprocket damage at the curb at the top of the hill. So they're going over the curb and then lose all drive.
No, I don't know what's that in relation to.
Just general conversation about people who stop at the top of Row Rouge.
Ah, right, I see. When you see karts clapping out.
Yes.
Right.
Clapping out. That's a nice British statement in the 1970s term. My marina has clapped out. My marina has clapped out. And a bit late, but Barry Winderback said good luck, Billy, and the Momentum team.
Well, he didn't half have momentum, didn't he? Billy Edgecombe, I take it, is who he's talking about.
It's going to be a bit of a delay before we start the next one because there's plenty of carts. So I think it's time to talk about our brush with celebrity last night.
Yes. Well, you know all the details. He was our tour guide.
Well, yeah, we were in our very, very low rent hotel, and we're trying to find somewhere to eat.
Oh, I don't know. I think it's pretty nice.
Take one towel.
Better than no towels.
That is true. Yes, we had a bit of a towel situation in the last couple of stops.
Yeah.
And yes, so Tony, some guy was trying to help us, and we're going, oh, yeah, he's been very helpful, and we'll find some food. He said, I'll walk you there. I need the exercise. And it turns out it's a guy called Tony, who is Sir Tony Worthington, who is the ex-MP for Workington. He's done 14 years as an MP from 2001 to 2015. Rather sadly, he's been diagnosed with Parkinson's, so we'll just keep moving. He was a lovely bloke, wasn't it? But
yeah.
Suddenly...
He didn't just sort of walk down the edge of the street and pointed. He took us to the door.
Minutes.
It looked like a 5-minute walk down the street, and we found out who he actually was.
Yeah, you don't really expect to meet
Sir Tony,
an ex for MP for 40, just... Because we weren't in the we weren't in the good part of Workington. If there is a good part.
We were. There is.
Yeah,
I think so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was a nice part. Yeah.
He was an ex-MEP as well, and so I've obviously wasted some googling him.
Yeah. So we basically hung out with Workington royalty.
Exactly.
What was his surname?
I've literally forgotten it. I wanted to say Worthington, but it wasn't. It was something else. I had it up, and I was because I'm terrible with names, as you know.
Thought you had all of the details.
I will get the rest of the detail because he was a lovely guy. It's only fair to.
He was. Couldn't pull a pint though.
Well, he's got Parkinson's.
My pint of lager.
He's got Parkinson's.
He gave me my pint of lager in 2 pint glasses, both with enough froth with a flake in it. Brilliant. And he went, well, and he says, "Will that do?" Yeah, I says, "Yeah. It's tricky, isn't it?" Right then, out onto the track for their 4th heat, the Rotax 177 class. Alan Cook, Oliver Smith are on row 1. Row 2 is Nick Skelton and Oliver Moss. Then we've got Billy Watts, Joshua Pickford. Row 4,
Tony Cunningham.
Okay, more of that later. Steve Stewart and Ryan Walker on row 4. Row 5 is Colin Campbell and Jai Oliver. Then on row 6, Dan Fleckney and Alfie Williams. Carl Bryant and Neil Hemming share row 7. Row 8 is Brian McCready and Scott Clee. Row 9, Seb Bulpin and Gary Cox, with Stephen Richardson and Adrian Smith on row 10. Ben Johnson and Steve Gilly on row 11. Brendan Smith, Scott Smith are on row 12. Adam Sadler, Ryan Taylor-Truman on row 13. And then we've got Dave Nolan, Aidan Hammond on row 14. Sam Cresswell, Charlie Jowers are on row 15. And Zach Bolton rounds off the 31 cart field. So let's keep an eye on the Zach Bolton progress for the Zach Bolton fan club. Here we go. They're already out of sunny turn, sunny corner, the left-hander, and then on towards paddock. And the grid nicely forming up as they get towards...
Zach Bolton, we are shouting for you, says the fan club.
Excellent. You need to shout loud because he's right at the back in 31st place. So he's got on his brand new kart as well, his 2023 chassis.
Oh, I say.
After breaking the last one.
Oh, well.
And he's finding it a little bit tricky to get to terms with, the brand new kart.
There we go.
And he gets a good
let that
blast
one go.
off the back, but at the
Smith
front
was a little bit launchy there, I thought, and some problems already for the car that started second. I think Alan
see how they trip each other up in second place, and the leader's already gone off and put a gap.
No, it's restart. I thought so. Smith did seem a little bit keen.
So he's given a false start. So everybody, calm down.
It wasn't Smith, was it?
As you were.
Was the keen one somebody else? I don't know. Yeah, didn't start.
Right. Dirk was not happy. Dirk has gone across to the other side of the track
to look at them. He's going to wave them. I think he's going to point. He's going to point. Look, what are you doing? He's got the big hands up. This is some Dirk action here, Frank. This is top Dirk action. He's not happy. What are you doing? Come on. You should have done it. You didn't start properly. You. Slow down. No, he's backed off. Basically, if Dirk told me to do something, I would definitely do it. There's no argument on that front. Right, so slowing down now. I think actually it was... I don't work out who it was. Yeah, I think it was the 9.
Was it the pole man?
It was Smith who got away a bit early.
Right, let's see if he does it this time.
Alan Crook got very heavily penalised by that situation. There
right.
we go.
Are they going to please Dirk?
They should do. They've gone across fine.
Yeah, they're fine. They're side by side. into the first turn. It's not Smith who makes it though. I think it's Cook.
Sorry, not Crook.
Cook, sorry. Out of ROWRAH. Oh, and there's a spinner, not pointing where he needs to be. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, everyone on towards Iredale's. And it is the number, I cannot see those numbers whatsoever. It's the number 9, it's Oliver Smith, who has righted the wrong. Oliver Moss it is in second from the second row of the grid.
Scrapping for second, third, fourth and fifth, unsurprisingly. And then here goes the field sweeping through the Stuart S's. That's all 31 of them, with one straggler who's span, as we say, coming up the hill the first time. Right, now they are going up and round Paddock Bend. First two nailed together. It was, of course, it was Smith who got the jump. It's Moss who scored in second.
Yeah, Moss had made his way through from the second row. We've cleared ROWRAH for the second time without incident. At the front, they're already at Iredale's.
With a Let's Go Billy Watts from Robin Watts.
Where's Billy Watts for him? He's in fifth, yeah, not too far.
Any second now, he'll be in the back of this shot. And there he is.
There. Yeah, beginning to get strung out somewhat.
Top
I thought
5 have got a little bit of a gap, but they are quite separated from each other, actually.
Yeah, they're stringing out a bit. I thought Oliver Moss was going to have a bit more of a challenge to Oliver Smith. The two Olivers beginning to circulate, and we've got carts that beginning to catch the two leaders up. The gaggle of carts behind these first 5 is where the action is.
They are really tripping up at the moment, all over each other.
So if we drop back beyond the top 5, we'll wait for that to develop. They're stringing them out. That battle here, right there in our
7,
picture.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
This is where the entertainment and action's going to be. We're going to have lots of place changes, some great racing down the midfield.
Up and too wide. Oh, God, he kept it. He managed to actually... the car he overtook, which I think is the 30, it might be the 57 of Colin Campbell, just lost so many places then, because he just lost the momentum going in and out.
Yeah, they can do, tripping over one another. Great shot through the stewardesses there of the cart field, the field of carts. High-speed train of carts. We'll keep a wary eye on that lead battle for the top 5. No changes there, whilst we focus on this one with lots of action. Through and out of ROWRAH, on towards the McRae hairpin.
For a move. 79 of Dan Fleckney.
Yeah, Dan Fleckney looking very racing, but if he's not
he's
careful,
about to lose up the inside. Ooh.
That's Scott Clee coming down his inside.
Yeah, but there's going to be a hop out now. I think that's Carl Bryant behind him. He's going to try it through Stewart. No, he's actually managed to put out Fleckney. So Fleckney took like another place. At the front, it's still Smith, Moss, Skelton, Pickford, and Watts. The top 5 beginning to slightly squeeze back together.
Alfie Williams in 6th is having a very, very lonely race. He's no one in front of him. We've got movement all the way down this midfield.
Yeah, I mean, it's a typical kart racing kerfuffle. Top 5 in a train.
We've had contact at the McRae's hairpin.
Just one bit of contact.
And I'm not sure who that was. We'll have to wait and see who that was. That was 118.
116, Scott Clee.
116, Scott Clee, yeah. Scott Clee had it coming together, unable to identify who that was with. The top 5, or the first 5 I should say, Oliver Smith, Nick Skelton, Oliver Moss, Joshua Pickford and Billy Watts. Now getting ahead of Pickford for 4th and 5th.
The 79 cart there, which was leading that, that's the cart. It's in 8th. This is 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th. Let's move back to our leaders. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's get back to the front of the field, Ash and Frank. There we are. As they go into the Stuart S's now. I think there was an attempted change there for Watts to try to get to... May have made 3rd as well. I'm not quite sure where it's stuck. I was looking at the corner of my eye where it was happening down at Iredale's. Smith's got away a little bit further, but there's been some quite close quarter action. 3rd now is the 144. No, he had to drop back, so he did try it. Did Watts on the 88 card.
So yeah, once Watts has pulled past Joshua Pickford, he's now wanting to get on terms with that 3rd place, but he's got a bit of a gap. But Clean Air is something you can work with, isn't it?
He was
You're not
he
being
was side by
tripped
side
up
with
by
him last
anybody.
lap, he just got moved out. There's just not enough. There's not enough cameras, not enough eyes.
Zach Bolton progress report. Zach Bolton is now up to 24th, just gotten ahead of Ryan Walker.
Moved up 7. Oh, that was a nasty kick out. You see that? Just a bit too much curb there for Moss, and he's now got Watts right on him. Lost his momentum through a curb strike. Going around Paddock Bend now.
That gap to 3rd and 4th is closed, Nick, no question.
Yeah, that was because there was a curb strike by Moss and just lost to the super sideways going to the S's.
Action down the midfield while we focus on this 3rd place battle between Oliver Moss and Billy Watts. Billy is bringing Joshua Pickford with him. Pickford not being left behind at all. We're almost inside the final 2 minutes of this 8-minute heat. And as we head down towards the stewardesses, everything begins to string out a bit. Got to be smooth through that bit there. The stewardesses, you've got to be very smooth because you need all of that speed down the hill towards St John's and then on towards Sunny Corner, that left-hander there. Lots of momentum.
Good recovery by Moss. He went intense pressure from Watts and he put in a good lap. There's different places where they're fast. So for example, coming out the corner there, suddenly Watts put in a run, but Moss has managed to control the gap. But will Watts make a move? No. He does seem very good in the braking areas. Moss has got a nice setup for the brakes, but he had a couple of times where he's gone a little bit wide. He's just lost a little bit of track and the car bounces. It loses a lot more momentum, it appears, than the Watts machine.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether that's going to come off actually. We've got Ryan Taylor Truman moving up the order to 8th now ahead of Adam Sadler. Not the chin it there. 0.2 of a second as they came by.
Pushing him along in side-by-side action, but it's not going to work because it's hard unless you can get the... I know, yes, he's got the switch back there, and it's going to be a chance for Watts to take Moss. They're going to cross the line in one order. No, not this time.
You really need that inside line into Royal Rouge.
And then Watts did get it in the end, so I'm mistaken, we're in a different car there. So Watts has moved up into 3rd, so the fan club's going to have having a field day.
Now then, will Billy Watts be able to move ahead of Oliver Moss? Or will Moss come back at him?
No, stay ahead, yeah. They do see. I do think it's a case where Moss has got some pace, but I think he was finding it hard to lead.
Yeah.
He wasn't particularly enjoying looking over his shoulder sort of thing.
Joshua Pickford still there. He's now coming onto the rear bumper of Oliver Moss. So it'll show Billy Watts in 3rd place for the first time in this heat. We're not quite on the last lap board.
Yeah,
we will be next time. We will need next time
was
by.
Really irritated about that. Second and a half.
He's not happy. Second and a half. He had the last lap board ready as well. But he's gonna have them. He's gonna have it this time. We've got the technical defect flag out for Steve Stewart, who's way down the order, so that's not going to affect the top order. 20th place for Steve. Dirk not happy that it's not been acknowledged. We are getting ready with the last lap board. Here are the leaders. The number 9 of Oliver Smith with Nick Skelton on the 127 behind him in 2nd place. Crosses the line to take the last lap board. There's that battle we've been watching. Billy Watts, Oliver Moss and Josh Pickford. Yeah, they are still together now. Pickford not dropping off, is he?
Yeah, Pickford's got a chance, but he needs to decide what he wants to do. Does he want the point? Does he want to make a bit of a perhaps pseudo-risky move?
Local driver Stephen Richardson gets the fastest lap of the race that time by 46.8 for Stephen. He's in the top 10. He was on the podium here last year for the NKC round here. And local knowledge coming to the fore once again. Carl Bryan just behind him in 11th.
Watts made a bit of a mistake going into the S's then. He's now got Moss right on his tail. But I don't think there's enough corners to get past. But it's lucky he made that mistake with only half a lap to go, because he's really compromised his pace.
There's the checkered flag for the leaders. Indeed, the winners of this 4th heat for 177s. Oliver Smith takes the heat win. Nick Skelton 2nd. Billy Watts, a fine drive up to 3rd through the field. Oliver Moss 4th. Joshua Pickford hangs on to 5th. Alfie Williams it was in 6th. 3rd in the championship, Scott Clee was 7th. Ryan Taylor Truman is in 8th. Adam Sadler 9th. 10th is Carl Bryant. And then we've got just outside the top 10, Steve Gilly, Scott Smith, current championship leader Scott Smith in 12th, Gary Cox, Ben Johnson, Charlie Jowers, local lad Stephen Richardson in 16th, Dan Fleckney, Zach Bolton from 31st to 18th. He's got to be happy with that, as Zach. He was making fantastic progress there. Neil Hemming, 19th, Jai Oliver, 20th, Seb Bulpin is 21st, Colin Campbell, Aidan Hammond, Brian McCready, Adrian Smith, Ryan Walker, Dave Nolan, Alan Cook rounds off the 28 car finishes. And then we lost Steve Stewart with a mechanical defect on lap 10. We lost Sam Cresswell on lap 8, and Brendan Smith went out at the very start.
A cracking race.
Always.
I think if you get a race where there's so much going on, you have absolutely no idea who's changed where and when, because there's 9 karts fighting for sixth position.
Mixed grids. You've got places changing all of the time. You've got places, positions being literally the timing screens just
going
crazy in front of you the whole of that 8 minutes. We've got
we wore out poor old Paul's fingers pressing for replays we didn't have. What we can do.
We stay with senior Rotax, this time the lighter class, the 162s. We just a reminder, you are here live.
Do you think they'll ever do a Rotax super heavy, which might give me a chance?
Super
200
heavy,
kilogram.
Yeah.
That's for you.
That'd be funny.
Heavy. That's Rotax 4XL you need.
It's hurtful. You do know that. It's hurtful.
Oh, it's a sweet little dog down there.
So I was just about to say, round 2 coming to you live from the Drivers' Lounge here at the ROWRAH track in Cumbria.
Jojo Bo 75, who's she president of? Zach Bolton Fan Club, says, "Oh my God, Zach Bolton, so damn proud of you. 31 to 18, brilliant. Getting messages from the USA, wishing you all the best of luck. International goodwill."
Whereabouts in America? Tell us where you are.
Yeah, these are messages from America.
Yeah. So the Zach Bolton Fan Club's gotten that message, or we have?
The Zach Bolton phone club. The back. I'll start again. I'll come back in again. The Zach Bolton Fan Club
is in America.
Has got messages from America about.
Wow.
That's right.
Wow. Whereabouts in America?
Well,
we need to know.
I'm sure Jojo Bo 75 ADHD Rocks will tell us.
We need to know where in America the Zach Bolton Fan Club extends to.
I'm guessing.
Could be anywhere.
Florida.
Could be anywhere.
I'm just guessing Florida.
California. Well, time difference. California would still be in bed, won't it?
Yeah, so what are you saying then?
I'm going to have to go Florida or East Coast.
It's 6 o'clock, isn't it?
6 a.m.
Well, it's 10 to 7.
Yeah, and what's the relationship with Zach?
All right.
We need to know.
And what's the national insurance number and health?
No, we don't need that much.
Sort code, yeah.
Just to remind everybody where we are going after this. Round 3, we're at Mansell Raceway towards the end of June at the near Honiton in Devon, Dunkswell. Wilton Mill.
No, we're going to Mansell, which is a long way away again.
It isn't if you live in Plymouth.
That's true. I mean, this is, in fairness, it's a very egalitarian championship, because if you live somewhere, you're near at least one track.
You are, absolutely. We are a national championship. Anyways, enough of the coming calendar, as we have got our 162 Rotaxes out on the track. So we'll have a look and see what grid we've got in front of us.
Chicago,
we've got it wrong. They're in the middle. What time is it in Chicago?
They're 6 hours back, aren't they?
Yeah. So it's even earlier. Yeah. Wow.
There you go.
Relationship.
And Austin, Texas.
Texas. Wow.
See, now I've been to both those places. Though.
We have.
Very, very briefly in Chicago.
We have.
I flew into Chicago.
I stayed 3 days in Chicago once.
That's Beltgate, wasn't it?
It was Beltgate, yes. Yes, it was. Alex Warnaby is on the pole with Matt Lewin alongside. Second row, Philip Howarth, current 177 champion for the 2022 NKC Championship.
Hold on, Frank's from Texas, but carry on with the grid.
Yeah, Paul Ozan is alongside. Charlie Walsh with his ST Racing livery there on the third row, with Christopher Harris alongside. Kieran Gifford and Alex Jackson are on row 4. Row 5, Jacob McDonald, Bobby Rosier. Aaron Knight, Reece Pope are on row 6. Row 7, Dan Andrews and Scott Lowther. Adam Cerner and Ollie Varney are alongside each other on row 8. Row 9 is Jodie Fox and Sam Elliott. Finley Watson and Lewis Berry. Then we've got Toby Case, Tommy Lee Davis, Jamie Hardy, John Hobbs, Braden Hill, Louis Ball, Patrick Williams, Rahards, Ari Barker, Henry Stratton, Matthew Lambert, and rounding off 31 carts is Marcus King as they get the go underneath us.
Yeah, that's a good start, that seemed to me.
And we are very, very clean through Row Rouge. I say that we've got a straggler at the back who's had a bit of a harmless spin. Somebody in the mid-pack goes and spins. We've got Consternation on the outside. That's one of the LRG Motorsport karts that has spun off to the side. I'm sure that was Matthew King. We'll wait and see.
More
Meanwhile,
about to take place.
Is that Philip Howard in front?
It looks like Philip with his new white helmet. And they streak through. Already some gappage in the midfield as they come through this S's system. With a very wobbly. See that when someone's got their nose cone not working already. So into the lead it looks like Howarth, who's forsaken his gold helmet for a white one. But it's the same effect. Warnaby second, Walsh third, Gifford is fourth. And on your screen now is second, third, and fourth. Someone's lost their exhaust. Sounds like they put a vuvuzela on the back of the cart.
That's Charlie Walsh on the yellow and blue ST livery cart. ST Racing from the Northeast, John Stewart's team. Running Charlie Walsh. They're a bit busy at Warden Law for the UKC at the moment as Charlie goes down the inside of the number 25 Alex Warnaby and takes that second place. Now it's all about Charlie catching Philip Howard. That's no mean task.
They've just rescued the 87 of Ari Barker, who actually broke down underneath us. It may well have been that weird sound I heard with that cart breaking down underneath us. So Barker, who was kind of a major player in the last heat, will not be taking part in this one. And again, it could be either a bad grid start or even a drop to the B final because of that.
So Paul Ozan now challenging Warnaby, who likewise challenging Kieran Gifford. Charlie Walsh has pulled a little bit of a gap there and is not so bothered by Kieran Gifford. He's going to be able to go off and chase down Philip Howarth, who across the line. Look at the gap there, massive gap, 1.8 seconds it was at the line. And Charlie just needs to hang on to that second place. That'd be a good heat finish for him. Kieran Gifford in third, Alex Warnaby. Then we've got Paul Ozan. And so that is Alex Warnaby and Paul Ozan who are having that bit of a ding-dong into paddock turn. Paul Ozan's in the blue overall. Paul Ozan, the old master, former Super 1 champion. He's certainly in the Masters and the leading Masters in this heat.
Interesting, didn't try and get down the inside of McRae's. Is he going to go for a little bit of a move here at Ardails? Looks like no, so Ozan biding his time.
Yeah, biding his time. That's a good term, actually. He looks like he is because he's just following in the rail tracks of Gifford. He looked over his shoulder there.
Gifford there. Used it, nothing wrong. Just placed the cart nicely. They go through the Stewart S. So we've got second and third of Walsh and Gifford are quite close. And this battle currently for fourth. It's now going to become fourth, fifth and sixth because the 49 of Bobby Rosier has joined them in with him.
And Paul Ozan was aware that Bobby Rosier was catching because he looked over his shoulder on the last lap just to check where he was.
I think if he's as close going into McRae's this time, he'll give it a go, but he's actually lost a tiny bit of time over the top of the hill. And that may even encourage Rosier coming into McRae's. Nope. They go round in a procession.
So fourth, fifth and sixth, that, Nick, into Iredales. They're not, they're happy to circulate, aren't they? I mean, they're flat out, don't get me wrong. And Ozan just looking down the inside towards Stewart Essex, but then comes right the way across back to the left to optimise his line through the Stewart Essex. It's a very, very late turn-in. It's a hairpin, really, hairpin into a chicane. That whole sequence of S-bend through sunny corner, the left-hander, and then on towards that very wide open paddock turn that eventually comes back on itself, but it's very, very wide open. And these three beginning to challenge there. Kieran Gifford has got ahead of Charlie Walsh for second. So Gifford was on a charge. Charlie Walsh, having gone by Gifford, was not able to pull away like we thought he was.
Ozan now more under pressure from Rosier than putting Walsh ahead of him under pressure. Sorry, Warnaby ahead of him under pressure himself. So Ozan now is kind of like the meat in the sandwich. It's not particularly tasty. He's getting sort of pressed meat more than anything else.
Yeah. He can't really. He hasn't really got a position. We'll keep a wary eye on Charlie Walsh coming back at Kieran Gifford further down the order.
Howard's checked out 2.6 seconds.
Yeah.
Dan Scott says, "Come on, Ozan the legend. Come on, Paul," says Dale Thompson. "Come on, Varney," says Ty Racing. That's Ollie Varney at ninth.
Yeah.
Shout out the fantastic marshals doing a great job, says Harry Dowber.
Especially
the medics on the hill. Unsung heroes, absolutely.
The Medics on the hill.
The Medic on the hill, there. See the Medics on the hill there?
Yes. Are they listening also?
Of course they are. Of course listening to us. Probably not.
So we've had a message from the Medics.
Yes.
Excellent.
On YouTube, the Medics on the hill.
Excellent. Give us your names though. Might not want to be named.
Yeah,
they just want to be known as the Mystery Medics on the hill.
Doctor of the Medics.
Yeah. 2.5 minutes to go then. That battle still rages. Alex Wannabe, Paul Ozan, Bobby Rosier circulating. 4th, 5th and 6th is what that is. 1st, 2nd and 3rd, Philip Howarth extending the gap now to 2.6 seconds. Kieran Gifford in 2nd. Right on his tail is Charlie Walsh still. Charlie not dropping back on that ST cart. Alex Wannabe, Paul Ozan, Bobby Rosier 6th, Finley Watson 7th, Ollie Varney 8th. Ahead of Reece Pope now. 10th is Christopher Harris. And there's Toby Case, the driver, just outside the top 10. I wonder, Paul Ozan is he's so experienced. He was racing when I was racing, and he's not stopped racing.
So and he's very stayed fit then.
The highest, absolutely. He's, raced at the highest level. This is a high level of national karting as well, the NKC. And you just wonder if Paul is just waiting and biding his time. He can see the clock. He knows he's not coming towards 90 seconds.
But he's under quite a lot of pressure from Rosier. That's the only thing that makes me wonder whether if he could get past, he would. I mean, you don't know how close to 100% Wannabe has to be, or he's just running lines. 2nd and 3rd are gapping. It's a nice lead for Howard. 2.5 seconds with Gifford and Walsh. That's not going to change barring a disaster. No. These three are nailed together. You couldn't put a piece of sheet of A4 between Wannabe and Ozan.
And you know what? Wannabe knows Ozan's coming, and Ozan does indeed come side by side into ROWRAH, but he slots back in to very fast, very, very fast entry to that chicane, the right, left, right chicane. Now with the clock ticking, this is what Ozan's been waiting for, but likewise Bobby Rosier behind Ozan, he's been waiting as well. Wannabe having to defend. He goes to the right and then to the left and optimises his exit. This is where Ozan's going to try, is he? He's got to leave the door open.
Got Rosier also now looking to pick up the pieces.
Rosier right with Ozan, these three locked together. They're still close. You could pitch a tent over these three carts. Into Sunny. Out of Sunny and towards Paddock, and there's down the inside has gone Rosier. That's pushed Ozan wide. They stay on the track though, and Ozan's got a slot in now.
Good move by Bobby there.
Great move. Ozan will be kicking himself. He didn't have a choice though. He had to go with it, and now Ozan will want to come back. Wannabe will have no idea what's going on behind him. He's just focusing on what's in front of him with 0 time on the clock. It'll be 1 lap to go board next time by.
Ozan not keen on the diving up the inside move, which most people have been trying into the hairpins. He lost it last time through Sunny and Paddock. Can he get him back through Sunny and Paddock? The
cart's dancing around on the bumps here at ROWRAH.
Howarth has gone. Howarth has gone. We've lost our leader. Phil Howarth has pulled out.
Oh, that is astounding news. Not sure where he's gone off.
But Phil Howarth has broken down as they begin the last lap. He's currently scored 23rd because he actually disappeared a lap ago. We were so excited about this. We missed Howarth going, and up the inside. This is 2nd, 3rd, 4th. They've all Wannabe there.
They've been joined. They've been squabbling so much.
They've been joined by Varney and Finley Watson and Ozan.
Yeah.
And I think Ozan may have dropped down to 6th now.
Ozan's dropped places again at the stewardesses. Where has Paul ended up there?
So so the leader is Gifford's going to win this. Walsh is going to be 2nd. I'm going to call the numbers out as they go past me now. Then it's 49, 125 and 133. Or 25. So Wannabe's 3rd, and Watson now is up to 4th.
Right, let's clear this up because there's the checkered flag. Kieran Gifford has took the win. Charlie Walsh 2nd. Bobby Rosier in 3rd. Alex Wannabe 4th. Finley Watson 5th. Ollie Varney 6th. Paul Ozan down to 7th. Reece Pope 8th. 9th is Toby Case. And then we've got Christopher Harris rounding off the top 10. John Hobbs 11th. Sam Elliott, Matthew Lambert, Dan Andrews, Jody Fox. Let me just have a look below Jody Fox in 15th. Tommy Lee Davies, Scott Lowther, Lewis Berry, Lewis Ball, Matt Lewin, Adam Cerner crosses the line in 21st. Then we've got Aaron Knight. Philip Howarth we lost on lap 9. Braden Hill we lost on lap 6. Alex Jackson we lost on lap 2. Harry Bark went out on lap 2. We lost Jamie Hardy and Henry Stratton on lap 1. And Marcus King we lost at the first turn at the start of this race. So a very eventful turn of events. That's not what I was going to say, actually.
Yeah, but what happened to Howarth?
What happened to Howarth? I'm not really sure whether or not he pulled off.
A cart being... Oh, there's a cart on the barrel. That's not Howarth's cart. So I wonder why he just drove off.
He may have pulled off with a problem.
Realised there was a problem, yeah.
Yes. Well, that's going to make things interesting for the final, isn't it?
Well, he's certainly going to be starting. I don't think he'll be starting in the B final. He's got one very good result already. But I think he'll be nowhere near the front of the grid which he wants to be. And of course, he loses a hat load of points for the championship, Joe, because he would have got a 50 for the heat win. Now he'll get virtually nothing.
Yes, of course. Well, so we are about to go ahead with our senior TKM, second heat for them. Shout out to Glyn Burry, who is our series photographer. I think he's on his way back from Kuwait. He's been doing some work out there. He's heading back. He's going to be back with us at Mansell Raceway. Isn't it awful when real life gets in the way? You come karting. Really, I mean, it's just not right.
You don't want to do that.
No. Right, we've got the TKMs out then in a very, very smoky way, as we expect from these single cylinder air cooled TKM engine carts. Charlie King and Fen Chapman share the first row. Tom Johnson and Ollie Milner are on row 2. Craig Summers and Gordon Smith are on row 3. Joseph Phillips and James King are on row 4. Row 5 is Leo Crabtree and Matt Slade. Chris Whiteside, Matt Cardwell are on row 6. Row 7, Ryan Layton, Mitchell Ball. Matthew Horton and Will Cregeen are on row 8. Row 9 is Adam Croft Davies and Calvin Lamont. Row 10 is Matthew Temple Purcell and Alexander Lehman. Then we've got Louis Bevan and Joseph Booth sharing row 11. Bolly Nicholas Biles and Ben Hamlet are on row 12. Row 13 is Alfie Garford and Ben Watson. And then rounding off the 28 cart field, James Hull and Steve King on the final row of the grid in 27th and 28th.
Well done. Well, the interruption in fairness, so it's probably easy.
Snap chain for Philip Howarth.
Oh, not again.
That's just come from Gazberry. Thanks, Gaz. Keeping us in the loop there. Snap chain.
Do you want to get that one and put it in the
That
pack?
happened to me at the Hull Street race when I was leading the heat mates. It's devastating. We're going to send them round again because we're in no way, shape or form in grid formation.
Oh, really? TKM's need an extra lap? No.
Well, they're a tricky engine to keep running because of the oil in the fuel lubrication process. I'm not going to go into the technicalities of that, Nick. I don't want people to fall asleep.
I won't. I'll be very excited.
I know
hanging on your every word.
I know you will. But you're just like that. Mitchell Ball is the championship leader, and he had an horrendous first heat, didn't he? He was running, but finished dead last, which is completely out of character for Mitch. Mitchell is, of course, part of the...
Cart stopped in this between Airedale's and McRae's.
Just about to mention our sponsor there, and you interrupted me. Junction 6 is Mitchell Ball's company. Yeah.
NKC Championship, you're right.
Yeah. Right then, we've got stragglers who hopefully will catch up by the time they get to paddock. You coughing on two-stroke, Smoke?
I love a bit two-stroke, you know me. There is a car in the middle of the straight. I'm not sure they can start this.
Oh, really?
I know they're going to get it off. They're going to get him off. This could be interesting. He's still being rescued as they go through.
People sliding wide there on cold tyres.
Just off in time.
But I tell you what, Nick, we've gotten through Row Rouge and already at McRae's hairpin. Who is that in the lead? The red and white cart of... Is that Tom Johnson? Can't see because of the glare.
It's King or Johnson.
Three carts breaking away.
Yes,
straight away. It's the hairpins that do that. They box them together and then as they come out of the hairpin, they string out.
Big full field of TKM two-strokes, and coming round in the lead is the 26 cart of Charlie King from the... I think it's Ollie Milner in second. I could be wrong because my eyes aren't great.
Right, here we go. Let's give them a check. Check them off. Charlie King, Ollie Milner, Tom Johnson, Craig Summers, Gordon Smith, Joseph Phillips, Leo Crabtree, Matt Cardwell, Mitchell Ball, already ninth, Kellen Lamont, who will move through the order with Mitch Ball We've seen them do that. Louis Bevan in 12th there with Matt Slade just in between them. Matt Slade in 11th on the number 11. So we'll keep an eye on that midfield, because that midfield is where they're carrying the number 1, Louis Bevan, and Mitch Paul carrying the number 2. That's because they finished first and second in the championship last year.
Yep.
So we know how quick those boys are. Leader pulling a gap though, Nick.
Yeah, it's an interesting breakaway there. Certainly there's not the level of tightness at this point in this heat. I mean, it's nothing to do with anything apart from that they get themselves warmed up, I expect. Second and third, just about the close. You see behind third and fourth also running in this sort of like 4 cart length difference. Coming into McRae's. Johnson, obviously Constantine is up as you can foreshorten the gap as the time goes down. The faster you're going, the longer longer in distance the time gap is. Highly easy when people accelerate away and you think, oh, miles behind, then you're right back with them again, because you're doing 60 miles now. Half a second, a lot further distance than 3 miles now. 3 times distance actually. Anyway, so still moving away.
There's nothing I could say to that.
You just gave me nothing. You gave me nothing.
Nothing
Joe.
I can say to that, Nick. It's just fascinating.
Just there you go. Off you go.
Just fascinating, me.
You just tied an anchor to my neck and watched me sink.
Right.
But second and third is still Milner and Johnson up through Row Rouge. In fairness, I'd say Johnson's a cart length nearer.
Yeah, it's not over, is it? They can see they've got the huge timing board that when they cross the line, they can see exactly how much time's left on this race. 5 minutes of this race remaining, so plenty of time for Ollie Milner to ward off that challenge from Tom Johnson in that second place. Charlie King's gone, hasn't he? 1.5 seconds. He's absolutely gone. Then there's a big gap to Craig Summers and Gordon Smith, Leo Crabtree, Mitchell Paul, Joseph Phillips, Alfie Garford.
Not a huge
Louis
amount
Bevan.
of action. I'm watching the field streak through as they go round Sunny, which is right in front of our commentary position. There's not a lot of. This is the most relaxed race we've had so far, and there's some real straggling at the back. I think there's some issues we didn't see, and also I think some of these carts having a little bit of problem with their engine cleanliness, for a better terminology.
I'm just looking at Louis Ball moving up the order. He's into 10th now. Sorry, not Louis Ball, Louis Bevan.
We've got the first,
Mitchell Ball.
two from last year, now together 9th and 10th.
Yeah, just about to say he's now behind Mitchell Ball, isn't he? We'll see how these teammates, because they're both with Flex. They're both with the Flex team.
I'd really like to know what the point of joining a team is. So you can tell me at some point.
We should do a little piece about that. Yeah, we should do a little documentary piece.
I think so. And that's a nice feature.
Delving into the whys and wherefores of.
I believe that doing a feature about belonging to a team and why it's an advantage would be something really great for us to do.
Yeah, why don't we have a think about that?
That's a good idea.
Yeah. 3.5 minutes, so we're inside the second half of this second heat for senior TKM. And it's still Charlie King out in front by 2 seconds now. Ollie Milner in second. Tom Johnson it is in third, right with him though. That's the battle we're watching there. And we haven't really seen a challenge being mounted there. Johnson not really showing his cards. Turns the cart into the stewardesses and then fires them out through the left-hand king.
Lost quite a few cart lengths there just getting out the
He did, yeah.
I think it's the middle of the stewardesses that caused the problem. They take a little bit too much curb. It bounces them so they're not quite pointing where they want to be and they don't get the traction they need.
Well, that cost him a bit of time. 3 minutes to go as they cross the line. And down the order, Mitchell Ball stays ahead of Louis Bevan. Matt Cardwell in 10th.
So whilst this is quite calm, I'll ask you a technical question.
Go ahead, Paul.
How much difference will the gearing be on these carts from one to the other? Is it a bit? Obviously it's a single gear, fixed chassis. So it's like 1, 2, 5 the way you go, or do you make massive changes?
What you mean as the day progresses and as you
just track to track?
One or two teeth would make a big difference. The thing about ROWRAH is you've got to have enough gearing to punch you out of that slow hairpin, but then give you the top end speed. So if you go too low on the gearing to get you out the hairpin, you'll run out of puff 2/3 down the straight. So it's a bit of a balancing act. I'm not sure what number, because they've got different classes, different weights.
Each one, different weights, yeah. But I mean, but if you're sitting there, you think, I'm not going to have top speed, you can take a tooth off of the rear sprocket.
So you know what? Let's simplify this while we're waiting for this race to develop into a change for position. People who don't know what we're talking about, we know what we mean by a tooth off.
Yes, good point.
So the rear axle is driven by a chain, and it's the chain comes from the engine, and it goes onto a sprocket, a toothed sprocket on the rear axle. And as the engine spins, the chain is driven, and it pulls the axle. And the amount of teeth on that sprocket give the engine different characteristics and different rev ranges. So you can end up over-revving if you put the wrong sprocket on. So if you put a cart down onto a motorway and drove it flat out, there's no gearing. You can't go to second gear, third gear, fourth gear. It's single gear. So you have to have enough of a gear to get you out of, like, sort of if you're in a gearbox vehicle, you change down to first gear for the hairpin and then change up to fourth gear by the time you get to the stewardesses there. But in a cart, it's single gearing, so you have to have the gearing that is enough to punch you out the corner enough, and enough not to over rev or under rev by the time you get to the straight. Sliding wide there. That's easy to do that. He turned in, and the rear end just did not want to play. Here we go through St John's now. See, he turned in, and the rear end just carrying too much speed.
Yeah.
However, that was just, marginally, maybe 2 miles an hour quicker as he turned into that corner, and he just did not have the grip on that rear end, and that's cost him.
Now, interestingly, you'll think, well, hang on a second. If you need different gearings for different types of track, why don't you have a gearbox? Well, the reason these cars have a gearbox is simplicity and cost. But if you stay with the NKC and watch our O plate, I believe we have gearbox carts for the O plate.
That's the August O plate at Wilton Mill. Yes. Yeah, we'll be live streaming that.
The KZ gearbox carts. So you'll see what a cart looks like when it can change. Is it 5 gears they've got on those things?
I think so. Yeah.
So it's like a motorcycle gearbox. It's sequential.
Yeah, that's more like a race car, isn't it?
Yeah. But these things, this is the interesting thing, because obviously if you're a really good karter, you don't. The one thing when you move to cars is you have to learn about gearboxes, don't you? Because things can go wrong if you don't learn about gearboxes in a karter, can't they?
Many Joe.
Can't they, Joe?
Yes, they are.
This is not Joe. This is some of Joe's people he's mentored.
Yes.
Haven't realised how gearboxes work with clutches.
Well, it's my fault. I should have taught them.
Well, also, of course, the kids, they don't have cars automatic, aren't they?
Yeah, lots of stories.
It's going to go. Yes, they've got it back again.
Too busy because
no, it's under and over.
Yeah.
It didn't change in the end.
We're not going to use that term ever.
Under and over's all right.
Under and over's fine. We're not going to use that term.
We're not using the
I'd say Macbeth.
Not using the Crofty term.
We're on the final lap here, and it's all to play for, isn't it, for this second place? Charlie King's gone. Here he comes on the number 26, already into paddock turn as the cart's behind him. Still battling. The gap 5 seconds last time by. Very, very rare we see that in senior TKM. And here they go across the line then. And clinching that at the very death
Johnson
is Tom Johnson.
By the way, Sam Fowler says, and I think he may be being slightly sarcastic, they have like 15 more teeth here than they did at Three Sisters, which means they're gearing down. The less teeth you have, the higher the top speed and the less the acceleration. So having 15 more teeth means you have a cart with a lot more acceleration and lower top speed. But then Three Sisters was a very fast track.
Yeah, very fast. But that just shows, isn't it, where you get the varying nature of the circuits that we're going to visit with the Junction 6 NKC. And that's great. Thanks for telling me that, because I did not know that. But 15 teeth is phenomenal. That's a massive difference. Yeah, massive difference. Just shows the difference between the slow turns here and the really fast sweeps of Three Sisters.
Cast my mind back to Three Sisters. Well,
doesn't really have a slow corner.
So yeah, you've just got that switchback when you come in. So you come down the straight, you turn right, and that slowest one is out.
Yeah.
That's still moving. Yeah.
In comparison to the hairpins here, where you really have to park it and turn. And that, we're going to, if we look at the tracks where we're going to go to on the calendar, Mansell Raceway, I don't really know much about.
It's got a lot of straights.
It's got a lot of straights.
It's got chicanes,
hasn't it?
Wide hairpins. They're 180s rather than hairpins.
Yeah, varied. Wilton Mill, that's a
flowing circuit.
That's a very flowing circuit. Fullbeck, old school airfield circuit. Lots of straights.
It's got 2 sharp hairpins.
Tight chicanes. 2 sharp hairpins. Clay pigeon. Another old school track where we're massively fast and flowing. Very short track at Clay Pigeon, shortest track on the calendar.
Sorry, I've just had a message from one of our cameramen.
Yes.
Who is, I think, apologising for a bad shot, which apparently was caused by a spider crawling into his ear. He had to let go of the camera. Well, like it wasn't yesterday, it was his birthday yesterday, but it's not his birthday, so spiders are going to attack him. Brilliant.
We have got a birthday.
Have we? Who's that?
Yes, it's one of our senior Rotax, number 38. No good giving me just the number, Gaz.
And so I got a couple of things. I didn't give you the Zach Bolton final piece of information about why there are friends in America.
All right.
Apparently Jojo Bo used to work as an au pair for the family in Chicago, and they're friends in Austin, Texas.
That's cool.
Sam, someone's asked Sam who goes 15, what gearing would they use around here, roughly? But yeah, I mean, it's really interesting.
I don't know. I'll ask Steve Gilly, who's just behind me. Steve, what gearing do you use here? Without giving too much away, what's the gearing on your Rotax? 1177 to 79.
And what was it? What was it at Three Sisters?
Or 1280 to 83 or something.
And and what was it at Three Sisters? Sorry, and what did you use at Three Sisters?
He can't remember that. Yeah, I know. No, thanks for that, mate.
Cheers, man.
So we were
1177 to 79.
Yeah.
1282 to 84.
Right. I don't know if everybody could hear that.
Yeah, 1282. 1282. I've got 84 down here from Tyre Racing, so it's 1284 for TKM.
Yeah. And the two teeth make a big difference. Yeah, massive difference. Yeah. And it's like we said, thanks for that, Steve. Yeah. Less teeth, more top, and the more teeth, the more you punch out the corner.
The more bottom.
Which is a massive compromise here at ROWRAH, because you've got these tight hairpins and the flowing sections. Anyways, we are back out. Junior Rotax
Heat 3
out for their third heat. Josh Della Carta, the winner of Alfano Data Systems, as the driver of the day at Three Sisters, with some great driving there from the youngster, deservedly given that prize. Alex Timmins alongside him. Josh starting on the pole position. Jaden Hewitt and Jasmine Taylor are starting on row 2. Levi Goodyear and Ollie Morris are on row 3. Jacob Bainham and Leighton Burrell are on row 4. Row 5 is Adam Catling and Mitchell Mulvey. Mason Perrin and Ethan Wyatt are on row 6. Remember, Mason, winner of the final at Three Sisters. Row 7, Freddie Moore and Billy Edgecombe. Alex Stoll and Jimmy Slater on row 8. Row 9 is Freddie Wheelock and Frank Ward. Then we've got Will Swales, Archie Hardiman, Tom Holden, Colin Scrivens. Luke Sawyers and Ollie Rowley are on row 12. Row 13 is Luke Mulvaney, hope his wrist's better. And James Rigby. Taylor Dixon and Reese Green are on row 14. Row 15, Jimmy McBride, Maxim Smith. Then we've got George Kerr, Lewin Hughes. And rounding off the 34 kart field, look at that, Levi Earl and Freddie Theobald. And we've got all 34 out there. Have we got Luca Mulvaney?
No, I think we're missing 155.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. He looked like he hurt his wrist. Yeah,
he's not in the. There's a gap, and I think that's him. And this looks like a very good start, very clean, up through Row the first time. A nice little Joshua.
Oh, we've got a cart. We've got a cart and contact there in the midfield. A really heavy shunt there. The drivers look fine. I think we've got a winded driver. One of the youngsters winded there. After that coming together, it was quite head on. We had a cart spun through 180, and then we had a driver who had nowhere to go really and made front end damage. Hopefully he can get out the cart. He is indeed. So just a bit of a wind, and it's easy to tweak your wrist, isn't it? I think he's more disappointed than winded now. He's got his breath back and he's shaking his hands and more disappointed than anything. Yeah, I'm not quite sure who it was. If
you're having an accident,
there,
you should always take your hands off the wheel, but that was happening probably too quickly.
To say, isn't it?
Well, that was easy to say.
Yeah, here we come though. The field's already round.
Did you think the guy got his wrist snapped by a direct drive sim racing wheel?
Doesn't surprise us.
He was doing it. It was filmed. Thing went, and you could see they could just do it like that.
Ouch. The field are through, and it's Joshua Della Carta who leads for the first lap ahead of Jaden Hewitt.
Just an apology to people who are listening. Obviously, me going and doing a visual indication meant nothing. But basically, it was a man who had his hand broken by a direct drive sim racing wheel, which spun out of his hand during an accident. As they come into Stuart S's, lots of action.
Della Carta has done what the guys on pole position normally do here, and he's disappeared. Now it's down to Jaden Hewitt and Alex Timmins, Adam Catling, Mason Perrin, Mitchell Mulvey, Levi Goodyear, Jacob Bainham to catch him.
No, I think
Off you go.
No, they're going to clear the whoever is the particular roadblock or who's not gone off particularly quickly. And there is the second, third, fourth, fifth battle up through Row Rouge. So attempt. Oh, it's got very, very close. Josh was lost the lead now, so it's Jaden Hewitt leading. Delicata now under huge pressure from Timmins and Perrin. Perrin, I think, that's coming up the inside.
Yeah, need the move stick as well. Mason Perrin.
Timmins now is in fourth.
Oh, and another one.
So they all fan out. Becomes absolutely impossible to work out who's where. And they sprint down. Right, so I'm going to make the easy way. So second place is the 30 cart, then it's the 18 cart. So Mason Perrin now in second, and Timmins in third. So it's Delicato who's had the issue, and he's dropped back to fourth. Edgecombe, who had some fan clubbing for Edgecombe earlier, he's back for another reasonably high finish. And Mulvaney in 155 has scored sixth. But as you can see, it's all just chaos going into McRae's.
That's Mulvey, by the way.
Oh, right. Adding extra syllables to his name.
He did the last
Up the inside.
20, is it?
I think that's 20. It's also 20 cart. Billy Edgecombe making up a place. So Edgecombe moves to third. Not quite sure how far ahead the lead is. 2 seconds ahead, Jaden. Actually, it might be fourth he's gone to because the lead is quite a long way away. So this is 25. Second place is 30. And then we've got the blue cart is actually running in fourth.
So here they come across the line then. We're already 3 minutes into this race.
That's
And
Edgecombe.
3 laps completed.
Front of the shot is Edgecombe. He's now coming up behind Timmins, going into McRae's.
Must be timing, Nick. Talk amongst yourselves.
It's on there, you know.
I know. I need to get me time screen back.
So popping out at Edgecombe now. Picks up third. So there's a massive forward momentum here by Billy Edgecombe. He's kind of picking up a position, a lap. However, the gap between third and second, he's now in third, and second place Mason Perrin in the mostly orangey cart. That's a good second and a half. Hewitt goes across the line to complete the fifth lap. Perrin will follow second. He's closed down slightly with a 2 second gap, and it is actually now 1.5 seconds back to third. So a bit spread out, but third and fourth still quite close as Timmins tries to make it up. Big drop there for Levi Goodyear, unfortunately. They've got some fans of Levi, and I think that's him out of the race. He's dropped all the way down in that 8 cart.
Lost a lot of pace as well, didn't he? Lost it all. He's gone back up to speed though.
He's rolling. And he's lost
Alex Timmins, isn't it? Yeah, he really bogged down, didn't he? That's the thing. We're just talking about the gearing, weren't we? That's an example of, the engine revs dropping so far and the gearing not able to pull you out the corner, and before you know it, you've bogged down because your engine's oiling up and just not having enough revs to pick up. They really are.
These things like to run at high revs, and they like to run clean, and they like to run with a very sparky spark and not one covered in gunk.
Yes. 3 minutes to go then. And it's Jaden Hewitt.
If anyone asks you why are racing engines so expensive, just think what they have to do.
Well, they're running at extreme rates, aren't they? It's not like your road car engine, which is just tootling along. They're being abused every time they use them. They're being absolutely abused.
And you expect them to work at no revs, and also
maximum revs, 16,000 revs.
16,000, yeah. Single cylinder, 125.
So things beginning to, I'm not going to say stagnate because they never are.
Settle down.
Really, they've settled down in the Junction 6 NKC in this third heat for Junior Rotax. It's Jaden Hewitt leading, Mason Perrin up to second.
Slowly gaining, but
slowly
I think too
gaining.
slowly, yeah.
Billy Edgecombe likewise. Billy Edgecombe fastest lap of the race so far. 46.755, only thousands of a second in it, mind.
This is the Timmins Delicata fight for fifth and sixth on screen at the moment.
And Delicata started on pole. He's hung on to that position and only dropping to sixth. There's a good effort from Josh. Like I say, great drive at Three Sisters. And the driver of the day is not necessarily the driver who's the most successful, remember.
Nope.
We choose a driver who we think has had, a pretty tough time, pretty enjoyable. and competitive.
Done something out of the ordinary for
Yes,
them.
yeah. Getting towards the final minute then of this heat. And Mason Perrin puts in a fastest lap of the race, takes that fastest lap to 46.644. The track is getting quicker. The track is what we call rubbering up. It's getting a layer of rubber the more racing we do on it. Beautiful day here. Slightly cloudy, so the sky is white rather than blue, with the temperatures of about 18 degrees. So it's quite warm. Everybody in the driver's lounge here in t-shirts, including Nick and I. Yes. First time I've gone for the short strategy this season, Nick.
And that is the reason why there's no camera in the booth.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, absolutely. Certainly in the driver's lounge.
So Hewitt's still leading. These come down actually. Perrin's go down to under a second, but there's only 2 laps to go, or a lap and a half in fairness. But Perrin is pushing hard. I'm just watching him out the corner of my eye. That lead's coming down even more. As we pick up our leaders, they're about to go underneath Frank right now. It's the orange and white from the all orange, and that is first and second. Everything else is quite settled as well. And let's give Hayden and Perrin a bit of love. Perrin, I know, has got Mason's got a bit of a fan club on here. He gained another 3/10, so basically he probably needed another couple of laps. So then it might be that Jaden is managing the gap. He's probably a little bit closer than he wants to right now as they sprint towards Iredale's for the final time. Actually, no, it's the final. There's another lap after. Sorry, they clipped it by 4 seconds. There's another lap after this. This is actually now potentially Perrin could get him. Yeah. He's got this in another lap.
Well, at Three Sisters, Perrin started on the pole position in the final and went on to take the win. And he's currently leading the championship because of that fine win, and he could easily be finding himself on pole position again. He's in a good second spot here.
Well, of course, even that second spot's worth a hatful of points from the heat points.
Or if anything, Nick, it looks like he's not happy with that. He's not settled with that, and he's now presented himself with some opportunities because he's closing down that gap to Jaden Hewitt. Hand over fist here as he comes out of McRae's, heading down to Iredale. Hewitt aware that Mason Perrin is with him and defends slightly, putting the cart in the middle of the track there in great style. Goes down the right hand side of the track towards the stewardesses. So defensive driving from Jaden Hewitt, not overly aggressive defensive, just being, textbook defensive driving, just positioning your cart, making the track narrower for Perrin. This is Perrin's last chance coming up now into paddock. If he can get momentum out of Sonny, he doesn't, and he sits there. And he will have to settle for second because Jaden Hewitt drove a very, very clever final lap.
I think he settled for second.
I just didn't.
He couldn't see a gap.
Don't think he had the
45
pace.
Points.
Don't think he had the pace.
Also has done very well. It's certainly from the heats we've been watching. It's a couple of good heats already for Mason, a couple of good heats for Edgecombe as well from their respective starts.
Yeah, they are thinking of that grid position for the final. So Hewitt takes the win. Perrin second. Billy Edgecombe fined third. Mitchell Mulvey fourth. Fifth was Tom Holden. Alex Timmins was sixth. Tom Holden finally getting by Alex Timmins when we left, having tracked them for all that time. Freddie Willock seventh. Joshua Delacarter eighth. Ninth is Luke Sawyers. Levi Earl is I can't see through your hand, Nick. Put his hand in front of the screen.
They're all written there.
I know, but I can't see them. I'm over here. Levi Earl is 10th, Taylor Dixon 11th. Better than where your hand was, I tell you. Freddie Moore 12th, Callum Scrivens 13th. Then we've got Archie Hardiman, Jacob Bainham, Jamie Salter, Will Swales, Adam Catling, Frank Ward, Maxim Smith, Alex Dole 21st, George Kay, Lewin Hughes, Jamie Kirkbride, Freddie Theobald, Levi Goodyear, the last of the runners in 26th. We lost Ollie Morris on lap 6, Reese Green on lap 6 as also went out. We lost James Rigby on lap 1, and we lost Jasmine Taylor and Ethan Wyatt at the start. So it was Ethan Wyatt and Jasmine Taylor who were involved in that contact at Roe Rouge, the first turn. I think that was Ethan Wyatt who I was worried about, looking a bit winded, and then he got his breath back and started waving his hands around because he was not happy. Rotax 177s out for their penultimate heat. Different grid of drivers, of course. Just waiting to get those carts recovered. We are 3 more heats away from the lunch break. So after this one, Nick, I'll be popping across and telling Marion that we're 2 heats before lunch.
Right, okay. Is that the code you've got with Marion?
It is.
You got any other balls bottles?
Yes. In the car.
Oh, okay.
I'll get them at lunchtime. I couldn't carry enough.
Oh, dear.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do going forward.
What are you going to do going forward?
In 2023 for the Junction 6 NKC.
Okay.
I'm going to be the
water monitor.
The water monitor.
Thank you very much.
I'll bring the team water. Right?
Thank you very much.
It'll be on the invoice.
You won't get paid.
You should hire Johnny.
I'm still waiting to see how much. Yes, absolutely. Still waiting to see how much his mic flag's going to cost me.
The what? Sorry,
the mic flag's going to cost me.
I wasn't even thinking of invoicing you for that.
Oh, I was thinking.
Just the pleasure.
The pleasure.
The pleasure of seeing the joy in your face.
Oh no, there's very good stickers. Well done, Sam. Your daughter.
Yeah, she's loving that. She'll still be watching, you know.
Well, it's because they can't move because they're still hungover.
They can't move. Yeah. Right. So we are waiting for a couple of recoveries of carts out on track. Yes, we are.
They're off there.
I think we're clear. I think we're going to give them the go-ahead. Let's have a quick rundown. I'll be able to give the grid rundown.
There goes Dirk with the green flag.
Yeah, green flag fly. So Brian McCready and Joshua Gollin are on the front row of this grid. Mark Gilly and Adam Sadler are on row 2. Row 3 is Ben Johnson and Adrian Smith. And then we've got row 4, Tyler Fossey, Carl Bryant. Row 5, Tim Darlow and Keith Mason. Cole Edwards and Billy Watts are on row 6. Lawrence Hilton and Steve Haswell are on row 7. Billy Clark and Will Milner at row 8. Ben Hitch and Jason Bear are on row 9. Row 10 is Steve Gilly. He was only here a minute ago, filling himself with pie and chips.
Well, he'll make the weight then.
James Frost.
He's going to sneeze.
I'm going to sneeze again. Row 11.
Achoo. Bless you.
Row 11 is Harrison Cook and Paul Moran. Hello to Helen.
Hello, Helen. How's the cooking
I know you
going?
probably haven't made the journey, Helen, as you're too busy making Sunday lunch.
In the pub.
As ever, in the pub. Tyler Kelsey and Martin Heath are on row 12. Row 13 is Ryan Walker and Richard Evans.
Someone's got hay fever or something.
I think so, yeah.
It's not TKM smoke, it'll be fine.
Dan Millward and Rhys Llewellyn are on row 14. Skivvier, I'm still sneezing. Chris Skivvier and Chris Thomas are on row 15. And the 31 cart field is rounded off by Tommy Austin. And the 31 cart field is just in front of us. I'm going to sneeze again, Nick, so you can take this.
Oh, okay. We're getting ready to roll. Looks like a clean start, and they're away. They let that one go. Up they fly 3 row rouge. Looks like everyone's got through. One straggler, the 118, has not quite started the race yet, so we've got a straggler in the 177 heat 5, and they come round McRae's the first. That's what Air does, move there by going on McCready.
Change for second into Iredale's, wasn't it? That's the 27 of Joshua Golden getting back at Adam Sadler. What was that? Adam Sadler doing the same on Josh Golden. They've both got the number 7 on their number board, 27 and 67. Through Stewart's, though, great train of carts there going through that sequence of bends there. And now we get towards the final stages of lap 1. And across the line, let's have a rundown as they cross the line then. Pole position was Brian McCready, and Joshua Golin is now the leader. Adam Sadler second, Brian McCready down to third, Ben Johnson fourth, Tyler Fossey was fifth, Cole Edwards sixth, Carl Bryan seventh, Adrian Smith 8th, Tim Darlow up to 9th, Billy Watts 10th, Keith Mason on the LRG Motorsport kart is now in 11th, then Ben Hitch 12th. Leaders have gone, haven't they? They've checked out. Joshua Golin, Adam Sadler have eased away quite a gap now from Brian McCready, who has a train of carts just queuing up to get by. This is what you get in mixed grid karting. You get the faster drivers down the grid and down near the back who will make their way up, and there's a move from Ben Johnson down the inside, and he's gone with him. Tyler Fossey has gone with him,
and so has
Cole Edwards.
Yeah, I mean, McCready was scored just ahead of him because they were two across the line, but that really was an absolutely awful corner for McCready there. He lost about 3. Oh, what happened there?
Yeah, we had 2 carts.
Strange sort of thing going on.
2 carts coming together there at the McRae hairpin. and just running out of road. Meanwhile, up at the Iredales, we've got karts coming together as well.
So first and second have that breakaway. They're not particularly divorced from each other. And this stream of karts now coming across the start-finish.
Joshua Gorlin and Adam Sadler will be quite happy with just keeping that 2.6 second gap between Sadler and Johnson in third. Johnson lapping slightly slower than Sadler, and Joshua Gorlin putting in the fastest lap of the race. So he may be leading, but he's not holding back. He's still pushing on.
Driving standards for kart 13. That's Carl Bryant. About to get the black and white flag. And a slap on the wrist from Dirk. Worrying thing. So first and second now together. Oh no, that's not first and second. Third and fourth are now together. Sorry about that. The third and fourth right together. It's the 61 and the 39. So it's Johnson and Edwards. They come over the line again. Up through Row Rouge. A little bit extra momentum carried there by Cole Edwards, and that's going to give him a chance to make a dive in. Sides against it. Now look to gain momentum. Perhaps look at the. He's more concerned with behind him than ahead of him at that point.
Yes, he's
tailing, isn't he?
There's an element of chess being played out there, isn't there?
Yeah, it's not massively interesting going past, I wouldn't say.
Yeah, I think so. I think this high-speed game of chess is just sort of biding your time, not really to drive hard. Find if you push too hard, you just end up losing time. It's very, very easy to push hard into the hairpins. Very, very easy to push hard on the faster corners like paddock turn there. Very easy to end up scrubbing off speed through the chicane at Row Rouge and on down towards McRae's. See how he just gets into his wheel tracks and then darts out. Yeah, textbook, but the switchback happens. Not quite enough. Bogged down. Massively bogged down. Lost all of his speed, and the engine just would not pick up for.
Maybe running too high gearing. Let's have a look. So dived in. That was a nice move there from Edwards.
But Johnson just
switch
bogs down,
and you can see him going, oh, and he knew it.
He's got his foot planted, and the engine's just
basically that accelerator is currently getting 14 tons of pressure on it as he kind of tries to bend it to the front of the chassis.
Just would not. Oh, lovely tails away shot there through Sunny Corner.
Up in the Row Rouge.
Yeah, just a little bit of production.
Always a production meeting on air because it's what everyone wants you to have.
Right then, 2.5 minutes remaining. And just look at this train of karts now beginning to close up out of Sunny Corner there, using all the curb. Really get an idea of the width of the curbing there and the exit curbing. No track limits in karting. You are able to use
nice
all of
that,
all of those curbs, as we'll see there. So it's still Josh Gorlin who leads by 2.5 seconds. What we've got here, Nick?
Up the inside there by the. I need to get a better definition on this screen cart. I think that was. I don't know. It's a place. I just missed the cart number. You can see my purchase for the next event.
What is that then?
That's a cheap monitor I was given.
Ah, right, I see. Right then, here we go. We're getting towards the final stages of this heat for 177s. We've got one more 177 heat coming this afternoon before we get towards our finals. But 2 more heats after this one before we go for a short break, where you will be able to see our paddock show, where we get into the paddock and talk to the drivers and the teams. And that will be coming up in the lunch break before. And look at that little discussion going on there with Evans.
No,
Richard Evans and Ben Johnson, was it? Just like, what we're going to do when we get the stewards, mate? You know, whose corner is it going to be? Oh, and that's that was
very aggressive. It beached him as well. That's the 61 that's beats Ben Johnson. That was way too aggressive.
Yeah, just down the inside. There's not a passing place.
There's nowhere for Johnson to go there.
It's a one-line corner.
No way at all.
So who was it who took them off?
Who look ahead of the 61?
Yeah, that's just not a passing place there. Very, very. He obviously had momentum out of Stewart's, but it's just impossible. It's not a two-line corner. It's not too wide.
I assume it'd be the person who gets the warning flag.
Probably, yeah. Is that number 134, Chris Thomas?
We'll watch it again in a second.
Yeah. So we're getting towards Dirk, fishing for that last lap board. 134 being given a warning.
They got 6 seconds. Edwards picks up. Bryant's had a bad lap, got down 2 places.
Oh, we've got 6 seconds on the clock, so we'll get 2 more laps of racing, which is great for some people. The gap between first and second has come back down to 3.6. It was as high as 5,
8
wasn't
seconds
it?
ahead of third. This is a huge
Yes,
split.
it was. Yeah, the lead is 8 seconds. 5 seconds between second and third. Cole Edwards in third. Billy Watts in fourth. Ben Hitch fifth. Carl Bryant sixth. Richard Evans seventh. Chris Thomas 8th, Tim Dollar 9th, Paul Moran is in 10th spot.
Calm appears to have just spread over this race after some more extreme driving styles earlier. So the last lap is already underway. Sadler is back to 4 seconds. This is the next train of cars who come over, led by Edwards. He's got a 0.3 second lead. This is the Darlow, Moran, Hilton and McCready battle. McCready's got right there, he's only 12th. He was right at the front at the start of this race, so he's not had a good run at all, McCready.
Well, McCready was started on pole, so he's just dropping down the order to where kind of he is in the field, I would think. And that's where he is. He's certainly holding his own there with Paul Moran and Lawrence Hilton.
Red flag.
So they're premature. We were on the last lap of the race, so we brought the red flag out.
No idea what the red flag's for.
Well, we've got an incident.
Right, they go over the back.
We've got an incident out on the track, and we've got carts over the barrier that are being recovered. So we will see just what is the problem with the carts that have had that incident, and we'll check out who it is that indeed involved. We've got Josh Golan, who currently leads. Adam Sadler is in second. Cole Edwards third. Billy Watts fourth. Ben Hitch fifth. Carl Bryant sixth. Richard Evans seventh. Chris Thomas eighth. Ninth was Tim Darlow. Paul Moran was 10th. Loris Hilton 11th. Brian McCready 12th. Tyler Fossey was 13th. Then we've got James Frost, Harrison Crook, Billy Clark, Tyler Kelsey, Keith Mason, Adrian Smith, Rhys Llewellyn, Jason Bear, Tommy Austin, Will Milner, Ryan Walker, Dan Millward, Mark Gilly, and then Chris Sivia, Steve Haswell and Ben Johnson, who we lost with that incident at St John's, the right-hander. So 2 more heats after this one. This one will probably take the no further... we won't resume, is what I'm saying. The red flag came out there on the final lap, and so the result will be called from lap 11, as I've just read out. So that's probably, well, I say probably, that's where we will be taking that from. Coming up next, we've got a senior Rotax, this time the 162s, out next, followed by the Minimax. Second heat for them will take us into the lunch break. We've got a 31 kart field getting ready for the 162s.
Yeah, we're going to have a bit of a delay now.
We're going to have a bit of a delay, which enables us to...
Yeah, there's been an accident. A driver has been thrown out of the cart, and he is moving, so that's fine, but I think he's very uncomfortable.
Yes.
So we picked up, I think they've sent out a golf buggy for him, and if the golf buggy is not enough, then they'll send the hospital.
And that was,
the ambulance.
And the incident took place just coming out of the stewardesses, which is an area where we've seen carts certainly squabbling over real estate, haven't they?
My guess is that someone probably hit the curb and bounced sideways, and then got collected by somebody else.
Speculate.
Let's not speculate. I'm certainly not.
Who have we got? Who have we got with us? Who's listening in Texas?
We don't know. I think the Texan thing has probably gone back to after lunch. But let's find out if we have any more exciting messages. Good luck, good luck to people. Billy Watts is flying, is he? He was his fourth again.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
you're absolutely right, Adrian Gabrielle. And on our other, because we have 2 YouTube channels, so if you are watching on the RCTV YouTube channel, if you could possibly consider about moving over to the Karting Live and subscribing, that'd be great.
That'd be great. Yeah. Yeah. Live from the Drivers' Lounge here at ROWRAH, a beautiful part of the United Kingdom. It's just northwest of Brassantwaite Lake.
Don't get me wrong, it's a lovely place to come for a holiday, but people normally come for a week. We come for a day and a half, and driving 4 hours each way. Yeah,
I've come across from the other side of the Pennines in the northeast from Sunderland, and it's a lovely drive. I go down south on the A1, the A66, and then drive across. And it's a lovely drive. Paul from Nottingham, he came up the A1 and then turned left at the A66, and he had the same drive as me. It's a lovely, picturesque drive here. I've been coming here since the 80s. In fact, the first
you've
time...
raced here before, have you?
I have raced here before, but this is actually the location. This is where I had my first race, but I'm not going to go into that. I discovered karting through a friend of mine. I was racing a Formula Ford and spending fortunes and driving for hours with a car and a trailer behind a tranny van, and you would drive for hours to Mallory Park or to Brands Hatch or to wherever, and you'd have a 10-minute practice session or qualifying session, and then a race that invariably at Formula Ford in the 80s finished at the first turn. Well, it did for me. And then I discovered karting, where you would drive for hours, but you would have 3 heats and a final. And within one race weekend, I'd acquired more race experience than I did in 6 months of racing a car. And this was the very first place I saw karting. And I walked down the hill, and that fence there, Nick, I'm pointing.
I can see the fence.
That fence there, Nick, where that person's standing, is where I walked up to the fence the first time, and I saw it was a British Championship round here. I can't remember who was in it. And I watched karts go hurtling into the first turn there at ROWRAH, as we've called it, and thought, why am I not doing that? So I quickly sold the Formula Ford and went karting, and have been karting ever since. 100 National was where we started. Vega tyres.
Oh yeah, I remember Vega tyres.
And we transitioned into Britain, Senior Britain, and then that transitioned into reed valve engines and all sorts of ceramic coated single engine Rotax engines and stuff.
Well, that sounds expensive.
Yes, it was, but karting is a relatively cheap form of motorsport. You can get involved in various ways across the country. There are kart tracks literally everywhere. There are corporate sort of hire kart places everywhere, and most, literally all.
Oh, it's 2 heats to go.
It's what?
It's 2 heats to go.
It's 2 heats to go. All right, you mean I need to tell Marion?
Yes.
Well, no. What I was going to do is wait and see when this delays, because I can't really say there's 2 heats to go when we're not about to start. The 2 heats to go, we might restart. Have we got a green flag?
Yeah, there's a green flag in some of the track.
Nick's going to go down the grid. When Nick goes down the grid, I'm going to tell Marion.
They picked the guy up in the golf carriage, so he's obviously not too badly injured, thankfully.
Right.
I think he's just hurt, probably, poor man. And any second now they're going to release what is going to be Senior Rotax Heat 5. Only again. No, Joe, you're always ROWRAH interesting. So when the heat gets underway, just to see what they're trying to do on the track. Are they got any more to clear up? They're doing a little bit of clearing and a bit of rearranging of barriers, because most of the delineation of a lot of this circuit is done with soft barriers, because they run obviously up and down the various hairpins, and they have a delineation by a barrier which is made of sort of red and white sort of plastic, so it's sort of like a plastic barrier. But they have released the Senior Rotax Heat 5, and on pole it's Louis Ball, second is George Sanders, third is Braden Hill, fourth is Josh Morris, fifth is Jack Hayes Roberts, sixth is Jodie Fox, seventh is Andy Ambrose, eighth is Jamie Hardy, ninth is Tommy Lee Davis, 10th is James Woods, 11th Alex Jackson, 12th Ryan David Mills, 13th Christopher Harris, 14th is Aaron Knight. Then it's Kyle Dunford, Paul Ozanne, Kieran Gifford, Ben Ficini, Henry Stratton, Alex Warnaby, Rob Statham, Grace Lee Davis, Ben Fiquete, Toby Case, Pedro Oliveira down 25th, then Ryan Micallef, William Jones, Lewis Berry, Ollie Varney, Scott Russell, and starting 31st is the 103 of Adam Cerner.
Sounded great, that, Nick.
I thought it did as well. Apart from that, I called Kieran Karen, but apart from that, it was fine.
That's good for you, mate. I was right, Paul. You'll be happy to hear Marion has been deployed. Lunch will be there for the break. Here we go, though. Let's get on with this senior Rotax heat. The 162s. Lewis Ball at the front of the field, and they get the go-ahead, or have they? They've been. Oh, we've got somebody off in a big way on the grass, and I think it was a false start.
Is he carrying on?
Yes, he is. He speed off on the grass. That was he certainly
they're
needs.
Not trying very hard.
No,
so
they're not. It's a false start.
So
I saw some waving round, gesticulation going
waving
on.
Round, darling.
And when everybody backed up, there was a kart who didn't really realise there, and unfortunately, he went on the grass. I think he did hit the barriers, but the barriers
bounced him off again. Neil Wiles asks, "Is ROWRAH the only track in the world to name a corner after Sir Jackie Stewart?"
Good point.
I think it is. I think it's the only track in the UK, because I'm pretty sure there are some tracks in America and other countries that have corners named after him.
Which ones?
I'm trying to think where I was racing recently. Well, I think it wasn't racing. Well, virtually racing recently had a corner. I'm pretty sure.
Actually, everybody out there who's got time to look on Google
can Google it.
Google it and find out and tell us. But as far as I'm going to say, this is the only place that has named a corner. And the thing is, Sir Jackie Stewart has never raced here. People like Colin McRae, David Coulthard, Alan McNeish, Jensen Button, Lewis Hamilton, they've all raced here. Here we go, into turn one. Through ROWRAH and out towards the McRae hairpin.
Early jockeying position going to McRae's, but came to nothing. It looks like the vast majority of the crowd has got through.
And a very, very neat and tidy first lap of getting through McRae's and Iredale's hairpin. They're already on sliding, getting helped to slide wide. There was Lewis Ball, I think. He wasn't happy. He was not happy. He was helped to the outside of the track. That might be a flag being waved at someone. We'll wait and see. We'll not speculate as the leaders come through the final turn and head underneath us to complete one lap.
Nailed together.
No, it wasn't Lewis.
It wasn't Roberts.
It wasn't Lewis Ball who got nudged. Lewis Ball is leading. Braden Hill second. Jack Hayes Roberts third. George Sanders, Josh Morris, Tommy Lee Davis sixth. Jody Fox, the independent driver, up to seventh. Andy Ambrose eighth. Ninth, Carl Dunford. Kieran Gifford 10th.
Well, moving about, people thinking about where they want to be positioned, not just for this particular in of Iredale, but also how you then come down this back straight into Stewart. As you can see, the carts nailed together. The first 15 running pretty much nose to a couple of little gaps emerging as they do. People kind of leave their own personal relaxed gap, but no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 in a train.
Yeah, this is a great battle. This is not over yet. Move down the inside, didn't come off there for Jack Hayes Roberts. There's no change with those leaders. Jack Hayes Roberts down the inside. And McCresen mounts onto the top of the leader, Lewis Ball. And he's took Lewis Ball out. He was making the move on Braden Hill. And Lewis Ball has a good right to be annoyed with that, because it wasn't even his accident to be in. And Jack Hayes Roberts there, moving down the inside, just leaving his braking to the very, very latest, and there, moving down the inside of Braden Hill, and there he goes, gets it all squarely, look at that, and then turns in, he's got nowhere to go, because the leader, Lewis Ball, is there.
Oh, hopefully he didn't hit. Oh, that must have hurt, because he's ridden up on his shoulder. That's gonna, he's annoyed at the moment, so he won't be feeling that, but Lewis is going to be quite bruised after that. So, it's Sanders from Morris, from Hill, from Lee Davis, from Gifford, from Ambrose, from Dunford, from Wood, from Ozanne. And that's changed the entire complexity. Louis Ball's down to 17th through no fault of his own, as a move there in the middle of the pack.
Is that the recovering
You've got a yellow flag because the 24 has stopped and looks like a slight bit of injury as well. Is that 24? I think it is, yeah. So Ben Ficchetti has come off and had a problem at Sunny. He's currently outside there, but I think he's banged his knee in the accident. It was a solo accident, I think. So bad, unlucky for Ben there. Let's get back with our leaders. Let's get to the front of the grid again.
There they go into Royal Rouge for the 5th time. Leader George Sanders has broken away slightly.
Just by a second.
Yeah, but he has broken away. Look at that. That's the biggest gap we've seen all race in this one. And gap for 2nd place though. Down the inside has gone Kieran Gifford.
It's a bit shoving today, isn't it? It's not very polite, is it? It's like,
no, not at all.
Get out of the way.
I think he's took 35 with him, Braden Hill as well. So that's Josh Morris demoted to 4th in one fell swoop. Easy to do with these hairpins. You just get hung out to dry on the outside, don't you?
Some pretty aggressive running just further back in this route, but you know, just want to get the cart number. He comes under the 66 cart. Kyle Dunford has been moving around in the Stuart S's and kind of got a bit of a poke from behind, and that put him offline, but he's managed to keep the position. The whole stream through. And that middling gap there, so 66, coming under pressure from James Wood and Paul Ozanne. James Wood, who is of course the star of our onboard lap we released prior to this event. We'll do an onboard lap for every single one of the NKC events.
Yeah, Jim from Cockermouth, so this is his home track.
Try and get about a week before, so you can all enjoy what it looks like to ride around the track we're going to on the NKC. Next round, of course, is Mansell Raceway in 5 weeks' time.
So that's 7th, 8th and 9th there, with Ozanne, the blue and yellow cart at the back of that train. These guys just dropping off the back of the main train of carts there, just ahead of them. Carl Dunford, Tommy Lee Davies. Oh, and as I say that, they get back on terms straight away. Yeah, they're concerteering backwards and forwards from one another, aren't they? They're almost a big one continuous train. Inside of 3 minutes remaining as well. So that's
the leaders have got to what's going on there? Kind of went past in slow motion there. So the leaders now, 1, 2 and 3 are really close together. So let's get back with our leaders. The 15 cart is now ahead. In fact, Sanders has lost the lead this time around. The 15 cart of Gifford has got past on this lap. I think that's more a case that Sanders had a really bad lap and dropped into 2nd place in the orange cart. 3rd place is Braden Hill. So Sanders lost about a second that lap somewhere, and also lost the lead. So Gifford in the multicoloured, mainly purple cart, these purple and white carts I say. There's a problem with the 31 as well. There's a few carts suffering. I just felt that generally this event has been more carts suffering than we saw at Three Sisters.
I think it's the hairpins where, you know, we talked about the gearing, and you've got to gear them so they can punch out the hairpins, but it's so easy to bog down because you're slowing that engine right down if you're giving yourself a good bout of top end speed. It's all a compromise really. Here they come then, and Gifford has really, really established himself at the front of this field. He's dropped away. He's dropped George Sanders completely. Braden Hill still with him. Andy Ambrose is the driver to keep an eye on. Andy also a local to this track. It's not his home track. That's at Wardenlaw and Teesside. But he's no stranger to racing at ROWRAH. He was here for the pre-round a couple of weeks ago.
There's a lot of kerfuffling going on throughout the field, obviously, because down in 18th place, Pedro Oliveira has got a driving standards warning. So obviously it's not just stuff we're seeing, it's happening all over the place. It's just, after we've had a couple of races where they've been very nice to each other, and this one's had all heck breaking loose, to be honest.
Yeah, and there's a move for the 55. Braden Hill, 35 of Braden Hill.
2nd place. Is it going to stick or is it going to get over and under?
Now these two are...
No, it's got it. So Hill's got it, hasn't he? I think.
I'm not sure he has, but these two battling. There's Andy Ambrose down the inside.
Got it.
And Ambrose on the LRG Motorsport kart getting and making that short work of that. We've got a kart off on the outside of Paddock Turn. That might cause local yellows.
Yeah, he'll get
he's getting
things running, so it's just embarrassment, no more than that.
Right, so back to this battle for 2nd and 3rd as Andy Ambrose has now gone through and ahead of George Sanders. He's now on the tail of Braden Hill. It's not over yet with the clock ticking. 12 seconds now on the clock, so it'll be the last lap board next time by for these leaders. Kieran Gifford still leading. It's now Braden Hill, Andy Ambrose, George Sanders, Paul Azan still there in 5th. Can Ambrose take that second spot ahead of him from Braden Hill? We know how quick Braden Hill is. Braden moved up from juniors into seniors just this year, and Ambrose has got pace, hasn't he? Look at that, closing that gap right onto the bumper of Braden Hill ahead of him. 2 more laps then. Oh, and down the inside has gone Andy Ambrose.
Wow.
That's local knowledge for you. Braden Hill optimised his turn in but left the door open. That's what you have to do sometimes. And Braden Hill not happy. He's coming back at Ambrose. These two still locked together, but this is a fine drive from Andy, who's been looking forward to the 2023, the Junction 6 NKC, looking forward to it for months. He decided to race in this championship the middle of last season. He saw the likes of Zach Bolton and Stephen Horner and Keith Mason having fun in this championship, and thought, that's the series for me. So he was really excited, and I tell you what, he's having a great time so far. He had a good run at Three Sisters, and here he is on a track he knows really well, going really well. Kieran Gifford still ahead, just under 2.5 seconds, the leader.
Robin won the XX, Ralph Racing, Ryan Mikalev 71, Ollie Varney 30. So there's 2 of them in Ralph Racing's one, the 71 and the 30. I think that the 71 Ryan Mikalev is doing all right. He's in 8th, and we've got, we've missed it. It's fight checkered flag.
Checkered flag.
So excited at the end. We missed it. We didn't miss the checkered flag, we missed about the last lap. So Gifford has got it, Ambrose is 2nd, Hill's 3rd, Sanders was 4th.
I was taking us to the checkered flag when you broke into that. So Kieran Gifford takes a very, very commanding win there. Full credit to Andy Ambrose and Braden Hill, George Sanders 2nd, 3rd and 4th for them. They had a great battle, some clean and good racing there from those 3 drivers. In fact, some clean and good racing from pretty much everyone there. Paul Azan was 5th then, Cal Dunford 6th, Ryan Mikalev is 7th. Then we've got local lad James Wood in 8th, Tommy Lee Davis 9th, 10th was Toby Case, and then we have Ben Fakini, Ryan David Mills, Christopher Harris, Ollie Varney, Pedro Oliveira, Lewis Ball, Jack Hayes Roberts, Jody Fox was 18th, Alex Jackson 19th, 20th was Scott Russell. Then we've got Grizzly Davis, Henry Stratton, William Jones, Lewis Berry, Aaron Knight, Jamie Hardy, Rob Statham, Josh Morris, Adam Cerner was just off the lead lap in 29th, and then we lost Ben Facchetti on lap 2 and Alex Wannabe on lap 1. We've got one more heat to go before we go for our lunch break, and it's Minimax that's coming next, which might be the smallest grid of karts that we've got, or the smallest grid of karts in any of our classes in the Junction 6 NKC, but it's not short of race pace and certainly race incident and drama. These youngsters certainly know how to entertain, certainly know how to race, and so we've got that to look forward to coming next.
Just doing some running repairs to my microphone, by the way.
Yes. So Ash is asking, he needs to change his battery.
Oh, right. Well, it's got 10 minutes, so it's fine. 10 minutes. Oh, camera's not working.
So as you can hear in the background, very, very busy here in the driver's lounge at ROWRAH.
Back with a new battery, it's marvellous.
Yes, indeed.
Good luck, we've already ordered our food. Marion's got us going.
Yep, Marion's got the order. We've got a grid of Minimax to get through first, though. Their second heat of the weekend. And it's a grid of 10 karts, the Minimax field. We expect to see the Minimax field grow slightly as we get through the season. Minimax, a class of karting that is not now recognised by the MSUK. It's been the Inter Rotax class being brought in, smaller chassis, narrower wheels and tyres in the Inter class, and the NKC, if anything, has given everybody out there who has Minimax kit somewhere to go and race. So this is what we're seeing. As the drivers grow, and move up the order into what the next step would be junior Rotax from this. Minimax has a heavily restricted Rotax engine. It's exactly the same engine that we see on the junior class and the senior class. However, it is massively restricted to reduce the power because of the age of the drivers that are driving these karts. You wouldn't think it when you see, and certainly the grip level through the corners is as quick as any of the other Rotax engined categories. Let's have a look at the grid then. Kazari Vizarek is on the front row of the grid on pole position with Leighton Kelly alongside. Second row of the grid is Jack McGillicuddy with Sonny Morgan alongside him. Then we've got Max Carlton and Daniel Hayes on row 3. Eddie Stewart and Daniel Parsons are on row 4. And then we've got Heat 1 winner Seb Corking on the 5th and final row in 9th place with Leo Basterfield alongside him on row 5. So Seb Corking at the back, you've got Sonny Morgan on the second row. That's got to be the money, I've got to say, it's got to be on Sonny Morgan, the way he closed the gap on Seb Corking in the first heat. Seb, of course, will be on a damage limitation run here, and we'll be seeing how many karts he can pass to maximise his points haul for not just the grid coming up for the finals later on, but also the championship. We've got the grid in good order though, all 10 of them, looking like we're going to get them underway, and we do. Dirk gives them the go-ahead, and we've got the number 33 who gets off into the lead. Got one of the karts from the second row, so it was Kazari Vizarek who takes the lead and has pulled out. As we've seen all day, we've seen the leader lead through the chicane at Roe Rouge, and then by the time he gets out the McRae hairpin and then on down to the Iredale hairpin, they've pulled a gap, and that's what we're seeing again. Seb Corking, he's moved off the back, he's in 9th place. That's his progress so far. They've fielded Minimax through the Stuart S's, down through St John's and into Sonny. And that's Sonny Morgan. They're getting it all wrong. Coming out of Sonny Corner, aptly named. Sonny getting it wrong at Sonny.
It's a good start for Wizardjack. Let's see what happened again with Sonny. He's just gone. Oh, he's just at the end. There's no more tarmac there, so he's basically gone off road.
I have done that so many times at that point,
and it hurts. But luckily it's a child.
He'll
be fine by tomorrow.
In the days when I raced,
you and I
wasn't a barrier there.
Be lying down for a fortnight.
Yeah.
He's fine by tomorrow.
He will be. Vizarek leads, but he's being challenged.
No,
he's gone. That's not Vizarek, is it? That's the 58. McGillicuddy. Leighton Kelly looking down the inside. Not quite enough. And Sonny Morgan's regained to come through in 4th. And he's regained his composure completely there. And he looks very racy indeed.
Was Vizarek in the first round?
Yes. He started way down.
He's discovered it. No, in the first, in the Three Sisters.
Oh, I don't know.
Because
I can check that.
He's looked pretty impressive in pure pace in this event. I don't remember him, and I would remember that name, I think, from the first round. So, Swery. And it looks like there's an attempt for a change of position there as Leighton Kelly was being challenged by Sonny Morgan. Morgan with the black nose and white side pods. Orangey grey machine is out of Leighton Kelly. And
yes,
saw Morgan get Kelly earlier.
Kazari was definitely there at Three Sisters. He had a 6th, an 8th, a 6th and a 6th.
Well, he's going to have done better than that. He's already done better than that by being the 3rd, now look like the first. Perhaps he's new to it, he's learning it. Or perhaps he didn't like Three Sisters. Or perhaps he does like ROWRAH.
Yeah, 2nd and 3rd place battle there. Sonny Morgan not getting by Leighton Kelly that quickly. He'll be aware that Seb Corking is slowly making his way through the order as well. Daniel Haynes likewise. Seb Corking not making as much progress as I thought. He's stuck in 8th, isn't he? Daniel Haynes ahead of Jack McGillicuddy that time by. And here is the battle. Leighton Kelly into the hairpin there at Iredale's, coming out, firing the cart out. Sonny Morgan, he's a lot taller. I mean, the height of Sonny, he's quite a tall lad, and it'll not be long before he will move up into junior Rotax.
He'll just wait out of it, won't he?
Yeah, he's aware of how aerodynamic his tallness is as well. Be ducking his head behind the fairing just to get more speed.
You'll be hearing from him very soon because he's part of our paddock show, isn't he?
He is, yeah. We have a chat to Sonny and Eddie Stewart, who's no relation to Sir Jackie, he tells me. but he's aware of his name and his namesake. Being involved in motorsport, of course. With half distance looming, we're about 20 seconds away from the half distance. And I tell you what,
should we have a look at that massive trail behind him? You drop back, wait a second now. There's a massive run of about 6 karts having an argument after this next one, and then it's all the rest of the karts are together.
Wow, look at that. Look at that group, and they're right in that third kart. Oh, Seb Corking trying
touchy there, wasn't there?
Taking his time to move through the order. He's up to 7th, so that's another scalp taken. Who's at the front of that field, isn't it?
It's the number 15 of Max Carlton. You have Corking behind him, and then Stuart Basterfield. We got the 45 kart of Eddie Stewart's getting a driving warning flag.
No, I think that's McGillicuddy. Max Carlton, McGillicuddy, Corking, Stewart, Basterfield, and Parsons. So they're inside the second half of this heat. Corking being challenged, if anything, from Eddie Stewart. It looked like there.
So why is he not moving forward in this one?
Don't know. His pace has certainly been stifled. But just pokes his nose down the inside at Stewart. But no, he settles in.
It's obviously the thing you remember about these guys is they are learning every time they go out. And so if you start from a slightly higher level and just know things a bit better, the other guys will catch up quicker because they're getting in more of an idea. They've done a few more laps. They know what a competitive situation is.
Now here's a challenge from Corking. Will he make it stick?
Yep.
I think he has.
No, actually, McGillicuddy has the problem. There we seem to be recovering. That's the 58 he went off at the end on the start of the pit straight, unfortunately. So 58 kart. I think he's got going. It looks like Gert's trying to rescue him, actually.
Yeah,
on that far side.
Quite getting going. So Jack McGillicuddy drops down to the back of the field. Meanwhile, it's still Kazari Vizarek who leads by just under 2 seconds. Leighton Kelly still in control of that second place and certainly controlling that position. Sonny Morgan just hasn't had the pace to get on terms with Kelly. And behind Morgan, Daniel Haynes, a bit of a lonely 4th place for him. Not as lonely for Max Carlton, and behind Max Carlton is Seb Corking, and he's coming, and he's bringing Eddie Stewart, Leo Basterfield and Daniel Parsons with him. Jack McGillicuddy has gone a lap down, not quite sure what's happening to Jack underneath us, whether or not he's called that a day after that little off. So we could, we are looking at that 5th place, Max Carlton, then a gap to Corking, and that's a massive move there from Basterfield.
He's lucky there because he very nearly
he nearly took out Corking. Yeah, he came from absolutely way back. So Leo Basterfield down the inside on Eddie Stewart took everybody by surprise, even us. Inside the final 90 seconds then, towards paddock turn, and that gap between Corking and Carlton has come down to almost nothing, 0.3 of a second in fact, as they go out of ROWRAH and on towards the McRae hairpin. Corking has reduced the gap to almost nothing. He needs to get onto his rear bumper to be in a position to challenge and improve on that 6th place, which is where he lies. Ahead of him, Sonny Morgan in 3rd, Leighton Kelly in 2nd, Kazari Vizarek in 1st place. Sonny Morgan, fastest lap of the race last time by. And now we've got Corking right on the tail of Max Carlton. It's going to be the 1 lap to go board next time by. And Dirk will dig out that board when he's given the go ahead.
Oh, he's given himself the go ahead. Dirk's a Martin's own destiny as far as the board's concerned. Top 3, just we haven't been looking at them, they're staying pretty equidistant apart. Then Sari Vizarek has been a second or so in the lead for the last 5 or 6 laps, and then another second back from Leighton Kelly to Sonny Morgan as they're back in their last lap. So there's more action in this sort of next run of cars. Just going through.
That's a beautiful equidistance, 1st, 2nd and 3rd there from Vizarek, Leighton Kelly and Sonny Morgan. Daniel Haynes a lonely 4th, as I said, but Max Carlton now has Seb Corking right on his tail. Opportunity to improve on that 6th place and take that position from Carlton. Beginning to run out now into the McRae's hairpin. Fire the carts left. If anything, the gap between Carlton in 5th and Haynes in 4th is coming down. And there's a move. A move on Corking, who drops down to 7th behind Leo Basterfield. So Corking caught napping, but Corking comes back. He's done that before, hasn't he? 3 Sisters, he did that to Sonny Morgan. And Corking comes back and says, I'll have my 6th place back, thank you very much. As the checkered flag flies for a fine win from Kazari Vizarek. Leighton Kelly takes an equally fine 2nd, and Sonny Morgan just couldn't find the pace to catch the 2 carts in front. He finishes 3rd. 4th is Daniel Haynes, Max Carlton, Seb Corking, Leo Basterfield, Daniel Parsons 8th, 9th is Eddie Stewart, and we lost, of course, Jack McGillicuddy on lap 6. Well, that rounds off the heats for this morning. We've got 4 more heats: Junior Rotax 177s, Senior TKM and Minimax coming up after the lunch break. We then go into our B finals and indeed the all-important A finals for double points awarded there. We'll go to our paddock show next though, and we'll take a break. And when Nick gives me the thumbs up, there it is. We'll bid you farewell and we'll see you later on.
Hello and welcome to ROWRAH in, sunny Cumbria for round 2 of the NKC 2023, one of the most historic and long-standing circuits in the country. Joe, what are we looking forward to this weekend? Because it's this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, for the NKC.
Yeah, well, 2 days of racing. We kick off with the first couple of heats today and then into tomorrow. We're at ROWRAH, Nick, and ROWRAH, did I mention that this is the first place I ever raced at? Here back in, we've done it.
1871.
Whatever.
He was actually racing behind a horse and cart.
One of my favourite tracks. A little bit different now. ROWRAH is all about getting into and out of these hairpins. There are 3 what you would call hairpins, 180-degree turns, where it's all about carrying speed in, but just carrying enough speed to be able to optimise how you get out of them. And that also brings lots of opportunities for overtaking. We're in the entertainment business, Nick. It's all about overtaking for us in the NKC. And if the racing is half as good as what we saw at round 1 at 3 Sisters, then we're in for a treat.
Yeah, I mean, of course, once again, we have a dry day, so the old tyre allocation, the tyre tactics will come into play. Some people have saved new sets from last time, some people won't. So we're going to see, I think, a bit of an ebb and flow compared to the previous races. Yeah, I kind of love that about NKC. You've got 2 sets of tyres, 4 front tyres, 4 rear tyres that you've got to use across the whole season. That's completely different to other kart racing series, and it adds that element of jeopardy, because if the sun continues to shine through 2023 and we don't have any wet race weekends, then by the time we get to round 6 we're going to be really struggling for grip. And here we are at round 2, we've got virtually new rubber, so whether or not you deploy the second set at this early stage, that might pay dividends now. But what's it going to be like when we get to round 6? So that's the strategy, that's the tactical sort of usage of how we can play with our tyres. And we're in the UK, so who can plan the weather? Who knows what the weather's going to be? When the snow comes tomorrow morning, it's enough of us to say what we think is going to happen, what may happen. What we need to do is have you finding out from the paddock what they think will happen. Well, let's do that, because there's plenty of people to talk to who are actually willing to talk to us. NKC continues to grow, new competitors coming into the series, and this year 2023 sees Billy Edgecombe here, kart number 20 in Junior Rotax. Billy, welcome to the NKC, round 2 already. How's this season going so far for you?
I'd say so far it's all right. We've had a few naff results, but we're quick, so hopefully we'll get there in some point.
Yeah, that's some would say that's motorsport, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's ups and downs. You're new to the NKC. What karting have you done before?
Well, I've been karting for 7 years. Last year we did Super 1, and then just sort of clubbies really, but yeah, we sort of tried this year.
So what's the main differences with the NKC and something like a national championship, like the Super 1 championship?
Well, I'd say with Super 1, obviously we've got qualifying, so with the mixed grids it's obviously a lot harder with the overtaking and getting through the pack, but I think that adds a bit of fun to it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah. Yeah.
Do you think the mixed grids, and just to remind everybody, mixed grids mean you get to start at the near the back, in the middle, and at the front of the grid in your heats. Does that kind of make things fairer? You find that, because with time qualifying, if you don't get that lap, you are going to be at the back all day. This gives it a much more fairer playing field.
I think, yeah, it does, but only thing I'd say with quali is it sort of puts you where you deserve to be, almost, so it's a lot easier for the race just to flow. But with the mixed grids, I think it adds a lot more opportunities to it, and it gives other drivers experiences where they possibly wouldn't if they had quali. And like you said, if you didn't get a lap in qualifying, then you ruined your weekend. Whereas if you've got mixed grids, then it's all down to luck really at the end of the day. So it's how well you can get through a pack.
Yeah, and I would imagine you really enjoy that because it doesn't matter where you are, you're going to race with someone.
Yeah. I think at the end of the day, you always find a battle somewhere, and it's always just trying to get back to the front where I feel like I should be. So yeah, it's always fun.
What would you say to someone who's kind of on the fence and thinking about the NKC or thinking about doing another championship? What would you say to them to bring them to race with you?
I think NKC, it's run really well. The times are good. Obviously, with national championships, you have to have Friday testing. Where if you can't afford to be doing that or you're in school, then obviously we get a Saturday test day here, so that makes it a lot better. And it's just a nice environment and nice places to race. Yeah, good calendar.
Thanks, Billy.
Cheers, mate.
Adam Rogers is one of those drivers in the NKC who's got a wealth of experience across the classes. Adam, you were the 100 UK champion and you've then transitioned to Rotax, and there you were, 2022. The number 7 there on the front of the cart there, that means 7th in the championship.
That's right. Yeah, some might say beginner's luck, but after coming off the back of the 100 UK championship, we believe we'd be competitive, but I am on the older side of the grid. I'm in the Masters group, but it was a great year. It was the first time to try a different class because I've only ever done TKM. We raced back in the late 90s, early 2000s, and then we had a 13-year gap, came back and did the 100 UK, which we won, and then thought we'd try Rotax. So it's been eye-opening, and we've had a good year, but we're hoping to build on it this year.
So, all right, we don't have 100 UK with us, but we've got TKM, and they're a very similar kart. What are the differences that are discernible between driving the 125cc Rotax kart and the TKM?
The most obvious thing for me was obviously it's a big power upgrade. You're going from 115cc to 125, and you've also got the power band, which takes a little bit of adapting to. Mid-corner you're on the power, and then the power valve kicks in. It can really unsettle the kart. So that's been challenging on its own. Obviously softer tyres. Really changing your driving style, because you've got to brake harder because you're going a lot faster. So it is really challenging to drive, and hats off to some of the other guys in the field as well. I keep saying my age, 36, but Paul Ozan's making that hard for me to use as an excuse. So so the power and the grip really are the main differences for me.
Right. The racing, pretty much the same. I mean, it's karting. It's so competitive, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. The racing is a lot closer. I think the tyres and the power do make up for a lot of people being in the same pace, which is another difference, I suppose, to TKM. You might get 4 or 5 quick drives in this. It could be 20. So it is a battle and a train, and you've just got to grind it out and keep out of trouble. That's another one. Just keep out of trouble.
I've spoken to another driver about the mixed grids in comparison to time qualifying. What's your preference?
If you'd have asked me after the 100 UK, I'd have said mixed grids all day long. But then after coming into Rotax in a bigger grid, probably in more mixed abilities, I would be keen to try the time qualifying. And I think that possibly it could maybe be better from a driving point of view, but maybe not from the spectator point of view. So I don't know which one's more important.
That's the key thing, Adam.
Yeah.
We're in the entertainment business. Exactly. Mixed grids are brilliant.
Exactly that.
Have a great weekend.
Thank you very much. Cheers. Thank you.
Harry Wainwright has been perhaps becoming a stalwart of the NKC. We spoke to Harry last year. He's actually grown to be even a bit taller. I'm going to need a box if you continue growing, my boy. So, Harry, GCSE time, isn't it? And you missed practice yesterday because of more important things. Is that going to affect your weekend?
Hopefully not. No, we have had a good practice day so far. Yeah, just been changing things to try and get used to setup and stuff. Had a good day. Yeah.
Now, if just to remind everybody, Harry here is only 16 still?
Yeah, 16.
Yeah, hence the GCSEs. Now, Harry was growing far too quickly for a normal human, clearly. So he had to move into the seniors. He got dispensation, didn't you, to move into the seniors. You moved into the senior 162 class, but Harry continued to grow. And here we are this year in the 177 class. So that's the heavier category, because as you can see, Harry's a big and tall lad. Any major difference between the 162s and the 177s, what you found?
Not really, no. The racing, I think, is still as close, and it's still really good, and I'm really enjoying it. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, so no difference. Did you find any major difference when you moved from the junior category into seniors? Because you were too young, effectively, to be in seniors, weren't you?
Yeah, it was more just the speed, getting used to that, really. That was the thing that was more difficult to get used to. And then after that, we just kept working on it. And then, yeah, we're getting on all right now. So, yeah, I'm happy with where we're at.
So yeah, what you mean, Harry, is in juniors, the engine's slightly restricted, isn't it? So you could really feel the difference when you've stepped into a senior kart.
Yes, definitely, yeah. It's a big change, but, yeah, I'm definitely really enjoying it.
Yeah, and I've got to ask you, how the GCSEs going then?
Yeah, they're going good. I've had about 4 so far, and they're all going well. So, yeah, I'm happy with them, yeah.
What's your favourite subject?
Probably geography.
Geography, well, if you stay in motorsport, you're going to travel a lot, so that's going to come in useful. Thanks, Harry. Best of luck for the weekend, mate. Thanks again for talking to us.
Thank you.
100 TKM is perhaps one of the most competitive classes here in the NKC, and Molly Biles here is right in the thick of it. Molly, 100 TKM, it's a great class. You're obviously enjoying it.
Yeah, it's great. Sort of in the middle of the pack at the moment, but I'm hoping that sometime by the end of the season I'll get running up the front, but it's just a case of catching them, seeing if I can keep up with them, following their lines, seeing what tricks they're doing, because everyone's got their own sorts of tricks, and just going from there, really. Seat time is always good.
Yeah, so you think that there's more time to come from yourself rather than relying upon Dad who's mechanicking?
Yeah, we do changes every now and then. I mean, we've come back from a race and instantly we're making changes based on what I went out on. But at the end of the day, it's who you're battling with on track. So if I'm stuck at the front, obviously I've got to make changes to keep up with them. But at the moment, I've got to keep up with the middle pack to then get further. So it's just doing it step by step to get better and better and better. Yeah.
It looks absolutely chaotic when you're standing on the sidelines, as we are. Is it as chaotic from the driver's seat?
It can be. The first few laps are definitely always a bit of chaos. You never know who's going to come up the inside of you and surprise you. You might get a tack on the behind sort of thing, but after a few laps it sort of fizzles itself out and it's all right. Yeah, when it settles down. Now, Molly, you were telling me that for a living you are an apprentice motor vehicle technician, is it? Yeah, Mercedes apprentice technician. Yeah,
so I was an apprentice. I wasn't a Mercedes technician, but we called it mechanics, as me and your dad called it being a mechanic. So what old school exactly, Dad? What exactly are you training to be? You know, are we looking at sort of the age where you're going to be servicing Mercedes and stuff?
Yeah, definitely. Well, at the moment, my mentor lets me do services. So, I mean, I'm only about 8 months in, but I can do services on my own. But the future is to be able to take apart cells, like individual cells in high voltage batteries, and replace them, which is sort of where the future's going. But we've already had to replace a few at work. But my mentor's doing training to actually physically take out the cell and replace it with a new one. Right. So sort of doing in-depth servicing on the batteries instead of replacing the whole kit, because it's about 16 grand for a new high voltage battery.
Right, and is your dealership, are you seeing more and more EV vehicles coming through the workshop than you do fossil fuels?
Yeah, well, we get the odd fossil fuel car come through for services and all of that, but mainly it's the electric cars coming in with faults with the chargers and the batteries and stuff. But with the technology that we've got, it's quite easy to diagnose what the problem is. Right.
What do you mean by that? You see, you said that as if like I should know what that means. What do you mean it's easier to diagnose?
Well, we've got a system called Whiz, which is like a subscription software, and we plug like a multiplexer into the OBD port of the car, and it reads all the data from all the different control units. So we get to see what control unit is doing what fault, what's going on where, what's linked to each other. We get wiring diagrams, get absolutely everything to work on the car. Right.
So that's basically a computer tells you everything that's going on in there.
Yeah, basically, a computer just tells you how it works.
Wow, so EV the future? Without getting too controversial. Remember what you do for a living and who you work for.
It's definitely going somewhere, but there's potential that it could fall through in a few years.
Right, so your training is purely to do with EV then, electric vehicles. Are you taught about the auto cycle? Are you taught about, are you taught about pistons and fuels?
Yeah, we do get taught about that because we need to know all the basics anyway, because at some point we get old classic cars coming in and the old 2004 car that's a rust bucket. Yeah. So we do need to know all of that stuff. So yeah, we do get taught about the auto cycle and all the other stuff. Everything else to do with petrol cars and diesels.
Well, this is a two-stroke, isn't it? Tell us a little bit about the TKM engine there. It's a single-cylinder two-stroke. What else can you tell us?
I think roughly all the carts on the grid are about 115cc. Obviously some people tune theirs to the limits. They might be a little bit more, a little bit less, but 9 times out of 10 they're 115cc. At the last race at Wigan I topped about 70 mile an hour going down the backstroke, which is obviously quite a lot. I think here I've topped at about 60, but they're quite aggressive carts. The engines are very much full of vibrations and life, so you do sort of become one with the cart when you're driving around. But then again, it depends on what chassis you're running and where you get your engines built, how the car actually handles on circuit, because the different firmness of the chassis really depends on what your driving style is.
And training as a technician, Molly, you've obviously got a bit of a, we're all geeks here together, aren't we, in karting and motorsport, so you're obviously getting, you're interested in that side of things as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think in the interview room, I was the only person that had any sort of links to motorsport, so I think they sort of sided with me a little bit to go, oh yeah, she's interested in karting and stuff, we'll have her on. Yeah. So I think it does help, but it is interesting as well, because I do really enjoy it, and I really enjoy working on cars as well, even if for most of the days I'm standing watching my mentor do wiring and fiddling about with a soldering iron most days. Yeah. It's still really interesting to do.
And your mechanic's all right, is he?
Yeah, he's great. Yeah.
Where's he gone, by the way? Oh, there he is, just relaxing. It's her dad, everybody. Thanks, Molly. Best of luck with your career as a Mercedes engineer. I drive a Mercedes, but I'm old school. I've got the rust bucket from 2004.
Yeah, it's all right.
If you're a follower of the NKC Championship at Wilton Mills round last year, we saw a very nasty accident that involved this man here, Mike Edwards. Mike, it's great to see you back. You had a very, very nasty looking accident where you broke a leg. You took the rest of the season out, which was a shame. Tell me, what was the recovery like, etc., etc.?
Yeah, the recovery was long, and like a lot of time off work and laying up on your back and sort of losing money and whatnot. But yeah, we got through it. 6 months. Yeah. The pain only lasted a week. It was more the pain of not getting back to it.
Well, talking about getting back to it, some would say, how crazy are you to then get back into one of these things and continue to race?
Yeah, and then to get a pole for my first race at Wigan. Yeah. It was the bumhole was going a little bit.
So you didn't lose it. You didn't forget it. How to do it?
It was a test for myself, I think. Going back to Wigan just to test to see if, to see if I still want to do it. But as soon as the green flag dropped, I forgot about the crash.
So the psychology of it, Mike, then is that you've got so much happening when you sat in a seat of a cart that the last thing on your mind is that what happened at Wilton.
The only thing on my mind up until I sat in the cart, and then as soon as that flag drops, you just forget about everything, and all you want to do is try and make places, which I didn't. But we'll get there. I think we'll get back there.
Well, I thought you came back with a massive bang, the right kind of bang at Three Sisters. How's ROWRAH for you? Do you like this place?
Yeah, I love ROWRAH. Last year, absolutely brilliant. I mean, it's picturesque. Look, it's to look at, to drive it. On
a day like today,
the views are brilliant. Yeah, it's great. It's great. Yeah, can't complain at all.
Now, Mike Edwards Motorsport, you're a big supporter of NKC.
Yeah, we actually do exhaust systems for everything but go-karts.
Right.
But we sponsor different drivers in different formulas and different sorts of sport, and we don't get nothing back for it. So I sort of thought, why not put into what we're coming to do and what's given to us, and give back to what's given to us, really. Obviously, team of lads here and all the boys, we just started this for a little bit of fun. We all run around at midfield and we enjoy ourselves, and we hope that if we can get in the A final, it's an achievement. We're not here kidding ourselves to know that we're gonna be winning anything. So yeah.
I think the majority of people go racing for that very reason. Yeah. Tell me a little bit more about your business there, Edwards Motorsport. So you mentioned exhaust there. Is that sort of performance exhaust airing towards that? And is it road cars or is it track cars?
So it's predominantly it is race cars from WRC, Le Mans, circuit cars, touring cars. We do, from them levels of motorsport all the way down to your clubmen and your sort of, just guys that just want to have a little bit of fun and buy a car and have a play around. All stainless steel exhaust systems. Yeah, look us up. It's good for performance, good for the look of all these sort of styling cars and hot roddy type setups. For people that aren't racing. Yeah, that's all what we're about, really.
So you could say, mate, you're living the dream, because your real life job is working in motor racing.
Yeah, living what we work and working what we live. Yeah. Yeah, it's not always a dream, but yeah, it's as good as it's better than what some people do for work. So yeah.
Yeah, exactly, Mike. It's great to see you back. I'm really happy to see you back, and best luck for the rest of the season. Just don't do it again.
I'll try not to.
NKC is where Minimax has found a home for 2023. It's a class of karts that the MSUK kind of ruled out for many, many reasons we're not going to go into now. But these two youngsters here, Eddie Stewart and Sonny Morgan, these guys are really enjoying Minimax. Eddie, I'll start with you. What a fabulous name. Look at this, Stewart. That's a great, legendary motorsport name. Eddie, you're in Minimax. Any particular reason? Is that down to your age?
Age and weight, really.
Yeah.
We can't really fit in the Intermax 950 karts, so Minimax was our only shot at NKC, really.
So how old are you, Eddie?
I'm 11 years old.
And Sonny Morgan almost pulled off a win at Three Sisters, but it was really, really tight. Yourself and Seb Corkin with fantastic racing at the end, Sonny. How old are you? Start with that one.
I'm 13, but I'm turning 14 in about 3 weeks, I think. Yeah.
All right, 3 weeks. What's on your birthday list?
New pair of gloves.
I knew it would be car related. Sonny, what brings you to Minimax, and why are you in this class?
Well, I think I should be in juniors, really, looking at the size of me compared to Eddie. I'm really tall and my age, but Junior Max is a massive grid this year, so we're just keeping it in minis for this year, and next year we're going to make the move up to maybe Junior Max or Junior TKM.
Right. Eddie, some say that Minimax is too fast for a driver your age. What would you say to that?
I disagree.
Yeah. Why do you disagree then? Tell me.
I like speed. I've been into karting since I was younger, and I think speed's really good, and I like speed, really. That's all.
Sonny, they're a very physical kart, aren't they? I mean, you've got people who have come from cadets and then they jump into a Minimax kart because of their age, and the grip level from these wide axle Minimax karts, it's massive, isn't it? Are you coping?
Yeah, well, we're doing all right, but this track is really physical with the curbs. Like yesterday, we had to put more padding on the seat because I was just getting thrown around in the seat, and it's so physical, yeah. Really tough.
Yeah. So then, boys, I'm going to ask you a tough one. Who's going to win this weekend?
Me.
Yeah, I'd like to say me, but I think there's a lot of locals here as well. But it's my first time here, but I'd like me to win, yeah.
That's the spirit. Thanks, boys. Thank you very much, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Welcome back to ROWRAH. In Cumbria is where we are.
It's not moved during lunchtime.
No, it has not.
Still there.
We are
still
ready.
Where it was.
We are ready to get going with our afternoon race programme. We're going to kick off with the remaining heats. We've got a heat for junior Rotax 177, senior TKM, and we will round off our heats with Minimax. Then we go straight into the finals. We've got 3 B finals, and then we've got all of our classes with their A final, all for the trophies and the championship, double championship points. So we've had a very, very eventful day and a bit. We had 2 heats yesterday. But here we are, we're back at ROWRAH, just northwest of Brassenthwaite Lake. And I've got to say, Nick, There's not very many days across here at ROWRAH. Mind you, we are in May. We are in May here. Yes, I am. There's nothing forecast though. The forecast will remain as it is today. As it is today. As it is now.
Not forever. The
As it
forecast will
is
never
now,
change.
which is beautiful. It's about 18 degrees out there. Feels warmer when you're out of the wind.
Well, you've gone full shorts.
I have. First time this year. Short strategy.
I'm a very reluctant short wearer.
I know. I've seen that before, even in hot climates where we've shared. What am I even saying? Shared
Well,
what?
the option would be pit lane or something more exciting.
Well, I've seen you in a very hot pit lane with trousers rather than shorts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
dangerous.
Bizarre.
Pit lanes are dangerous.
Bizarre.
I've been run over in a pit lane, you know.
Well, that's because
Have
Yeah.
you had your foot run over by John Lazy? No.
I once got taken out and dislocated my knee by getting run over by a tyre truck.
Yeah.
You know, one of those little trolley things.
Oh God, they're lethal.
Yeah,
They're
the
lethal.
ones with the guy sits right
When
on
you're
the front.
when you're wandering around the back of the Daytona 24-hour and then
Yes,
running these
yes.
things at 90 miles an hour
Yeah, up
from
and
both
down.
directions, you've got
Yeah.
dead cans on. I'm surprised I've survived.
Yeah. Right then, Nick. We are getting into position. Our marshals are getting to their posts. We've
Just
got
the four
the
heats.
mystery medic up on the hill.
Mystery medic.
More importantly, our cameramen are positioning themselves. Just to remind everybody, this is round 2 of the Junction 6 NKC for 2023. We've already had a round 1 at Three Sisters, which was a great weekend with some changeable weather, very unlike here at ROWRAH. We head off to Mansell Raceway towards the end of June, 24th and 25th of June. We're at Mansell Raceway down in Devon, and then from there we go to Wilton Mill near Daventry. That's more on your doorstep, isn't it, Nick?
Certainly is.
28th,
If I had an
28th.
18-mile doorstep, obviously.
Exactly, 20th to the 30th of July for that. We have a non-championship race weekend for the NKC O Plate. So we stay at Wilton Mill. We basically camp there for a month because we stay at Wilton Mill. And on the 17th to the 20th of August, we have our NKC O Plate meeting. It's outside of the championship.
With guest categories.
Guest categories.
And
Can we announce them?
And 2 days of coverage.
2 days of NKC coverage.
Full Saturday and the full
Can you
Sunday.
take it? Can you take it?
Can we take it?
Can we? Are we allowed to say who the other categories are?
I think yeah.
I think we can say KZs.
Gearbox-tastic.
Gearbox-tastic, indeed.
And
KZs.
the House of 100 is back with us.
And the House of One. I mean, that was
Smoky Joe.
yes. Yes, that is really stepping into a time machine and going back about 25, 30 years to when karting was loud and smelly. It's still loud and smelly, but it was even louder and smellier back then. So yeah, that's one not to miss, really. The O Plate at Wilton Mill in August. We get back on the championship trail at Fulbeck in September, 8th and 10th of September. That's not really that long after the O Plate. But back on the championship trail with round 5 at Fulbeck in Lincolnshire. Old school circuit, isn't it? Old airfield track, long straights, tight chicanes and tight hairpins. And then the 2023 Junction 6 NKC season rounds off with round 6 at Clay Pigeon down in Dorset. So back down to the south of England for that. And Clay Pigeon, one of the shortest tracks in the UK, one of the shortest, however, but fastest tracks in the UK, and that's where the NKC will crown its 2023 champions. For now, though, we are in the process of building towards that with everything happening in round 2.
Yeah, got some green flags on track, but we've not yet released our junior Rotax contenders. Not quite sure what the hold-up is. Final checkage to make sure that all we've
released them. Let's have a look at the grid then for the 4th heat for junior Rotax. Daniel Whitfield and Billy Vogt are on row 1. Presley Walker and Levi Earl are on row 2. Callum Scrivens and James Rigby are on row 3. Row 4 is Rafi Salentano and Ethan Wyatt. Row 5, Billy Edgecombe and Freddie Moore. Row 6 is Ellie Anderson and Adam Catling. Then we've got Mitchell Mulvey and Reece Green on row 7. Alex Fraser shares row 8 with Lewin Hughes. Then we've got Jaden Hewitt and Maxim Smith on row 9. Row 10 is Leighton Burrell and Jamie McBride. Jasmine Taylor and Luke Soyes are on row 11. Row 12 is Louis Rees and Mason Perrin. Jill Leverton and Ollie Morris are on row 13. Then we've got Alfie Bushell and Archie Hardiman on row 14. Row 15 is Alex Dole and James Burgess. And then rounding off this huge 32 kart field, Frank Ward and Jamie Salter are on row 16. And they're already round and with us just across the way there towards the final turn at paddock. Paul's pointing and staring.
I don't know why.
I don't know why. Me too.
Someone spun round in the pack.
Somebody
this is the person who was pointed at.
Somebody making their way up into grid order. I'm not sure he'll be allowed to do that. As we get this race underway into Roe Rouge for the first time.
I think Dirk was happy with it.
Yeah, it's the number 41 of Daniel Whitfield who leads into and out of that corner.
Oh, lots of dust kicked
off.
But come back on again. That was just pure dust, that was.
Yeah, going wide out of the chicane there. We're already out of McRae's, already into Ideals actually. And it is indeed Daniel Whitfield who leads. Once again, we see the first two breaking away from the pack in the very early stages. These hairpins here at ROWRAH certainly break things up very, very quickly. Mind you, in the midfield, they'd completely disagree with me. Look at that midfield coming through Stewart's there. Great train of carts, nose to tail. And everybody through to that stage of the lap.
Leaders coming round Paddock Bend for the first time in this heat for the junior. There's already a warning to car 20.
Billy Edgecombe.
So Billy Edgecombe has a warning already. I'm not sure where that was. I'm not sure where that would have been, to be honest. But perhaps it was obviously coming back through the field gave him a warning when you have an issue. Where is Edgecombe? Oh,
Coronation.
It's all over.
Flag coming back. We've got the leaders already towards the ideal hairpin, and out of the ideal hairpin, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th place is what we were focusing on there. Callum Scrivens in the orange car, just losing out to Rafi Salentano, I think that was. Moving down the inside of him into the right left of St John's and Sunny, and making their way towards the paddock turn. Daniel Whitfield leads then. 2 laps completed. Presley Walker second, Levi Earl third, Billy Vogt in fourth, Freddie Moore in fifth. We have Rafi Salentano who made that move on, Callum Scrivens 6th and 7th, Ellie Anderson 8th, 9th is Reece Green, and Billy Edgecombe in that number 20 taking that warning board in 10th place.
So calm start to the afternoon proceeding. We've had a bit of lunch, chance for him to relax. Just a short run of the final heat before we start the finals here at round 2 at ROWRAH. Top 3 coming up towards St John's and now through Sunny Bend. 110 kart of Presley Walker, then a little bit closer to Daniel Whitfield and just slightly dropping Levi Earl, so it's coming a 1 versus 2 with 3 off the back slightly. Going to 10th for the second that time round, Presley Walker. And then there's a kind of a concentrated snake of carts coming beneath us.
And as we saw, the leaders just beginning to edge away from everyone. Now is the time of this race where they all come back together, because Presley Walker and Levi Earl are not letting Daniel Whitfield get too far away. Mm-hmm. And if anything, as they go through the Stewart S's there, Whitfield very, very ragged, and more ragged than Presley Walker. And just look at the benefit that's made. Walker now almost on the bumper of that leading number 41 of Whitfield. Underneath us.
Pushing hard. But just gaining a half a tenth there, so he's getting a little bit closer, but kind of needs to make a push really. Get on the back bumper of Whitfield and give it a go.
Yeah,
Walker.
Whitfield's responded, hasn't he? He's kind of responded. He's aware of Presley Walker. We don't look away from this because we just know that Presley Walker's going to mount a challenge.
Yeah, as soon as we go somewhere else.
Yeah,
but Levi Earl's getting a bit closer again, so I'm not quite sure. Yeah, Levi Earl's picked up a bit of a speed, so the 3 of them now kind of right here. Behind them there is a train. There's a train of cars, but there's no real great important dicing going on. There's a number of carts just running around. They're all turning laps at the moment. There's a few close little connections, but I'm just watching there for about 4 corners and no one even made a move anybody. So having a relaxing afternoon drive around the ROWRAH track.
Call it relaxing. Here we go. Now then, Levi Earl now onto the bumper of Presley Walker. Presley Walker was trying to challenge Daniel Whitfield, but he's now got his hands full.
And Earl's going to get this one.
Yeah, down the inside into the stewardesses.
Now, is this the case of tyre pressures coming in?
Yes.
Could you expand on that? It's a one-word answer to my question.
Well, you start with a cool tyre, and you set the pressure of the tyre to come to its optimum operating pressure as the tyre heats up, and this takes 2 or 3 laps, sometimes more on a track like ROWRAH, where it's a relatively quick lap of 46 seconds.
And of course you can set the carts up for it to come in
And
slow or faster.
Depending on the pressure, literally a pound or 2 either way, you can set the cart up for the tyres to be there for you on lap 2. However, by lap 11, you'll have no tyres left. Or you set the cart up for the tyres to come in to their optimum at around lap 4 or 5, and to be just beginning to tip over the edge and get too hot towards the end of the race. And that's clearly what we've seen now. And everybody's on cold tyres, which aren't gripping as well as they are now, and that's what you kind of find in the early laps. Just people settling in, finding their way, and just playing that high-speed game of chess until they're happy with the handling of their cart.
I'd like to thank you for your fulsome answer. Squeezed out of you eventually. This is the man who used to be like a team principal of the BTCC team. I kind of wonder why they always lost. Oh, I know what's going on. I'm not telling you though. I'm just the manager.
It wasn't my job. I had to make sure the tyres were where they are. There's another move.
Same. No, it didn't come off.
No, not at all.
They're coming together actually. As Walker slightly hooked in front of Earl's cart. So Earl certainly have allowed Daniel Whitfield to get away. There was a train of other carts just training through. What we'll do this lap, we'll just let everything run through the chicane this lap, and you'll just get an idea. We really aren't hiding anything from you. It is a very processional race, this one. A bit of wide angle action there. That's Billy Edgecombe, blue cart, one or two blue carts. We watch now as they come through. Look, that's 1, 2 and 3, still quite close together.
Yeah.
And then that's how far they pulled out. And then there's everyone else kind of coming through in a bit of a line.
Yeah, these 3 pulled out a huge gap, haven't they? Dropped the rest of the field away. The rest of the field being led by Freddie Moore in 4th, Billy Edgecombe 5th, Billy Vogt in 6th, Mitchell Mulvey, Jaden Hewitt, Jasmine Taylor in 9th, Callum Scrivens is in 10th. Back
with the leaders, back with 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, now these 2nd and 3rd battle, when they started paying attention to one another, that's allowed Daniel Whitfield to check out. Says, well, you boys are busying themselves trying to fight over 2nd and 3rd. I'm going off to take the heat win. And they're inside the final minute, so we are not far from the last lap board.
Might be 2 more, actually.
Yeah, Dirk will be...
a bit disappointed they're going to get across like 56 or 57. He hates that.
Yes, he will. Yeah, they're going to cross the line now with in good time, actually. There's 12, 13, 12. Here they come. Crosses the line now.
7:51, 9 seconds.
Dirk will deploy the last lap board. Look at that, Daniel Whitfield, 46.5. Fastest lap of the race so far. So he's not holding back at all.
Neither of these two. Look at that. Scrapped it, and the over and under may have worked, and it has.
He's got to get across. He has indeed. Presley Walker made that stick. That was purely acceleration out of that McRae hairpin, wasn't it?
Yeah, you got the run through ROWRAH, which was odd because he actually lost about 10th the previous lap. Found a bit of run, and suddenly, boom, there he is. So it's Walker in 2nd, Earl in 3rd. I'm not sure Earl's going to let that stick, to be honest. He's already flying that cart round that sharp right-hander of St John's. Last lap board is out.
So last lap board being shown by Dirk, our start line marshal. As the rest of the field come through to see that, the battle for 2nd and 3rd continues. Daniel Whitfield's checked out in 1st. I say checked out, a gap of 1.9 seconds, almost 2 seconds, is kind of checking out in karting, isn't it?
Well, it's certainly not going to be caught up.
Oh, there's a move. No, I'm just sort of waving hello to Paul Moran, who's just walking behind him into the driver's lounge.
I see, I didn't know you were waving at people. But you wanted my attention.
So that
looking
looks
left,
like,
looking right.
That looks like Levi Earl.
Back ahead of Walker again.
That's what I was telling
Walker's
you.
Not happy about this. No, you were waving at some other driver.
I was telling you about that. Whitfield takes the win.
Big off
What we
for
got?
the 9 car. Just opposite my point of view. That's James Rigby. He's dropped back massively there.
Is that going to go into your ooh and ah montage?
No, because they're not allowed anymore, are they?
All right, okay. Right, let's have a quick rundown then. Daniel Whitfield takes the win. Levi Earl takes back that second place from Presley Walker right there at the very last lap. Presley Walker has to settle for third. Billy Edgecombe, he gets up to fourth. Jasmine Taylor fifth. Jaden Hewitt sixth. Billy Vogt, it was who finished in seventh place. And then we had Mitchell Mulvey, Callum Scrimmins, Freddie Moore rounds off top 10. Louis Rees, Mason Perrin 12th from the back of the grid. He's got to be happy with that damage limitation when you start at the back. Luke Sawyers, Alex Fraser, James Rigby 15th, Adam Catling, Rafi Salentalo, Alfie Bushell, Ellie Anderson, 20th is Maxim Smith. Then we've got Jay Leverton, Jamie Kirkbride, Archie Hardiman, Frank Ward, Lewin Hughes, Alex Stoll, Jamie Salter in 27th, 28th was James Burgess, and 29th was Reese Green. We had 32 on the grid sheet, but only 29 took part in the race.
I think we've had some quite a few injuries to carts in the first few races.
Yes, we have, I suppose, yeah.
And I think we've seen a few people who are having issues getting out for the heat. Possibly they think, right, I'm in the B, I'll get out for the B, or whatever it may be. In the B.
Yes, I'm going to be. We're going to be needing grid sheets for B finals
And
so,
A finals.
Yeah,
They won't have them yet, because they're these.
I know that. You can probably hear the background noise here in the driver's
People
lounge.
ordering their crunchy bars. We'd like to have a crunchy bar, please.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a lovely ambience, though. It's nice to have a crowd behind us.
It is, and they are fully behind us.
Yes.
Pushing hard, going, what are you doing? Why are you here? So a little bit of I think we've got some more kart recovery. There's been quite a lot of kart recovery. It's interesting, the first few heats went off without a hitch, and every single heat since then we've had some sort of delays in between, haven't we?
Yeah, but I mean, they've been very, very efficient in dragging the carts, back in.
Mm.
They're very, very. What's the word? Well, efficient. Yeah, that's the only word, really. I was going to say clinical, but it's the wrong term, really.
Well, it's quicker than sticking the back of a Nissan, as they were in Three Sisters. They're underway, mate, so you need to read the grid out, because you have got the grid and I haven't. Pass it to me, I'll do it, because we're making important messaging to our team elsewhere in Germany. Okay, so it is Rotax 177 final heat, and it is Tommy Austin in pole, Billy Clark is second, and it's Ryan Taylor Truman and James Frost, Brendan Smith and Chris Waddle. Row 4 is Zach Bolton and Mike Edwards, head of the Zach Bolton fan club. Then you've got Alfie Williams and Neil Hemming, Dan Fleckney and Charlie Jowers, Sam Cresswell and Scott Smith. 15th is Joshua Golin with Nick Skelton, Oliver Smith and Alan Cook behind him. Then it's making up row 10, it's Steve Horn and Adam Sadler, Joshua Pickford and Stephen Richardson, Colin Campbell and Jai Oliver on row 12, and then we have Jake Lewis, Martin Ingham, Alex Jones, Gary Cox, Seb Balpin, Scott Clee, and it's Brian McCready who is bringing out the rear in 31st on row 16.
Well done, Nick. Timing was perfect.
I know, I actually didn't give anyone a completely wrong first name that time, so go me.
No, well done. We've got the grid formed up. All 31 carts have now come together just out of paddock turn. Tommy Austin's the man whose job it is to keep them all together, and he does a fine job at that. And he will lead into that first turn, which is a very, very slippery first turn. Relatively cool tyres, remember. And he leads out of the chicane.
There for
and
second.
McCrea, was it? Who was that then?
It looked like it.
Ryder Taylor Truman.
So it's 46 to 65. So
yeah,
tells by number shots.
Ryder Taylor Truman it was who got that second spot from Billy Clark. Now they're strung out somewhat already into the stewardesses. So let's watch them as they go through. Oh, somebody getting very, very leery. That's not really what you want to do, because you'll have them clawing all over you down the hill to St John's. Leader's already in towards paddock turn though, and he turns into that right-hander, accelerating towards ROWRAH, and the first two nose to tail as the rest of the field come through. Tommy Austin leads then, Ryan Taylor Truman right with him, Billy Clark, James Frost in 4th, Brendan Smith, Mike Edwards 6th, Chris Waddell in 7th, Zach Bolton Fan Club is in 8th, Sam Cresswell 9th, Alfie Williams rounds off the top 10.
The top 3, 4. No, top 3 running together. And there's a kind of a little bit of gap to fourth, going through the Stuart S's. Coming towards St John's. Our race relatively settled. Austin's got a little bit of breathing space from the 9, from the 65. Oh my goodness, I tell you, they changed the lead. That's how much. Now Ryan Taylor from Tommy Austin as they go around.
Right, with Tommy Austin.
And Billy Clark, James Frost, Brendan Smith, Mike Edwards, Zach Bolton, so the Zach Bolton fan club to be chucked up to 7th.
Yeah, that brand new chassis is working well for Zach. 7th place. He'd be happy with that. That'll get him into the year final relatively comfortably if he can finish as high as that. He's had 2 previous good finishes. And now that we've got Ryan Taylor Truman in the front of this field, he gets bogged down ever so slightly there, and Tommy Austin comes back at him.
It's a bit Noah's Ark, isn't it? You're going 2 by 2 in the first 8.
Yes, they are.
You've got the first 2, then the next 2 together, the third 2, and actually close to the ball actually is Zach Bolton and Sam Cresswell at the moment.
Zach Bolton
under pressure from Cresswell in 7th and 8th, but it's all 2 by 2 by 2 by 2.
Check that out, because I think
let's drop back. See if we can drop back to the 4th set of pairs, Ash. 2, 3. Oh no, there we are.
There they are. Those 2 there. So that's Zach Bolton.
So in the middle, in the red, it's Zach.
In the red arms, yeah, red arms.
Now he's coming towards Mike Edwards and trying to fend off Sam Cresswell.
So there are 3 very experienced and good drivers there who are about to encounter one another. Mike Edwards will be fully aware that Zach Bolton's now just coming up to his rear bumper, and Zach will know that Sam is there as well. So this should develop into a pretty good race here. 3 of them coming through sunny turn there, using all the curb on the exit.
Alfie Williams in 96 is actually. I think this could become a 6-car kart battle in the second.
And there's plenty of racing left. We're just inside the final 5 minutes, so we're not even at half distance. And Zach looking like, if anything, like Mike might be holding him up now. Mike using all of the track there and more. And that's allowed Zach alongside, but that's what was always going to happen.
Beautiful move.
And Zach hangs on to that by going around the outside of Sam Cresswell.
Yeah, Cresswell had the position for a moment and then just didn't quite have it there. Now it's
but that's
Cresswell. It's all gone wrong with the spin round there. Williams has gone spun, has he?
Are we able to have a look at that again? We are indeed. That's Alfie Williams coming down the inside. And who was it that actually spun? Yep, tips himself up. And his card goes through 180. So it was a move that all started at the Iredale hairpin.
Yeah.
And that, that momentum that they carried all the way towards the stewardesses. Zach stays ahead of Sam Cresswell last time by.
Yeah, this is the group behind Bowles. This is Cresswell with Smith and Pickford.
So the Zach Bolton, Mike Edwards battle has settled down as
warning
Cresswell now has
won. So Mike Edwards has got a warning for that, which I think is a little bit unfair actually.
But Oliver Smith is the driver that is about to challenge for that position. Oliver Smith now right on the rear bumper of Sam Cresswell. Joshua Pickford is right ahead as well.
Oh, Smith has got past him.
Oh, has he?
Yeah. So the number 9 is now ahead of the 50.
I'll look down at my timing screen.
Yeah,
somebody goes
don't
past.
Do it. It's a really bad idea trying to work out what the times are when the carts are going, whoa, yeah.
So they are at McRae's hairpin. Inside 3 minutes to go. So 3 minutes to go, and that is Oliver Smith now, who chases after Zach Bolton, who's still on the rear bumper of Mike Edwards. That's the 2 carts just ahead of the yellow-shouldered driver. Through the stewardess and heading down the hill back towards us. Zach now has company. So Zach Bolton has the number 9 of Oliver Smith right on his rear bumper, and Zach Bolton is right on the rear bumper of Mike Edwards and looking very racy indeed. They can see how much time's left on the clock, so they can see it's ticking down, and there's a move. Oh, he looked, didn't he?
Yeah,
Oliver Smith and the number 9. But look at the carts just punching up behind Mike Edwards here, and Mike having to drive as fast as he's keeping to his line. He's not even driving defensively, so he's got the pace to stay ahead of these. Zach Bolton, I'm saying that.
Is that enough?
He's going to have a squeeze down the inside. He has. He catches the slide very well and has momentum to get him out of there. Into St John's and down the inside of Mike has gone Oliver Smith. And Mike Edwards has been hung out to dry because Sam Cresswell went with him as well. So, change for 6th. Zach Bolton, Oliver Smith now in 7th, Sam Cresswell 8th, Mike Edwards down to 9th. Joshua Pickford was the only one who didn't have any pickings from that.
It's just been another change behind them in that 5-car kerfuffle that's really turning into a nightclub bus stop, isn't it? They're behind them.
Now this is a big test for Zach Bolton. He was telling me earlier he's got a brand new chassis there, the 2023, and he's been struggling to find out how to drive it best. And there's Oliver Smith down his inside, and he's took Cresswell with him. So Zach will not be happy with that, being caught out massively there.
So you buy a new chassis. So what is it? Is it a new version of the old chassis? Just different stiffness?
I think, different stiffness. So he's got a different turn in. It turns in better, it grips better. So, you just have to adjust your driving and get used to getting the best out of the new chassis. His old chassis had been repaired many times. So, you've got welds here and brazed here, and, they just do wear out. They get a little bit softer and they're less competitive.
Making you a wet chassis.
Yes. Yeah. So, as Zach Bolton drops
how much
to
is
8th,
chassis, do you know?
about $3 to $4 grand, isn't it?
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, for a rolling chassis. That's without the motor.
Yeah, rolling chassis. Yeah, that's got all the other bits in it. Not just the metal work.
Motor will cost you $2,700 plus that, or there or thereabouts.
Yeah, I'm not considering starting racing, to be
I
honest.
thought you were there, Nick. I thought you were getting really interested.
58 years old. Various things broken.
Pro karts, mate. That's where we should be.
Well, you keep saying when you get something out. It never happens.
I'm going to get you a turn of a Rotax. Here we go then. It's Dirk with the last lap board coming up next. Next time by, Dirk will be poised and ready to pick up the leader, who is the number 65 of Ryan Taylor-Truman, who has got a great lead, 3.7 seconds for Ryan Taylor-Truman as he comes through and crosses the line now, acknowledges the board just underneath us while we continue to watch that battle with Oliver Smith and Sam Cresswell. The rest of the field just coming through now. So Ryan Taylor-Truman, Tommy Austin, Billy Clark, James Frost in 4th, Brendan Smith, Oliver Smith, they're 5th and 6th, Sam Cresswell 7th, Zach Bolton 8th, Joshua Pickford is in 9th, then we've got Charlie Jowers rounding off the top 10. So final lap for these. It's the final lap and the final heat for our senior TKM. So senior TKM, it's because I was reading that.
Yeah, I know, you got it wrong. It's our Rotax 177.
Rotax 177s. Stop, don't look at writing when you're speaking.
Don't look at the screen, just look at the
Don't
window.
look at the screen.
Look out the window, for the best. There we go, it's all over.
Dirk flies the flag. Checkered flag then. And it is indeed Riley Taylor-Truman who takes the win. Tommy Austin 2nd, Billy Clark 3rd, James Frost 4th, Brendan Smith, Oliver Smith, Sam Cresswell cross the line together. Zach Bolton hangs on to 8th, Joshua Pickford 9th, Charlie Jowers 10th, Nick Skelton 11th, then we've got Scott Clee, Jake Lewis, Scott Smith, Joshua Gollin, Mike Edwards dropped to 16th there. Didn't see how that happened. Dan Fleckney, Chris Waddell, Stephen Horner finishes 19th. Gary Cox, Martin Ingham, Brian McCready finishes in 22nd. And then we had Alfie Williams, Colin Campbell, Alan Cook, Seb Bulpin, and Alex Jones finishes in 27th. We lost Neil Hemming and Stephen Richardson on lap 4. Penultimate heat of the second round of the Junction 6 NKC coming up next, and it is the senior TKM class next. This class being led championship wise by, I just had that in front of me, there we are, Mitchell Ball came into this round at the head of the championship from Theo Hesketh, Callan Lamont, Louis Bevan, Ollie Milner, Joseph Booth, Ben Watson, Ria Crabtree, Mark Cardwell, Tom Johnson. I'm sure the championship is going to look nothing like that by the time we get to Mansell.
Guarantee it.
Yeah, because it's still very, very early days, of course. I think we are recovering a couple of carts there. Stephen Stephen Richardson is having his cart recovered up at the Iredale hairpin. So just to give you an idea what's coming next, we've got Senior TKM, that's the next heat out. They'll be followed by the final heat for Minimax. Then we go straight into our B finals. Now the B finals are exactly the same duration as the heats, that's 8 minutes and 1 lap. And then we've got the Junior Rotax B final kicking things off. The B final for the Rotax 177s, the B final for Senior Rotax. Now in the B finals, the part of the field that's interesting is that only the first 4 qualify through to the year final. So we'll be focusing on that battle for 4th and 5th place. That's where the intensity is. So 2nd, 3rd and 4th are going to be the qualifiers through to the year final. So when we get to the B finals, that's what we'll be looking for. So B finals for Junior Rotax, Rotax 177 and Senior Rotax. And the first A final will be kicked off by the carts that we're going to see out next. So Senior TKM will be the first of our A finals this weekend. And it's Senior TKM out next. The grid for the 3rd and final heat, though, that looks like this. Ben Hamlet and Ben Watson are on the first row of the grid, the 2 Bens. We've got James Hull and Matt Cardwell on row 2. Caelan Lamont and Louis Bevan. Callan Lamont. Or Caelan Lamont.
Anyone who wasn't watching NKC last season won't get that joke. So
they won't, no.
So you need to go and watch all of the streams from last year.
Yes, we do. Well, Caelan is sharing row 3 with Louis Bevan, the current reigning Senior TKM champion in NKC for 2022. Molly Nicholas Biles and Matthew Temple Purcell are on row 4. Mitchell Ball and Matt Slater are on row 5. Alfie Garford and Craig Summers are on row 6. It's James King and Tom Johnson on row 7, with Alexander Lehman and Joseph Phillips on row 8. Row 9 is Charlie King and Ben Chapman. Then we've got Joseph Booth and Will Cregeen on row 10. Adam Cross-Davies and Ollie Milner on row 11. Leo Crabtree and Matthew Horton are on row 12. And then Chris Whiteside, Ryan Layton, row 13. Row 14, rounding off the 28 cart field, is Gordon Smith and Steve King. And I can tell you, Nick, that we have 22 carts that have come out to play. So we've lost
25.
Oh, they're still coming out,
6.
are they?
Yeah,
All right, they're still
got the
coming
late starters,
right,
literally.
Sorry, yeah,
they
late
bogged
start.
down.
So
Right, I'm
26.
going to give you this is your chance to do some gambling with me.
So what? Gambling?
Gambling. Do you think that they'll manage to get themselves an extra warm-up lap?
Yes.
Not even trying to grid up, are
It's not
they?
exactly a hard bet, that, because we had stragglers coming out of the pits late. So, it's not a hard one. The first heat, we got them away after 1 lap, if you remember.
They're not going to let this one go. They're so far behind.
No,
They've already got the wave round.
Yeah. So we're going to wave them round. Palls of blue 2-stroke smoke coming from the exhaust of these cars, just filling the air with that absolutely beautiful smell, if you're a geek like us.
Now, explain to me how some of them are different. So some of these are a spin-off and that's it, and some of them are spin-off and you can carry on going, aren't they?
Some use clutches, others use direct drive. It's all a matter of preference. There's a little bit of slippage in a clutch. Even there is a bit of slippage, but the advantage comes when you spin off, and you can then just pull away like we see the Rotax carts do. If it's direct drive, if you stop and spin off and stop, your engine stops, and you've got to start it by lifting the rear axle and running with it, dropping the rear axle as you're running, and that's really tricky.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, it's all right. If you're like a live 17-year-old.
It's more direct. You feel connected when the engine revs. It's directly connected to the rear axle, and you can get the
But would
wheels
you not
spinning.
want a slipper clutch? Because then you would have the thing higher in its rev range, wouldn't it?
Well,
You want to slip.
You're not
to
allowed.
a point.
You're not allowed. There's lots of regulations.
Right. Okay.
We are getting underway though. More technical
Nick's
talk
attempt
later.
to break all the rules.
Yes, we are way in good order as well. Everybody's made it out of the chicane and already down to the McRae hairpin for the first time. It's Ben. Is that Ben Hamlet at the front there? Nick, card 69. I think you could see on the screen. I think it is. Yeah.
There's bad contrast in the light because of the window behind it.
So we're already heading down the back
Looks
straight
like it,
towards
yeah.
the
It
steward,
looks like Hamlet, yeah.
the stewardesses. And we'll watch these carts stream through the stewardesses there. This 26 cart field making their way around the lap. The leader's already out of Sunny and towards paddock for the first time. We'll get a rundown of who's done what on lap 1. So Ben Hamlet in the number 69 will lead this field across the line. Ben Watson in his second. Up to third has gone Louis Bevan. Matt Cardwell fourth. James Hull in fifth. Sixth is Callum Lamont. Seventh Alfie Garfield. Mitchell Ball down to eighth. Molly Nicholas Biles ninth. And then running off that top 10, Matt Slate. First three beginning to break away from that fourth place cart of Matt Cardwell, who comes under immense pressure from James Hull. Just behind these three. We can't really take our eyes off these three because you just know that third place cart of Louis Bevan.
Top two are obviously in a team, aren't they? I've just realised, because they are very similarly liveried with this grey look on the cart. So either a team or a chassis manufacturer. That's Ben Hamlet and Ben Watson. And it could be the Ben team, obviously, but it's a kind of a stealth grey as there's a move up there by Louis Bevan, and Bevan takes second.
Louis on a different sticker kit on that number 1. He's usually with Flex, with the blue and yellow, and now he's running red and white.
Red and white, and you've got these two grey drivers either side, who are quite menacing. They definitely be the baddie. It's like a car chase movie.
Yeah, Reece Llewellyn is the baddie with the livery, the all black livery, isn't he? In 177s.
So running up towards St John's, and it's a relaxing lead for Ben Hamlet, but with Bevan now in second, your reigning NKC TKM champion, finally escaping from the mass of the pack arena. Get a chance to get a bit of fresh air at the front. So we've got a set of 3, and then we've got 4 nailed together behind them, which is Hull, Garfield, Lamont, Cardwell and Ball. And so they're now clumping. And the only person really not having a very good time is Steve King in the 30. He's been a little bit left by. I think they've got some slow to get going first.
Bevan's the man to beat, really, in senior TKM. It was senior TKM, their final from Three Sisters. That was our race of the weekend. Remember, it was my choice, hard choice indeed, but it was a great battle he had with teammate Mitchell Ball and Louis Bevan, winner of the round there, the winner of the final, about to challenge for first. You can see it's about to come, isn't it? The number 1 right on the bumper of Ben Hamlet now through the chicane. He'll want momentum out of the chicane, and he's got momentum, but whether he has enough to get it done at McRae's, no, he has to slot back in, and Ben Watson does likewise. So these 3, first, second and third, Ben Hamlet, Louis Bevan, Ben Watson, and there's the move. There's the textbook move. Not enough momentum to do a switchback for Ben Hamlet, and now Ben Hamlet is going to have to be very, very careful, or Ben Watson is going to come by, and he does indeed. So you got to write that script before we saw it happen. So the two Bens, Ben Hamlet finds himself from first to third within a lap. We're at half distance in this final heat for senior TKM.
Springing down the straight, 5 laps completed. Bevan now comfortably in the lead, and the battle is Watson and Hamlet. So under braking, Watson gets a little bit nearer. What's happening behind them? There's a big gap. Let's drop back that massive gaggle of carts, which is about there's a little solo person in his own, and then there's a massive gaggle of carts having a scrap of the ages, which should be there. Oh!
Well timed, Nick.
That was that's worth it. Opportunist attempt to get round there by one of those carts.
Yeah, hard to tell who's who in that pack.
I think Lamont's got 5th and is slightly ahead.
Is that the gap? Is that the group we're looking at? 5th down over.
So they come around the corner now. The 88 cart is on his own about Garford. Yeah, so 23 is Lamont, and you've got the 2, the 26 and the 42 in that order. So Mitchell Ball, the number 2, has got himself up to 6th. And you'll see this as they come across the line now. Oh, Charlie King got past him again, so they are, look at the time in this game.
I know, it's very much like that. So Mitchell Ball is 7, Charlie King is that red and white cart ahead of him, and then behind him, Tom Johnson, who had a great run in the first heat, if I remember rightly. These 4 now I thought I didn't mention Callum Lamont, did I?
No, but he's in there as well.
Yes, he's there. He's
He's
leading
there.
that group round.
Actually, now we have an issue that we need to go back to the lead because 1, 2, and 3 are nailed together at the moment. So let's go back to our leaders because they are you couldn't actually throw a damp dish rag over them. They come off the line now. 95 from 11 from 69. Still the same order, but completely together. As we went to 2 and a bit minutes ago on this, the final heat of TKM Heat 3, and looking about because Bevan obviously lost the lead. Now he's got it back again. So Bevan lost the lead. Oh, and a superb inner outer under the road there, but it's not quite going to work for Hamlet to get past Watson as well. But you're having a good old think about it. And it's all change again. So Bevan now leads. I think it is still Watson in second, but Hamlet had a real think about going past his teammate. Well, yes, it is.
And they're aware of the time, Nick. That's the thing. They're aware that they're under 2 minutes. And you know what? You would have thought Louis Bevan might be able to break a gap once he got by, but that's not happening, is it?
No, I think it's one of these things where it's easy to lead and to follow, and also I think even that little bit of slipstreaming is helping. And I think again, if you've got this circuit where you've got a lot of hard braking, if you're not trying to overtake, you can actually modulate yourself to get closer because you can see where they're braking. You just go, tiny bit later. Yeah, I'm not saying just effectively constantly compress that gap.
Not if everyone's absolutely on the edge.
Well, obviously
on
not.
the limit.
No,
you know,
that's when mistakes happen. But interestingly, the 88 of Alfie Garnett is joining the back of that one. Now
Louis Bevan's controlling the pace, I think.
He lost the lead. He was a bit wrong at one point. Oh, well done, Garforth there, straight under Hamlet. And Hamlet, I think, didn't even know was there. That's no one more surprised that happened than Ben.
It's a great place to pass there because it's a very, very late turn-in for the stewardesses, and you leave the door wide open. And we've had some really, really clean moves there. Here come the leaders then, first, second, third, and fourth. And there's 40 seconds, so it'll be the 1 lap to go board next time by for these carts. They will be well inside that. So Bevan, Watson, Garford, Hamlet into McRae's for the penultimate time. And Bevan, I said he was managing that gap. He certainly looks like he is now. However, whether he calls it managing the gap, I doubt.
Garforth
He's
thinking of
as
a
hard
move,
as
and
he
he is
can.
thinking of a move, and he's made the move, and he's made it work. So Garford has taken 2 of those grey and white carts in two laps. He's taken Watson and Hamlet, and now he's moved himself up to second overall behind Bevan.
So can Hamlet get back on terms with Bevan? Sorry, Garford, I should say, not Hamlet. Look at that, right with him. It's the last lap as well. The number 88 of Alfie Garford right on the Brea bumper, and Bevan, if anything, has to defend. Coming out of McRae's, heading towards Iredale.
Garford had all the pace.
And he's coming together there.
And that's both of them. How much is Garford? I think Garford made up to 4th. Bevan's dropped to 3rd. Let's watch that one again because I'm sure we got that. It was was going for it.
He did the switchback, didn't he? He went back, but then Bevan
was looking. Didn't know he was there.
Bevan thought he was coming on his left, so he moved to the right. However,
and now the first two are right all over each other again.
Garford done the switchback,
and it is 95 Watson from Hamlet, but not by much. Just holding on to 4th at the moment. Is that?
Oh, look at this side by side across the line. Who's it going to be? It's Ben Hamlet.
Hamlet gets Watson on the line.
Ben Hamlet started on pole position. Ben Watson started along. Finished.
Oh, nothing happened then.
No,
nothing happened. That was pointless. Nothing happened.
You would look at that pole lights to flag win for Ben Hamlet and think nothing happened. Who knew? Ben Watson second. Louis Bevan a recovering 3rd. Alfie Garford equally recovering 4th. Charlie King 5th. Mitchell Ball 6th. Ollie Milner 7th. 8th is Tom Johnson. Matt Cardwell 9th. 10th is Caelan Lamont. And then 11th down over is James Hull, Matt Slate, Leo Crabtree, Joseph Booth, Joseph Phillips, Craig Summers, Will Cregeen, Molly Nicholas Biles, Alexander Lehman, Gordon Smith, James King, Ryan Layton, Matthew Horton, Adam Crofts Davies, Chris Whiteside, and rounding off what was a 26 cart field is Steve King.
So Garforth there thought he was going to be able to get a nice switchback dive, but unfortunately Bevan didn't know where he was.
No, he didn't. He went left because he saw him dive left, didn't he?
Saw him on the left, he went right, but he come back to the right again. That was it. I'm sure there'll be words, so hopefully they actually watch the replay and they'll see exactly it wasn't really anyone's fault.
You know what? I don't think it was anyone's fault.
No, it wasn't. So that was
my interpreter. Now, and can I just remind everybody, we are not judges of fact here. We are nowhere any official.
Well, we are judges of the driver of the day.
We are judges of the driver of the day, yes, and we are judges of the race of the week.
Yes.
But we are not officials.
No, we have no bearing on the results.
We're in the entertainment business.
Love.
Yes, lovely.
Yes, we need to think
what I mean is, Nick, when we're saying, I think this and I think that and I think this and I think that, that's just you and me.
That's what we think.
That's what we think, yes.
Whilst we think we're important,
our clerk of course, doesn't necessarily agree with our garbage, does he?
No, of course not.
No. So, I think that was a racing incident there, a bit unfortunate, really.
Let's see it again. Show us again. Let's see it again.
The flick of a button.
Look at that.
You see, Garford sits on his left and Bevan thinks he's there.
Yeah.
So is he getting out of his way when he moved right? And as he moved right, Garford had already decided he was going to switch back to the right.
There's some good peripheral vision there from Bevan to keep on going wide.
With as the hindsight police, analysing that over 10 minutes, they had a split second to decide that.
And it happened a lot faster than that because that was slow motion.
Yes. We've got our final heat coming up. Our last heat. I shouldn't use the word final, should I?
No, it's the last heat
finals
of the day.
Are coming.
It's the last heat
of the day. Is that not fewer?
No, it's less heats to go.
All right. So Leo Basterfield
is
on pole position. Eddie Stewart's alongside. Daniel Parsons and Sonny Morgan are on row 2. Jack McGillicuddy and Kasari Vezarek are on row 3. Now Kasari won the second heat for Minimax, so he's in good stead. Seb Corking is alongside Max Carlton on row 4, and then the fifth and final row for these 10 carts, Daniel Haynes and Leighton Kelly. Now there may only be 10 carts, but the racing has been absolutely outstanding for these Minimax drivers. The NKC giving this class of kart a home for 2023. They've been taken out of the MSUK rankings for categories of karts. So there's plenty of drivers out there who had Minimax kit, Minimax chassis. The chassis slightly larger. It's basically, I think it's a junior chassis that you can just transition into juniors by taking off the restriction on the motor.
That makes sense. That's like
it does. However, the MSUK after a few years have decided that these karts are too grippy and too fast. So they've brought in the intermediate class, the intermediate Intermax it's called. The last time I looked it was called Intermax.
No, it's called Trevor.
It's changed
called
its name
Trevor
about
Max.
4 times. Different places you go.
So another slight delay as they just clear
we're
off
coming out.
the detritus.
The grid is pouring down the hill at the collecting area. So we will be seeing them come into view as they do that, just going into the chicane there at ROWRAH, and then out of our sight towards the McRae hairpin. They'll be coming back into our sight, into Ideals as they make their way around. Our grids have arrived. Fantastic. So no weaving allowed is a new regulation, Nick. We've seen karts weaving around
to
get
every single class, or just
in every single class in the Junction 6 NKC.
Good.
There is no weaving allowed. It's caused problems before in the past, so the drivers have to get heat into their tyres. They're on slick tyres, which do not work when they're cold. So the drivers have to get heat into their tyres by driving a little bit harder on their outlap. That's why they all fly off and then regroup and regather. And they are regrouping and regathered in fine form. 5 rows of karts about to take the start for Minimax, the third and final heat for this class, and then we are straight into our B finals. But right now it's all down to Leo Basterfield and Eddie Stewart to take this field into the first turn, and it's Basterfield that leads. Sonny Morgan trying to slot in, but he ends up in 4th, and it was Daniel Parsons who got in behind Eddie Stewart. Eddie doing a great job in 2nd place there to hold people off, and Basterfield, if anything, looks like he's under threat from Eddie Stewart. Into the 2nd hairpin, that's the Iredale hairpin, and now the kind of like the drag race down towards the stewardesses.
Yep, Sonny Morgan bending in, as you say, trying to make himself more aerodynamic, and he comes down, but he's in 4th place at the moment.
Remember, these tyres are in a very, very not optimised condition. These karts are sliding around a lot more than they will in a couple of laps or so. So these drivers are doing really, really well to keep these carts under control. And it's the pole man, Leo Basterfield, who leads and will lead across the line for the first lap. Leo Basterfield leads. Eddie Stewart, Daniel Parsons, Sonny Morgan, right on his tail is Seb Corking. Kazari Vezarek is in 6th, then Jack McGillicuddy, Daniel Haynes, Max Carlton and Leighton Kelly. Ooh. Still no change. A little bit of nudge from Sonny Morgan there, was it? Sonny Morgan down the inside.
Third, so Sonny got to third by coming in through McRae, which we can keep it.
Eddie Stewart makes a move on the lead.
Oh, look at that drive that Morgan got around the outside there. He's not in the right place for the corner coming up, which is Stewart's, and he's going to just drop down to third, but he suddenly was alongside second and first.
So Eddie Stewart made the move on Basterfield, but Basterfield came back on the run down towards the Stewart-esses, so it stays the same. Basterfield and Stewart.
Well, Stewart made a mistake there, but his mistake actually cost Sonny Morgan time, because he then got kind of pushed away, nowhere to go. Then he got the 79 of Daniel Parsons in 4th.
Said Corking having a look as well. Sonny Morgan has a look at Eddie Stewart there as he came into the chicane. He'll have a look down the inside at McRae, and he does make it stick this time. Stewart hung out to dry on the outside, but we'll come back at Parsons. Parsons not picking up as much as we like. And there's Stewart back into third. But he slides wide.
Too much.
Yeah, too deep. Now he's got Corking right on his bumper. So Parsons, Stewart, Corking, second, third and fourth. Corking down the inside of Stewart, but Stewart hangs on round the outside. Great driving from the youngster there. Did not get phased or intimidated by the presence of Corking at all. It was his real estate, wasn't it? And he was sticking to it. Great shot there, tails away towards the paddock turn.
Kind of still, it's interesting that what we've not seen is Kazari Vezarek, who won at a canter the last race. He hasn't really made much progress at all, has he? He's started.
That's how tight. That's how tight this mini-max field is. There's only 10 carts, but they're very, very closely matched.
And Corking's not gone forward like I expected to either.
Not at all. That's what I mean. It's
Morgan,
very, very
Morgan
close.
has made the space you might think he would. But Basterfield, who you wouldn't, I don't think you've got a high odds in still being the lead after 3 laps, doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, he is indeed. And that's where you get a glimpse of just how quick they are down this 10 cart field. There's very, very little in it. And look at that now, battle for first, second, third, fourth and fifth. With Basterfield, Morgan, Parsons, Stewart, Corking, Vizarek waiting to get on board with that, as well as we've got a change of lead there at paddock, as Sonny Morgan made the move and leads for the first time.
Been nudged 3 times by Basterfield going up the hill.
Just trying to keep that
so
momentum.
I think he lost his momentum in taking the lead.
Daniel Parsons in third, looking very racy indeed now. He'll be wanting to get by Basterfield.
I think Parsons was dead last in the last one. There really is very little between these drivers at all.
And Corking, if anything, Seb Corking just can't seem to get on to the rear bumper of Eddie Stewart again. If anything, he was on the rear bumper of Eddie Stewart, but now he's dropped back a bit.
Basterfield,
great stuff.
Unfazed by the loss of the lead now. He's now just trying to see if he can hold on to second. It is a noticeable gap for the first time for Morgan. It's got a 4/10 of a second, but more than that. And soaring away at the wheel there for Basterfield. Parsons showing for the first time today in this third heat, in third, but he's made a little bit of an error there at the back exit of McRae's. That throws him more into Eddie Stewart, Sebastian Corking's clutches. But all these guys, these young lads, all bending down because they're way too tall, obviously.
Yeah, they're getting tall. I don't want to get tall. Can't stop it, mate.
Saw my ankles off.
3 minutes remaining then. Great drive. You know what, I was about to say great drive from Sonny Morgan, but it isn't. It's a great drive from all of these youngsters. Sonny Morgan, Leo Basterfield, Daniel Parsons, Eddie Stewart, Seb Corking, Kazari Vizarek, everybody. Daniel Haynes, Max Carlton, Leighton Kelly, Jack McGillicuddy. Great battle at the front though. Sonny Morgan has not pulled away whatsoever from Leo Basterfield, who was just looks over his shoulder there, sees where Daniel Parsons is, and Daniel Parsons has Eddie Stewart lurking as well, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's a kind of the thing is they can't always look forward because they're also being challenged from behind.
Let's see if Corking can finally find some pace and get on terms, because he's got onto the rear bumper of Eddie Stewart now. through that very, very fast St John's right-hander, then into the left. And the first three breaking a gap to Eddie Stewart, who's become aware he's got Seb Corking with him. So getting towards the final 2 minutes now. This is a great race. That's Daniel Parsons right on the rear bumper at Basterfield. Into and out of McRae's. It's the Iredale hairpin ticked off. Heading down to the stewardesses now. The three have become five again. Eddie Stewart has bridged the gap, and if anything, he's right on the bumper of Parsons.
Speed they come through that corner. They exit the S's. This is interesting because Morgan's not got away. Basterfield really held his second place well. Parsons, who didn't really have any pace at all in the last heat, is having no issue at all whatsoever staying third. Then you've got the 45 of Stewart and the 52 of Corking, and then the winner of the last heat, Vizarek, who's really done nothing, not in an insulting way, but hasn't done anything moving forward.
Well, he hasn't been able to get onto the back end of, and as we say that, it looks like he is.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, yeah.
Thank you, Gaz.
Thank you, Gaz. Gaz Berry, the media mastermind behind the NKC, but also the man who brings us a cup of coffee. He could bring us a lovely cake as well, it'd be even better, wouldn't it? We had cake yesterday for Ash's birthday. So.
Yeah, we did. We've had enough cake this weekend. Inside the final minute then.
So they're going to still get
We're going to get 2 laps.
Two more laps.
We are going to get 2 laps.
And it's now 1, 2, 3. It is absolutely right, Joe. It's become a 6-cart train. Passeri just about getting on to the end of this one. So, but let me point out that is 60% of the field there in the shot.
Yeah.
So coming into Iredale's.
Penultimate time, Nick. It'll be last lap to go board. They'll be shown that next time by Sonny Morgan.
Thinking about it, changed his mind.
Yeah, Parsons having a look. Sonny Morgan has pulled a gap just when he needs it, hasn't he?
Yeah,
getting towards this checkered flag.
It's only 3 car lengths, to be honest. I'm very impressed with Leo Basterfield, who's really stood under intense pressure from people who are theoretically quicker, and he's still in second. And he's not seen Corking. The thing I've got to say, this makes it completely impossible to call the final.
Yeah,
because last time
a tough one.
Was it Sonny came from last to first last time?
Yeah, he did.
And just dominated. And now you're thinking, well, if he doesn't get to the front, he's not pulling away.
Well, look at these concertinaing up now. First 6.
Daniel
And there's Corking. Corking down the inside of Stewart. And that's allowed, would you believe, Vezarek to come through. And there's a move for second.
Yeah, that was Parsons. Parsons been shaping up for a while there. So basically decided
it's all kicked off.
And there's 3 of them having a fight now. There's 5 of them having a fight. No, look, back goes with Basterfield again. He got back up in the inside.
This is
Basterfield
fantastic.
back into second place. And he's always leaning on him.
There was a coming together behind this.
Yes, it's dropped right back. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll check that out later.
The winner is Caseri, because he's gone to 4th. Caseri's gone to 4th. So they cross the line. Morgan wins. Basterfield second. Parsons third. Caseri was 4th.
Yeah, Vezarek taking
Stewart
4th.
5th. It's Sebastian Corking who's lost massively out of this one. Stewart lost a place. And Corking will be scored last and actually hasn't come over the line. Whether he's damaged his car or what, he's no longer running.
No, there was a coming together, wasn't there, at the stewardesses on the final lap. And it was Seb Corking who went in but did not come out. It was a coming together with Eddie Stewart. And I think Vezarek was
he gained 2 places. He gained 2 places
involved as well. Yeah.
Well, he may have been, but he gained 2 places. So
yes.
And by the way, I'm not saying he did anything wrong or whatever, but the net effect was he picked up 2. Eddie Stewart, I think, stayed where he was actually. No, lost 1, and Sebastian lost a lot. So, yeah, there's Corking. I think that's Corking just driving back now. So I think everyone's cleared the track. I think he just was off the track and had to restart. Not got any green flags yet, so obviously there are still some issues on the track. What happens is the marshals will put a green flag for their particular region, their area of the circuit, and that'll get a green flag. Some inside information there from Gasberry.
Yes, it was. We'll talk about it at Senior TKM because it was Senior TKM related information that I was getting. First of our B finals, then.
Is Gaz bringing his cake?
No, he's not bringing us cake. That's not his job, Nick.
No, but what I'm hoping is that he'll listen to this back. On Monday, he'll listen to this back, and then in Mansell, we'll be getting cake.
Yes.
I'm playing the long cake game.
Well,
here.
considering I had to buy those teas and coffees for us.
Did you?
Yes.
Well, I'll have to pay you back for them, won't I?
Yes. I'll be on the invoice, mate.
The
one with the
I'm
mic
getting
flag.
really worried about this invoice now.
The one with the mic flag.
Given that you've never sent me an invoice. Just send me an email.
Don't spoil it.
Just send me an email and tell me what
Listen,
it is.
Junior Rotax B final.
How are those pedals, by the way?
Fantastic. That's all I work for. Bits and pieces for iRacing.
Well, I am thinking getting direct drive wheels soon, so there could be a steering thing up and back.
I'm your man. Billy Vogt is on pole for the B final. Reece Green's alongside. Joshua Della Carter and Jacob Bainham are on row 2. Jimmy Cookbride and Levi Goodyear are on row 3. Alex Dolan, Luca Mulvaney, who will not be taking part because he's hurt his wrist. Frank Ward and Ethan Wyatt are on row 5. Freddie Theobald and Ollie Morris are on row 6. And rounding off what should be a 13-cart field, but is actually a 10-cart field, is Leighton Burrell, which I don't think he's out there. So Leighton Burrell's not out there, and Luca Mulvaney isn't out there. So we've got 10 carts.
Yep, and 4 will qualify into the A final.
Yes.
So they have 8 minutes to be. So it's the top 4 that matters. It doesn't matter about winning, doesn't matter being second, third. I mean, you have to be 4th, not 5th. And there's a hand up there. Was that because I made a mistake? Or? Yeah, they haven't restarted it. Okay. So, Reece Green and Billy Vogt getting a little bit involved early on, but there's an inner cut from Joshua Della Carter, who was up the front of one of the earlier heats. I'm surprised to see him. He must have a couple of bad ones outside this.
Yeah.
You can't really tell.
It's hard to think back. I mean, Ethan Wyatt is in the B final because he had that off.
Yeah, it's hard to tell.
Crash.
Just because you're the B final doesn't mean you're not quick. It just means you probably had a bit of a disastrous day.
You have. You've had a bit of a character building day.
Oh no, it was waved off. That was the most low key wave off I've seen. One
what do you
driver
mean,
like the race was waved. The start
wave round.
Start was waved off.
Waved off means gone.
No, waved off. When they wave off a start in America, it means it's been cancelled.
I hate to tell you this, but you're in Cumbria. What did they do in America got to do with anything?
International audience.
We have.
Thank
but
you.
this is Cumbria.
Anyway, they asked the race to start again, but it was very low key. One child, and I'm going to illustrate to you how junior. Yes, one child. One child went like this, and that was it.
Well, they weren't happy. Dirk wasn't happy, mate. That's down to Dirk.
If Dirk's not happy, I'm not happy.
Yeah. Right, we should be
That's
happy
wrong
now,
as
Dirk.
well. That's wrong as well. That was wrong as well.
Is he let them go?
He's shaking his head. He shouldn't let them go because that was the worst start than the last one.
Is Dirk not happy with that? Are we racing?
Well, they are racing.
We look like we're racing.
We shouldn't be racing because that was a terrible start.
I have no idea who that is in the front of this field because he's come from way down. I think that might be Reece Green.
The guy who's got the whole shot was so, which is Billy Vogt, was so.
No, what's he done? Oh my goodness!
No, I think he's now. I don't know what's going on now.
No, I think he just missed his braking.
He's starting, and he's missing. Fine, okay, right. We are going.
Are we?
Yes, apparently. I would like to point out that most of the officials didn't know what was going on either. Got that one again? Yeah, let's see that again because I haven't known what was happening. I think the race even started at that point. Vogt comes in.
He missed his braking.
Cold tyres.
Yeah, cold tyres. Slid wide. Lost 2 positions.
In third. So
Billy Vogt it was who led. Joshua Della Carter is now in the lead. Reece Green second. Billy Vogt third. Jacob Bainham
hasn't taken second.
We've got a warning coming out for the 666 of Frank Ward, who's at the back of the field.
What's he done?
So a little bit of contact driving, maybe.
Yeah, I think there's a. Yeah, that's not going to go down in history as the greatest start ever of a kart race. So, but it's about the top 4, and there is a battle in 3, 4, 5, and 6. The first 2 aren't important, so let's look at the battle for 3, 4, 5, and 6.
That's the battle right there. That train of 4 carts.
So you got the 28. 1, 2, 3. We've got a nudge from the 9. So Jacob Bainham got a nudge from Levi Goodyear, who's just gone wide. This is all going wrong at the outside there. Momentum lost by that light yellow cart.
Ethan Wyatt's the man on the move there. Ethan Wyatt up to 4th on that lap. Ethan certainly out of place in the B final. His brother Sam, remember, is the current junior champion. And He's run by his dad Andy, Sam not here, his brother Sam not here, who's now moved up into seniors, but he's away doing more important stuff with GCSEs. So it's all about Ethan and Andy here this weekend, Andy being dad. And Ethan qualifying so far for the year final.
The top two have got away, that's Green and Vogt, and then you have another pair in third and fourth you're watching at the moment who are also qualifying, which will be Delicata and Wyatt, and then everyone else is having a squabble behind them, but they're all going home at the moment. Looking left, looking right. Wyatt has got past Delicata there. There's an image there about his head, so use your head, I think he's saying, because they're both qualifying, but he's going to use his head and stay behind, but he's pulled away massively already. Delicata's got a real pace disadvantage at the moment, not quite sure where his tyres or whatever it may be, but Green, Voigt and Delicata. Wyatt now in third, Delicata in fourth. Top two together. Third breaking away. The problem for the 29 Delicata is that he's being caught up by the pack. They are hunting him down. They are the Orca to his seal pack.
Look at that. So Ethan Wyatt's checked out, hasn't he? He's gone.
Ethan Wyatt's, yeah. So what it is, Delicata can hold on.
Delicata was the driver of the day last round.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
so he's using his Alfano to find out how close they are.
He is, yes. Yes, he's using his Alfano to great effect. I'm surprised to see him in the B final, actually, because he had a great run in his third heat.
He must have had a bad earlier heat.
Alfano, one of the supporters of the NKC, of course.
And then with the title sponsor, Junction 6, for your commercial vehicle needs.
So we are focusing on fourth place, who is at the moment Joshua Delicata, who has Jacob Bainham and Levi Goodyear not that far behind, just under a second now. So that's a relatively good cushion. If he can maintain that gap, then Josh is going to see the year final.
Yep, that was a good shot at the second guy we had coming up the hill, because if you get closer than normal, you can see the absolute soaring that we really have to do to get round the chicane.
Yeah, it really is. It's slower than it looks. It's
very. I put my head out and had a look at it in actual act. You think that's a lot more curvy than you think it is as well.
It is, yeah, and it's a lot more uphill as well, which is why Gasberry renamed it ROWRAH. It was just called the chicane, wasn't it?
Well, that's very. I mean, it's not bad as being fullback. Turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, turn 4, turn 5. And dancing and balancing when they go round, aren't they?
Well, for the NKC, we tend to rename corners.
Yes, I'm
tracks.
If
they haven't got a name, we'll give them.
I have to revisit our broadcast if we go fullback. So
good idea. Good idea. Just under 3 minutes now remaining, and the question on everyone's lips watching is whether Josh Delicata can hang on to that fourth and final qualifying position. The gap has gone out, if anything, to 1.4 seconds, so Josh is doing a great job of holding on to that position, and he will qualify for the year final, start at the back of the year final, but he'll pick up some great championship points, and it's all about where you finish in the championship. And I don't mean finish on the top step of the championship. You know, the majority of people here are just wanting to beat their mates and want to just do well.
Yeah, I mean, everyone has their own personal targets, and very few of those people have a personal target of winning.
That's the word.
They're looking to, I want to be a top 10, I want to be top 15, I want to beat Derek, or whatever it may be.
Yeah.
And certainly, I think everyone wants to get in the A final. You know, that's the first thing.
You see, I just want to beat you.
You would do. We know that at the moment.
Well, yeah.
I think I'm slowly evening it up because I'm losing weight all the time and you're not. So I'm slowly making up.
You implied there that I was gaining weight while you were losing.
I didn't imply anything. I'm just saying 4XL. Anyway, so I'm just.
It's unfair and it's hurtful.
Well, you know. So concerned by the greyness of the sky over there, by the way.
Yes, well, we're at ROWRAH and we're in the hills of Cumbria in the Lake District. So even though it wasn't forecast rain, it can rain at any time. Just thought I'd say that. We're inside the final 90 seconds.
I disagree with you.
No, we're inside the final 90 seconds, Nick, and Delicata has got 1.7 seconds gap now to... Yep, is it 1.7 seconds? Or is it 2.1? I think it's 2.1. Yeah. He's got a great cushion, in other words, into the towards the final minute. So qualifiers for the A final from this Junior Rotax B final at the moment is Reece Green leads, Billy Vogt in second, Ethan Wyatt comes through from third, Joshua Delicata, the final qualifier, in fourth. They've still got a couple of laps to complete though. And behind them in fifth, Jacob Bainham, Alex Dole. Oh, it's Alex Dole ahead of Jacob Bainham now. Gap's still at 2.1.
Yeah, he's the man who's got to try and make that gap up in 2 laps.
2.1 seconds. That's a big ask. Well, you're actually relying upon Joshua Delicata making a mistake.
Actually, Reece Green's we're going to get this one and 2 more, aren't we?
No, you'll get one more after that. Well, yes, you
sorry, he's going to come across about 57, 58, isn't he?
Yeah.
Unless Dirk just goes slings it out early.
Well, we'll have to see.
We will. Oh, well,
yeah. Let's have a look. Dirk's poised and ready, aren't you, mate? Next time by Dirk, our start line marshal, is getting ready with that last lap board. I have no idea what he did then.
I press record because I'm recording these finals now at full resolution. So when you choose your best race, when I upload it, it's like, wow.
That's lovely.
I know. Technically brilliant. That's what I am.
So 11, Reece Green comes through to take the last lap board. He will see final lap on the massive digi board here at ROWRAH. There's the back of it, what you can see, bigger than that on the other side. And that's our final qualifier. Joshua Delicata just has one more lap to complete. And then he will move through and he'll have to do this all again over a longer distance. The B finals run over 8 minutes and 1 lap. The A finals though, 12 minutes.
At the moment,
full weekend, 3 days of running. By the time you get to the final,
edit the time down depending on how they're running. I think we are
we're
running.
We're on time.
No, we're not running late.
Are we?
Yeah, we lost about half an hour.
Yeah, we did, didn't we?
But that may be within their boundaries to stay at 12, or they made it to 10.
Checkered flag. Reece Green takes the B final. Billy Vogt takes second. Ethan Wyatt qualifies in third, and Joshua Delicata, final qualifier for the A final, in fourth place. Alex Dole finished fifth. Jacob Bainham 6th, 7th is Theobald, Jamie Kirkbride 8th, 9th was Frank Ward, and 10th was Levi Goodyear. Coming next, Nick, is the Rotax 177B final, and we've got 32 carts.
Oh my lord!
That qualified
for
the B final. Yeah, we've got 60 plus 64. You know,
that's amazing.
It is. That's the success of NKC.
Indisputed thing you can say about NKC, and you can say anything you like about everything, but it is absolutely the home of Rotax Heavy, isn't it?
It absolutely is, yes.
For the country.
I think you've got a Rotax Heavy British Championship here. Because everybody who is anybody.
I was looking at some other championships, and they look like 8 or 4 or 6. And it's like, oh, that's not the same as 60, is it?
No.
Obviously I have a great affinity to this, because if ever I was going to do karting, which I'm far too old for, this would be the class I'd be in.
That's wishful thinking, isn't it?
Well, there's another class I'd be in, is there? I need to get somewhere near the weight limit.
Right then, I think we can. We're going to pretty much press on, aren't we? Because we've got no delays from that one. So, what's the 177B final look like then? Lawrence Hilton will start on the front row with Dan Millward. Then we've got local lad Stephen Richardson, who'll be disappointed with the B final, alongside equally disappointed Steve Gilly. He was hoping for more out of this one. He will start on row 2. Row 3 is Jason Bear and Alfie Williams. Row 4, Dan Fleckney and Mike Edwards. Rhys Llewellyn and Brian McCready start on row 5. Tommy Austin and Brendan Smith start on row 6. And then we've got Adrian Smith and Chris Sevier on row 7. Row 8 is Steve Stewart and Martin Ingham. Seb Bulpin and Jake Lewis start on row 9. Ben Johnson and Tyler Fossey on row 10. Then we've got Stephen Haswell, Dave Nolan, Neil Hemming, Colin Campbell. Row 13, Ryan Walker, Alan Cook. Row 14, Aidan Hammond and Stephen Horner. Jai Oliver and Chris Thomas are on row 15. And then we've got Martin Heath and Mark Gilly on row 16. There's some names in there, Nick, that I was surprised to see.
Absolutely. Yeah, Steve Gilly particularly, starting in third. Jason Bear, who had a good run in one of the heats, but I think it's the problem, you see, it's such a stacked field, you need to have a decent run in all three heats. You can't even have a slight drop. I mean, Phil Howarth, can't think how far down the grid he's going to be after his non-finish.
Well, he's still qualified for the year.
Phil was in.
He's in the 162s. Yeah,
he's lightweight now, isn't he?
Yeah, I've got the. Anyways, come to that in a minute.
Okay, just 4 of the. We've got 26 carts out there.
Yeah, there was 32 on the.
Well, there has been quite a bit of
yeah,
natural loss, and they're going to get. That's a good start for me. Running through Row Rouge for the first time, and it's the bright orange helmet Dan Millwood that takes the lead.
Yeah, Dan certainly secured that lead through those first sequence of bends there, the right, left, right. Into the Iredale hairpin for the first time. And off down towards the stewardesses. We've got challenges for third going on, and he's kind of used the tin opener to open that one up, hasn't he? I think that was Stephen Richardson who's made that move on Steve Gilly. As they come through the stewardesses and head down towards St John's, the right-hander through the left-hander already. And that's Stephen Richardson on a charge there in the yellow helmet. And who's gone through with him? Steve Gilly. So Richardson and Gilly through on Lawrence Hilton there. He was mugged. He was absolutely mugged by those two. Dan Millwood led though. Richardson second, Gilly third, Lawrence Hilton fourth, Jason Bear fifth, Dan Fleckney, Alfie Williams, Rhys Llewellyn, Mike Edwards, and running off the top 10 is Brian McCready. It's not over yet though, is it?
This has got a last day at school feel about it, hasn't it? Absolutely no cause to give in getting these top 4 places.
So that's Richardson gone ahead.
Yeah, Hilton's currently in 4th in the 10, and they've got Bear behind in the 51, but what's happening is they've got a little scamper away by Dan Millwood, and the rest of them are under varying levels of pressure for their positions. 3rd and 4th and 5th. So you've got the 2 blue and yellow carts of Gilly and Hilton trying to get up the side of his similarly liveried partner, and then behind him you've got the orange machine with a bit of blue of Jason Bear, and then behind him you've got Alfie Williams. So there's 4 carts scrapping away for potentially 2 places in the main final.
So we're going to wave bye-bye to Stephen Richardson, who's the local driver here, remember. As he said to me last year, I'm a one-track wonder, Joe. And he's proven to be the case. All right, he's had a stinker of a day to put him in the B final. But he's absolutely flying away there. And Steve Gilly, who's...
very bad. Oh, what's all scrabble. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear.
Well, he's gotten out the way there. That's the number 51.
That's Jason Bear, is it? Oh, no, there's now cone tyre rolling through. Let's see that way again. So it's already happening back there, isn't it? As we change things, and it's we didn't get a strike because 2 of them are still standing, and you got 2 of the cones. More of a spare. Another go the next round. Some driving standards all up the inside there. 22.
Yeah, that's the battle for 4th. Yeah, that's the battle for 4th. He's got Alfie Williams.
So 1, 2, 3, so 3 got away. Yeah, 3 have got away now. So this is all about this final bump up place.
Yeah, Richardson, Gilly, and Lawrence Hilton have kind of checked out. They've left the 4th place squabble with these 2 here down the hill. Oh, and the move, that's not wet. Oh my goodness! I tell you what, it's very, very hard to make a move there into that left-hander. It's very fast, very tight, very wide on the exit. And as we saw there, Dan Millwood was able to hang on to that. Whether he can hang on to this for another 4.5 minutes. And because these 2 are squabbling now, we've now got Dan Fleckney in with a chance.
Oh, he's gone too wide.
Oh, he's gone wide, but he's got momentum, Nick. He's hung on to that momentum.
Out wide. The orange cart's going to get a bit of a chance there. That's Fleckney's in the orange, isn't he? Yes.
Yes,
Fleckney's 79.
Yeah.
Hanging back, probably thinking there might be an issue between the other 2, between Millwood and Williams. Millwood in the blue and yellow.
Millwood really
orange
is.
And, red and white striped, a bit of green, and then the all-orange machine, that's the Fleckney cart.
Millwood absolutely hanging on to that cart. It's on the knife edge.
We've got Reese Llewellyn on the all-black machine. Is just thinking about sneaking the back of this picture.
Well, he's usually one of the front runners. There's a challenge to the outside of the McRae hairpin. That's not going to work, I'm afraid. But he's thinking of other things. He's flicking through the manual.
He's up the inside.
He is up the inside, and he's made it move.
And
he's gone
way
wide.
too late. He lost 2 places, and it's 3 places.
Alfie Williams loses out massively there. It was a bit of a do-or-die move, wasn't it?
The way he let everyone back through is kind of like a resignation. It's been one of those days, isn't it? Oh,
yeah.
Not again.
Now then, Dan Fleckney in that orange cart. He's got the blue and yellow cart of Millward ahead of him. Fleckney's now got a turn at trying to wrest that 4th place. This is what it's all about. It's the 4th place qualifier that counts, and that's that position right there.
Here comes Reese Llewellyn, though, and he's got 3 minutes, so it's not like we're towards we're just over halfway, and up the inside, and taking 4th place and immediately losing it again there.
Oh, he's at the barrier.
And they've gone together.
Oh, and Alfie Williams just connected as well.
Let's see that one again.
That looks like it might have, as Reese Llewellyn was about to make that move.
Just went too wide, and he couldn't be avoided by the guy 2 behind, which I think was Edwards. Back end position, it has changed. Obviously, we took a replay too early because it's the black cart.
Reese Llewellyn took advantage of that. It's Reese Llewellyn, the sinister man in black.
He has absolutely. He must be really disappointed. He's got those white epaulets on his race suit because everything else is black. He's got black visor, black helmet, black suit, black cart. He's had to put numbers which are green on it. But apart from that, there's just those tiny white epaulets. Is the only thing that stops him being a full Johnny Cash.
Get a job in Hollywood as the bad guy with that kind of livery. I bet he wants to carry a black number plate as well, just a white number on the.
Interestingly, he has just begun to get a little bit of air between himself and Dan Millward.
Well, we've seen how quick Reese Llewellyn is in the NKC before, and we've got him moving up the order from down on the grid, and at the moment taking that final qualifying position from Dan Millward, who was absolutely hung on to that position as hard as he could. He was really fighting that cart absolutely on the edge, and unfortunately he's just lost that after that little bit of a loss of momentum coming out of this hairpin here on the previous lap. We've got a cart being wheeled off.
I think that's the Dan Fleckney cart that's being wheeled back after the accident earlier. Millward doesn't seem to have any response for Llewellyn at the moment. So that's stealth look. He's stealthily got himself into the top 4. Where did he start, Joe?
I should tell you in a moment.
So the naked cart, whether it's for weight reasons or just because he doesn't want to.
He started in 9th.
So he's made up 5 places in a very tightly packed field.
Yeah, steadily made his progress, because you can make rash moves and then just completely ruin it.
I mean, the thing to remember is he is 9 seconds off the lead, so it took him a while to get through. You've got Steve Richardson's leading by 3 and Steve Gilly, Lawrence Hilton. Best laps, 47.2 is Steve Richardson's best lap, then 47.7 for Steve Gilly, Lawrence Hilton, 47.9 for Reese Llewellyn, and Dan Millward 48.2. So there is a kind of drop off in pace between the top 3 and the next one. So they're in the position they should be by merit.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, I would say so. It's going to be the last lap board for Dirk to show the drivers next time by. Stephen Richardson, who was on the overall podium here this time last year. Just going to, he's got that. Dirk put the last lap board out. Stephen just missed it. But it was really on the cusp there. Steve Gilly in second, Lawrence Hilton third, Reese Llewellyn the final qualifier into the A final. We've got some great racing all the way down the order as well. Everybody's had, all right, you're in the B final. It's the final race of the day. Enjoy it.
Yep. Well, you should enjoy it. You should enjoy the whole day.
There's only 4 of these. The top 4 is going to get an extra race over anybody else. And really, with the NKC tyre rules, is that something you really want?
No, you don't want an extra race.
No, you don't want that. Obviously, you want the points.
Lawrence,
wow, we're not over yet. We're not over yet. What's happened there, Millward? It's not over yet.
Has he got a problem with the front wheel? It seems to be vibrating weirdly on the front right.
Millward has taken that 4th place back as the checkered flag comes out for Steve Richardson. Richardson takes the flag.
It's not a wheel issue, but Llewellyn just...
Steve
Gilly... He's thinking about it. What happened? Why did he just lose that momentum?
I do not know.
That is remarkable.
Incredible.
Well done, Dan, but...
Reese Llewellyn losing that final 4th place qualifying position right at the very end, and it was out of the Ideal's
He lost
hairpin, wasn't it?
0.8 of a second that last lap.
It was out of the Ideal's hairpin. He just seemed to have no momentum.
Bogged down, or just
Don't know. Didn't notice.
if it wasn't the fact they were direct drive,
I
I'd say
noticed.
miss the gear.
I noticed when you noticed.
Oh well, more excitement.
Drama right to the very end. That's what we've become used to be honest. Wow, let's take a bit of a breath there, because that was real drama right to the very end there. Stephen Richardson, who was on the overall podium here last year for the NKC round at ROWRAH, will be disappointed to be in the B final. However, he's making up for it. Stephen Richardson will qualify along with Steve Gilly, and the final row of the grid will be Lawrence Hilton and Dan Millward. Just outside of the qualifying positions, Rhys Llewellyn, Mike Edwards, Tommy Austin, Brendan Smith, Jake Lewis and Brian McCready rounding off that top 10. It's the Senior Rotax 162 B final next. We've got 22 qualifiers for that. Do you want to read that down while I catch up with...
Off you go. Yes, things are going on.
Yeah.
So, in pole position, it is Jack Hayes-Roberts, and then we have Jody Fox in second. Third is Scott Russell. Fourth is Scott Lowther. Ben Franchini is in fifth. Matt Llewellyn sixth. And it's Ari Barker, Alex Jackson, Callum Fairley, Josh Morris 10th. And then we have Aaron Knight, Lewis Berry, Grace Lee Davis, Ben Fekete, who had a couple of accidents. I've seen him have a horse of the day. William Jones is in 15th, then Jamie Hardy, Marcus King, Henry Stratton, Patrick Williams-Raj is 19, Rob Slayton 20, 21 is Jacob McDonald, and Adam Cerner is in 22nd. Jack Hayes-Roberts is only in this B final on a countback. Now, if people have the same, do you know what the countback is?
Go on.
So you've both got the same number of points. What's the differentiating factor? It's fastest individual lap.
Oh, really?
So his
Right.
fast lap wasn't as fast, whoever it is who's at the back of the Rotax A final, and hence he is in the B final. So a bit of a wait for a release here, not totally sure why. There's a cart being scuttled back now.
Is that the same as recovered?
No, it's been scuttled back. The thing is, when they sit on there, they look like... do you remember there used to be like a rival to Scale Extra, which had the actual motor unit running underneath the track, and then on a pole was the actual car?
No.
Well, you should do.
I was obviously a posh kid, mate. I had a Scale Extra.
No, so did I. But this thing was yeah. Well, yeah. Didn't you like spend the entire time watching, look at the Argos catalogue to see what you get for Christmas, that sort of thing? Argos catalogue, which is porn for children, used to be.
It's the Smiths toy catalogue now.
Yeah, same thing. But talk about the Smiths. Very sad to see that Andy Rourke died this week. The bassist from the Smiths, the seminal band, and in my opinion, the greatest band of all time.
Never been into the Smiths, mate. Find them depressing. But anyway, moving on. We've got the grid for the B final. Remember, same rules. 4 qualifiers. Jack Hayes-Roberts on the pole position. Jody Fox is on second. Jody, a complete independent. He's here by himself, running himself.
Very self-reliant then.
And doing a cracking job there. Scott Russell, Scott Lowther. Scott will not be happy with qualifying for the B final. Scott was hoping to get into the A final. It's his own track. It's his home track, effectively, one of his home tracks, so to speak. And then the people who were wanting to take that final 4th place off Scott will be Matt Lewin, Ben Fekete, Callum Farley, Alex Jackson, Aaron Knight, Josh Morris. And you can't discount everybody else all the way down to that 22nd place. We've got 21 karts that have come out of play.
So we only have one. Is it one no-show we've had?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the no-shows have all been called because the cart or the cart driver is no longer fit for purpose. Okay, stacked up. Looks like we're going to get a decent start away for these final 8 minutes of non-A final action of the day, and they are rolling in the dry.
Oh, we almost had a very sideways Jack Hayes-Roberts, I think.
It's that cart there who's been completely bullied out of everything. He's currently running in 1, 2, 3. He's running in 5th now, and he was nudged out sideways, just couldn't get back online again. The other cart's got miles away. I don't know who it is. Can't see the number. But whoever it is in 5th. And he's gone off the track now. So that's basically his day summed up.
Well, I tell you what, Jack Hayes-Roberts, that is Jack Hayes-Roberts on the number
That wasn't who I was talking about.
Oh, right, yeah. But
I'll tell
he
you what,
just absolutely threw it into turn one and went completely sideways at 45 degrees to the outside curb, and everybody just backed out because they didn't want to be part of the accident.
He tripped up my victim.
Yes.
I will tell you who he is.
Yeah.
I'll tell you who he is later because he'll be the one who drops massively down from the front of the field.
Everybody backed out. Thanks, Gaz.
It was Jodie Fox who was the unfortunate recipient of the squeezing out. Yeah.
Oh.
He's now running dead last after getting kerfuffled and overcooking Airedales as well. So it's Jack Hayes-Roberts with 1.4 second lead over the line from Ben Ficini, Alex Jackson third, Scott Russell fourth, Lowther fifth, and that's where we are once again. We're sitting with fourth, fifth, and sixth. But that's what matters. It's just the bump ups. Winning this doesn't give you anything. There's no points for this. It's just a qualification into the final. No extra points for this race, obviously. Left looking right. So the 20, 50 and 88. Russell, Lowther and Morris up through Paddock Bend, and a little nudge there was nudged out. And is that enough for the 50? No, it's not. He dropped back in again, Lowther, after getting nudged. But a little love tap to Russell there, but Lowther had to drop back in again. Morris on his tail as well. So the three of them going into McRae's, and that's going side by McRae's and lightly edging out, and then left, right, and the head flicking left and right. As Lowther tries to work out where on earth Russell's gone, the answer is way back, and actually that's worked out really, really well for Russell, because Lowther made a mistake coming through Airedales and held everyone else up. But now slipping through is Josh Morris into fifth.
So he's gotten through on Lowther, into fifth, yeah. So that was just a mistake into the ideal hairpin there. That really did Scott. I mean, look at the gap. He was on the bumper of Scott Russell, and now he finds himself behind Josh Morris. So it's just all about momentum coming through the corner. Now then, plenty of time, still 5.5 minutes. So loads of time to see not just these three duke it out, but there is other people. They're queuing up to get towards that fourth spot, the fourth and final spot. And you can bet that those drivers there can see the carts ahead of them and will know exactly where they are in this field. There they go through the Stuart S and out towards St John's, the downhill sweeping right-hander. That just feels absolutely beautiful when you get that right. And then firing into the left-hander at Sunny. Scott Lowther through in fourth place. Where is Scott Russell?
Sixth.
What happened to Scott Russell there?
He's at the back of this push-me-pull-you group.
So I'm not sure what happened there. I must have looked at the timing screen.
Look at the timing screen.
I know, and then I totally missed Scott Lowther coming through into fourth.
He's in fourth, and fifth it's the white cart, which is coming towards us now. We're going to lap someone soon, actually, for the top three are away. There's that. So it is that white-nosed, or actually entirely white cart, the 20 of Scott Russell now, who's back up to fifth, I think. Moving out is the 31 of Lewis Berry's been edged right out of this one. So it's Lowther from Morris. There we go. That's what's going on. So it's 50 from 88 and then 20 Russell. Yeah. Russell stayed sixth. I'd managed in my rundown there, I managed to miss a cart out.
Well, it was Scott Russell who was in fourth place, remember, and then a couple of laps
warning for the 24.
Right, who's that?
Ben Ficate.
Ficate.
Too many vowels. Thanks for that, by the way,
I said Ficate. Yeah, it's all right, isn't it? Yeah. Stay quiet. So leader's already gone. 2.8 seconds. Jack Hayes-Roberts has a lead on Ben Ficini.
So how? Oh, good person.
Alex Jackson third. Scott Lowther in fourth. Let's see what the gap is to fifth to Josh Morris. 2.3 seconds. That's a very comfortable cushion that Scott Lowther in the number 50 has on the rest of the field.
He's only a couple of tenths behind third place as well.
He's pulled out, hasn't he? He's pulled out that gap because he was right with them. And he's got his head down. Again, Scott, one of the regular drivers here at ROWRAH, does their club events. I think he was here 2 weeks ago for the pre-round.
There's a battle. So third and fourth, it doesn't really matter as a battling. And one thing they wanted to not do is take each other off. So 47 in the 50, which is Alex Jackson and Scott Lowther, who are just coming around the start finish now in the orange cart, and they are, that's it, on Frank's camera. They're in third and fourth. They're both qualifying at the moment, but the one jeopardy now is they hit each other. That might open the door, you see.
Yeah. 2 minutes on the clock then. And we've got Ben Fachini, who's dropped to 3 seconds behind Jack Hayes Roberts. Jackson's what?
I think he's incredibly irritated that Lowther's trying to overtake him. Because just carry on turning laps and you qualify.
No, but if you're getting delayed, then why would you not want to get by?
Because it's the risk against reward.
Well, no, Scott Lowther's not going to do anything silly here.
You don't know that. He's a kart racer.
I hope Scott Lowther doesn't do anything silly here.
Look at the momentum he's got.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. That was nearly.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's. I mean, you're right, Nick. Because qualifying in third
and fourth,
you're going to share the back row of the A final, and if anything, you're slowing yourselves down. And you're going to soon have the Josh Morris kart with you. These two still battling. Josh Morris can see that ahead of him, and all it takes is for these two to trip one another over, and Josh Morris will be there like a rat up a drain pipe, as they say.
In Monty Python land.
Now then, Lowther, see what I mean? Lowther was clearly feeling as though Alex Jackson was delaying him slightly, because having cleared him, he's now breaking away. So 46 seconds on the clock. I think we're going to get another 2 laps after this, because the leader, Jack Hayes Roberts, was slightly ahead of these by a good few seconds. So Dirk's going to be absolutely gutted, because he's going to have fractions of a second on the clock when they come by. So Scott Lowther not only has consolidated his qualifying position in fourth, he's gone ahead of Alex Jackson and he's in third. So now Jackson is the kart in peril with only seconds remaining.
Oh gosh, the 20 kart in the background, I was looking at Scott Russell. He's just thrown it sideways pointlessly for 7th place.
Yeah, a few seconds on the board there when Jack Hayes Roberts came by, so we will get 2 more laps. It'll be 1 lap to go board next time by for the leader. So these karts just seeing one another to the flag. We've got the first of our A finals coming up next after this one. We'll be getting straight on with that, of course.
Starting with a senior TKM.
Yeah.
So it's a Smoky Joe start.
Yes, it is. Remember, that was the race of the weekend back at Three Sisters at round 1. Let's see if they can, if they're half as good, the finals this weekend, they'll be absolutely brilliant. It was very hard to choose the best one, to be honest. There was great racing in all of the classes.
The last lap board is out.
Jack Hayes Roberts will take the checker flag first. And Ben Fachini on the LRG Motorsports, Louis Larger's team. Louis not here this weekend. He's had a wedding. He was the best man, so he can't exactly not turn up. Oh. Bad planning, I said.
Well, you know, you planned your wedding not to crash the NKC.
Exactly.
That's right. I've got a wedding to go to next year.
Exactly.
On my birthday. It's not my wedding. 23rd of March, my stepdaughter's getting married.
Oh, really?
It's on a Saturday. I've already worked out that Ash and I can't go. If there was a meeting that day, we'd have to send you to set it up and we'd have to drive up to the event.
Oh, that'll work well. Well, we've got to check the flag, Nick. Jack Hayes Roberts takes the B final win. Ben Fachini in second. Scott Lowther in third, Alex Jackson fourth, and then just out of qualifying for the A final is Josh Morris, Marcus King, Lewis Berry, Jody Fox, Scott Russell, and Grace Lee Davis rounding off the top 10. That's the senior Rotax classes done and dusted. We get into the A finals next. And as we mentioned a few seconds ago, we've got the senior TKM kicking off the A finals for round 2 of the Junction 6 NKC. And
change camera. Okay.
the cloud colour, the colour of the cloud is changing as we've got lighter skies appearing over the horizon. The horizon's very close here at ROWRAH. We're inside of a very, very, very old disused quarry. So the sides of the quarry are very, very close, and you can just barely see the sky above them. It has been dark grey. We've had no rain or even any kind of spitting, as Peter Kay would say. So it looks like we might miss that, thankfully.
I can't believe you just said that.
We have. It's cleared. It's clearing up. That's
It's
not going to
less.
rain.
It's less
That's
threatening.
not going to rain.
It's certainly not looking like it's got quite such a big flick knife at the moment.
It's not going to rain.
All right.
Right then, shall we have a look at this, our first A final?
Yes.
Senior TKM then. This is how they've qualified. This is all to do with how you finish in the heats. What we've had, we started things yesterday with 2 heats for our Rotax classes. TKM has been all about today. Alfie Garford on the pole position with alongside him Charlie King. In third place, Louis Bevan on the number 1 with Ben Watson alongside. Third row of the grid, Leo Crabtree, Callan Lamont alongside him. It's Tom Johnson and Joseph Booth on row 4. Row 5, Ollie Milner and Craig Summers. Will Cregeen and Mitchell Ball share row 6 with Matt Cardwell and Ben Hamlet on row 7. Row 8 is James Hull and Matthew Horton with Matt Slate and Molly Nicholas Biles on row 9. Gordon Smith, Alexander Lehman are on row 10 with Ryan Layton and Adam Crofts Davies on row 11. Row 12, James King, Chris Whiteside. Row 13, Joseph Phillips and Steve King. And then row 14, Matthew Temple Purcell and Fen Chapman. That's the TKM grid for the A final. That's how they qualified, Nick. Alfie Garford. Pick a winner, mate. I tell you what. Louis Bevan has got to be
Mitchell Ball or Callan or Ben,
or Alfie Garford. Yeah. Or Charlie King or Leo Crabtree.
Yeah.
It's going to be a cracker. 12 minutes and 1 lap, this one.
Oh, they've gone for full 12 minutes, okay.
Yeah, we have indeed.
We're getting the full-length finals this time.
And we look like we've got a grid that's come together very nicely. We might even get this underway very, very quickly.
Perhaps they want the extra 4 minutes running and the extra lap.
Yeah, we usually get an extra lap for TKM, don't we? So
they haven't got across the line yet. They can still ruin this.
I'm not sure they're going to. Dirk likes it. He's released them, and into the turn of Row Rouge they go, and it's Louis Bevan who slotted into second place. The whole field through Row Rouge and down towards the McRae hairpin. Everybody into and out of this train of carts. They know they've got 12 minutes, and so there's no reason to make those stupid moves. They're on cold tyres, remember, so everybody's wary of that as well. And as I say that, Bevan looking down the inside, and as he made it stick in the stewardess, I think he has, Nick.
Yep, we've lost the cart before it's starting, so 25 hasn't taken the start. As they come round Sunny Bend for the first time and into the paddock, it's a good early lead for Louis Bevan. So up from 4th straight into the lead for our reigning champion. I think it's Garford. Is it Garford who's managed to contain second? Yep, Charlie King, Leo Crabtree, Ben Watson, Callan Lamont, Tom Johnson, Ollie Milner, Joseph Booth. So great start by Bevan, absolutely snatching the ball by the horns, but he's about to lose the lead. It's sort of 7/8 there, up on the side, and then Garford who's taken the lead. Now behind Charlie King now looking at Bevan as well, but squeezed out by the angle he went through Iredale's, and they're all back, settled down again for the run down to Stewart.
Alfie Garford says, "Hey Louis, what are you doing? That's my lead you've got there. I'll have that back, thank you very much." And they were very firm, weren't they? They were very firm passing moves there. But I tell you what, just look at that train of carts there. All you want is the cart you're racing with to make a slight mistake, and you're going to be there. Louis Bevan falling back into the clutches of Charlie King as Garford now with his tyres just coming on. You can see how different that cart is. He was scrambling for grip there in that early lap. We've got a warning flag for the number 20. That's James King. He's at the back of this field now.
Second and third, scrapping away, which is allowing Garford to get away. So Bevan and King not helping themselves.
Both on Birrells by the looks of things.
Is that the red and white, is it?
Yeah. And they're wanting to work together. Charlie King.
King's got past. King's past Bevan.
Yeah, when King came past Bevan, he gesticulated to Bevan as if to say, right, let's work together. And now that I'm ahead of you,
that's
let's,
fine now. No,
let's help me to catch Garford in front.
Yes.
Louis Bevan's been around this for many times.
So are they just teammates, or do they have the same card?
I'm not sure, because Bevan runs out of the Flex awning and he's kind of part of the Flex team, but I'm not sure with Charlie King. Where's Gasbury when you need him? He knows who's in what team and all of it. Yes, Bevan, of course, that's a new Burrell cart that he's on there, and he was running the Flex livery at the first round at Three Sisters. If anything, Nick, Charlie King looks like he's going to be able to challenge Garford.
King's got more to give Garford, it seemed, than Bevan had at this stage of the race. But as I say, this is now still 3 minutes to go. They haven't even got to the point where they would have started the heat, so it's a very, very different experience, a 12-minute race.
Yeah, definitely. I call it a high-speed game of chess at this stage. You don't want to go away too early. I mean, you know what? You're flat out. You are flat out. You're driving as hard as you can. You're not wanting to make a mistake, but you kind of push without risk is the term, isn't it?
It's Lean-a-gade-tastic.
Yeah. Into a craze. And they're quite equidistant now. Garford, King, Bevan. Behind Louis Bevan is Ben Watson, Ollie Milner, Callan Lamont in 7th, Tom Johnson 8th, 9th, Joseph Booth, and then rounding off the top 10, Will Cregeen.
We've got a wonky car flag for the 25 of Adam Crofts-Davies. There's several laps back, and now he's been given the neutral, so things aren't going well. First, second and third. Coming round Paddock Bend. Just less than 8 minutes to go, so this is the area they know. And 1, 2 and 3, it's 4 and 5, and there's a kind of no real scrappage at the moment. Having this kind of settled down period in the middle, you can see they're equidistant, about half a second between first and second, and half a second between second and third. Fourth and fifth getting a bit more interesting to see going through there, which would be Crabtree and Watson. Lamont's dropped a couple of places from the start.
Yeah, very, very kind of sedate feel to the senior TKM final.
A little bit of action between fourth and fifth. Let's try if we can pick up the fourth and fifth team, because they are the closest of that opening factor. That, as I said before, is the Crabtree and Watson battle. 95 Watson, who was in the final heat in that grey and black cart right at the front.
But even then, even this battle here for fourth between Crabtree and Watson, that has a feel of watching the clock tick by, and let's not show my cards yet. Let's keep my cards to my chest. I get the feeling from Louis Bevan as well. He's saving his tyres as well. He doesn't want to overheat his tyres. Garford will be thinking the same. Charlie King will be thinking the same as well. He not want Garford to get too far away. But this battle there, Lee Crabtree, Ben Watson.
Yeah, half a second gap is, there's none of the aero problems you have or heat filling problems you have in MotoGP or F1. So half a second is a comfortable gap, because if the guy at the front makes a mistake, you can still get past him. But he just checks up, you don't run on the back of him. But they are a little bit closer now, first and second. So it's getting a little bit more interested at the front of the grid. This is fourth and fifth still. First and second now divided by 0.3 of a second. So yes, they've come a little bit closer, but not much closer. And this gap is 0.1. So everyone, as you say, Joe, taking kind of a relaxing moment to just enjoy the marvellous quarry-based scenery here at ROWRAH.
Yeah, it's come together, hasn't it? It's come together very nicely indeed, as we just inside of 6 minutes now. So there's still plenty of time, Nick, for that challenge to be mounted by Charlie King.
Yeah, the first and second now thinking about making it exciting. Well, to completely drop Bevan. I mean, Bevan's saving his tyres, invested him in a completely different country, because he's dropped way off. So, I mean, I'm not saying that we've got no time to come back, obviously, but...
Yeah, I'm surprised at that, actually. Louis Bevan's dropped right back off. In fact, the gap 1.2 seconds. We can make that up. Once these two start to squabble, once Charlie King starts to have a go at Garford, they are going to start slowing one another down. And that's not far away. With 5 minutes on the clock now, that's not far away. King just concertinaing up to Garford as they go into the braking area for the hairpins, into the stewardesses. Now, both on the optimum line, you see there. Nobody's sort of researching the inside line there. They know this place like the back of their hand after all the laps they've done.
Hello to Olivier Rieda. Hello all, I've been watching since the Atsushihara versus Reinhard days. Good to see you all around. That's a reference to our very popular RC video about the greatest RC touring car race of all time, which has 14 million views at the moment.
Oh, wow.
That was a race that took place in Bangkok.
Wow.
Which we went out to see and film.
So that
fell through a roof.
RCTV.
That's the RCTV version. Also we are streaming on both RCTV on YouTube and on Karting Live TV on YouTube, and obviously on RCTV if you want more motorsport action. The Karting Live TV channel has got a couple of absolutely cracking and interesting events coming up. In 2 or 3 weeks time we have the infamous, world famous Radio Le Mans Studio Vision, where you get to see people talking. Oddly successful. Oddly, there's 4,000 people watching John Hindhaugh and us just chatting. And then, far more interesting, on the 17th and 18th of June, we're going to have the Bicester Flywheel, which I can only describe as like the Gouda Festival of Speed, but without all the pretentious and commercials. So if you remember, if you're doing the Gouda Festival of Speed, but for real people having a really good time, because we're going to run a load of cars, we're going to talk to a lot of people. It's not karting, but it is motorsport, and it's motorsport at its grassroots best, with some very expensive stuff as well. Back to this race, and you missed nothing whilst I was telling you what was coming up.
That was a lovely advert.
Thank you.
Lovely commercial
on KartingLive.tv.
I can bring you up to date, Nick, while you've been reading down that card. No, he wasn't everybody. He was just purely off the top of his head. Got all excited. We've got a bit of a stalemate here. We've got a stalemate in the form of Charlie King, who's just happy to sit on the tail of Alfie Garford. Alfie Garford, fully aware that he's trailing around Charlie King. They have absolutely lost Louis Bevan, who's dropped back 2 seconds now. Louis just not got the pace to stay with the 2 karts in front of him. And with inside of 3 minutes to go now, time's getting towards that point that you've been waiting for, really, playing that waiting game, playing that high-speed game of chess. Now's the time you're going to be looking at all of that research you've done of where you're stronger, where you can brake better, where you're going to perhaps mount your challenge without messing up, that is, which is a big ask.
So for those of you listening to both our broadcasts, Joe's words of the day for ROWRAH are high-speed game of chess. You add those to his word of the day for Three Sisters, which was momentum. So we want to see what the words of the day at Mansell are going to be.
Yeah, I wonder what they're going to do. Here they go then.
I had dinner with Nigel Mansell once.
You can tell us
and
all
Roseanne.
about, you can tell us all about that at Mansell. Save that one, eh? Yeah. Because we don't want to hear it again.
Oh yeah, the support I get is astounding. Top 2 into Airedales. Now coming down to the stewardesses.
Inside of 2 minutes. And I'm beginning to wonder whether Charlie King has actually got anything. He's playing a very, very cool game here. He's chasing around Alfie Garford, and I know I'm speaking in terms of Charlie King is just waiting. He's not. Alfie Garford has drove an absolutely outstanding race. He's never put a wheel wrong. He's been wheel perfect, as has Charlie King, to stay on his pace. I'll tell you how quick these two have gone. They have left reigning champion Louis Bevan in their wake. And as we come out of the chicane, and now we start to change our line a little bit. Alfie Garford changing his line, looking over his shoulder, side by side into Iredale's.
Under and over.
Side by side coming out of Iredale's. It's a drag race towards the stewardesses. He has to slot in.
Not happy. Charlie King was not happy. I think he's probably got a feeling that Garford wiped across his bows going down that short straight before the stewardesses, but I think Garford didn't know where he was. As you say, Joe, it's suddenly the business end with a minute and a half to go.
Yeah, this is what we've been waiting for. We've been waiting patiently for these two boys to go to war, and this is what we see now. And if anything, Charlie King, I'm not sure what the message is, with 30 seconds remaining, it's going to be the 1 lap to go board next time by, and Garford has to defend.
He lost him. He didn't know where he was and he lost him.
They come out of McRae side by side. He's not panicking though. He hangs on, goes a little wide, takes King with him. That's good driving. That is good driving from Garford. Nothing in the rules that say you can't do that. And as they go through the stewardesses for the penultimate time, it's going to be Dirk with the last lap board next time by as they come through, and back towards Dirk now. He sees them. He gets his checkered flag, he puts it in the pouch. That's his routine, isn't it? Into paddock turn then. The welcome sight of last lap, or 12 minutes and 1 lap is a long time to be in that seat. And this is Charlie King's perhaps opportunities running out now. This is where he pulls alongside. He's got momentum though. He's kept with that momentum, and Garford has to go down the inside into Iredale's. This is the switchback that King's been looking for. They're side by side now, down towards the stewardess. Side by side, they look across at each other. It's King with the Iredale line, but round the outside has gone Garford. It hasn't worked, and King takes the lead. And off down through towards St John's. We're running out of corners for Garford to come back, and he went wide, and there's a collision. No. And would you believe it? An absolute mistake from Charlie King has put the 2 leaders off who've controlled this race, and there's the man who cannot believe his eyes.
Louis Bevan, rather than the victory. Well, how did that happen?
Louis Bevan says, what on earth are you doing, boys? But go on, I'll have it. Oh my goodness, let's have a look at that again. And Charlie King gets it all wrong through St John's, goes very, very wide indeed. Cart snaps away from him, and he's pretty much trying to regain control. And of course, when he comes back onto the track, there's Alfie Garford,
who he's taken off entirely. Has Garford even finished? No, Garford hasn't even finished.
Oh my goodness, drama all the way to the end in senior TKM. That was, you know what, that was a very, very calm race, that senior TKM race.
Watch it again.
Have a look at it again.
What you'll see is that actually King, there's no malice in this. It's just he's so out of control. There's nothing he can do. My guess he's going to get a penalty because he has ruined Garford's race. But that wasn't. It was just he just got it wrong. He just pushed too hard and got it wrong.
He did. He pushed too hard through the right-hander, went very wide on the slippery outside, and then when he came back on, and then the car just coming underneath him was Louis Bevan. So Louis Bevan takes the win. He'll be as surprised as anyone. Wow, what drama. Charlie King came second. We'll see what happens. These are provisional. I must stress, these are provisional, what I'm reading out now. Charlie King second, Ben Watson third, Leo Crabtree fourth, Ollie Milner fifth, Ben Hamlet sixth, seventh is Joseph Booth, Tom Johnson was eighth, Mitchell Ball ninth, Matt Cardwell 10th, Caelan Lamont was 11th, Will Cregeen 12th, and then downwards we've got Matt Slate, Craig Summers, Gordon Smith, James Hull in 16th, Matthew Horton, Joseph Phillips, Alexander Lehman, Ryan Layton was 20th, Molly Nicholas Biles was 21st, then we've got Alfie Garford he came through in 22nd, Chris Whiteside 23rd, James King we lost on lap 12, and Adam Crofts Davies went out on lap 1. Wow.
Yeah, wow indeed.
It just shows, Nick, that you have got to watch these things to the very end. It's never over until it's over. And Charlie King.
I mean, you were right with what Charlie King was doing, because prior to that, just that scuffling had actually brought Louis Bevan a second nearer. So he'd already gained a bit. That's why they didn't start scuffling so much earlier. But just lost it completely on the outside of St John's.
If Charlie King had mounted his challenge earlier than that, then that would have allowed Louis Bevan into the mix. But by just working together with Alfie, he was able to pull a gap and then duke it out. And what a way to duke it out. Wow.
So what we're clearing off now then? Got a rescued cart somewhere?
We've got the next day final to come is Minimax. And we have 10 carts that have, smallest grid in the Junction 6 NKC. But I tell you what, the racing has been absolutely outstanding. And we see competitive driving from the whole of these 10 youngsters, the whole field. You can't really pick a winner. And we've got a grid in front of us with Sonny Morgan, who almost won Three Sisters round 1. He's on pole. Xari Wezerek is on second place alongside him. Second row is Daniel Haynes and Eddie Stewart. Third row is Seb Corking and Daniel Parsons. Leo Basterfield, who drove fantastically in the third heat, is on row 4 alongside Max Carlton. And then the row 5 and the 10 cart field being rounded up by Leighton Kelly and Jack McKilliguddy. So here we go. Mini Max it is. Just beginning to gather themselves up out of the stewardess. So Sonny Morgan, who's had a great run all day, he finds himself alongside Wezerek Vezarek has had an equally great day. That's why these guys are on the front row. Daniel Haynes, Eddie Stewart behind him. Great third heat from young Eddie Stewart. As the 10-cart field comes towards us, they're already towards the paddock turn. They'll come out of paddock turn, and then Dirk, who will be our starter, comes across. He likes what he sees. That's a really, really clean 10-cart grid there. Into turn 1, and it's the 27 that goes into the lead of this race as the other 9 carts behind him make their way out of the chicane and on towards the McRae hairpin. It's Sonny Morgan. Can anyone hang on to Sonny Morgan, dipping his head behind the steering wheel to give himself some airflow? And is that Eddie Stewart who's come through in
second
third?
place. Third is 45.
Eddie Stewart,
Number 4.
Then Daniel Haynes.
Black on yellow are the only numbers we can read on the screen.
Yes. So first 3 beginning to break away. Morgan, Vicerek and Eddie Stewart beginning to break a gap to that number 4 of Daniel Haynes, who's in 4th place. So let's have a look as they cross the line then. Morgan, Vicerek, Eddie Stewart, Daniel Haynes, Daniel Parsons, Seb Corking, Leo Basterfield, Max Carlton, Leighton Kelly and Jack McGillicuddy. That's how they cross the line for lap 1. Still 11 minutes. Very long time, isn't it, Nick, for these youngsters?
Yeah,
these carts are very physical.
They may be fit as a butcher's dog, all of them, but they've been running a lot, and they'll certainly feel it. And it's concentration more than physical strength for these lads. They've got to really kind of like focus really hard for a long period of time. And
they're all together as well, aren't they? You know, even from Sonny Morgan back to Jack McGillicuddy, there's still a line of carts there. They're not really strung out already.
Very Zarek now making a bit of a move on Sonny Morgan. He managed to drop Eddie Stewart during that last lap, and they're now absolutely running together. There's a bit of scuffling going back in the pack behind, as you can probably see.
Yeah, there's going to be some changes here.
And that's
Daniel Parsons. It was.
And Corking was trying to get past, but just ran out of actual tarmac. Had to use some grass.
Yeah, Parsons it was made the move on Haynes, and Corking tried to go with him, but didn't have enough room to get through. Leo Basterfield still in 7th.
Very in second. I'm going to make a prediction about Nazaric, and it's just based on this race. I don't think he's that confident about overtaking. Well, he's led and he's kind of trundled along behind, so I think he's still trying to work out the best way to overtake in these carts. He is quick, and that's why he can stay with Sonny.
Yeah, Eddie's mum was telling me the same thing about Eddie Stewart as well. About how he just needs to get a bit of experience. Really, they're all at the very beginning of their karting, really.
78 has got a warning. That's Leighton Kelly, and these two now together. Morgan, who is an accomplished karter and a good overtaker and a good runner, but you would say, obviously has no extra pace over Wizardshek, but we haven't yet seen a challenge. It could be again, they're just playing the waiting game, but I think it's possibly sometimes when you're a little bit more inexperienced, you're almost waiting for an invitation written to you and sent with a stamped address envelope before you actually go past.
What always blows my mind about these young drivers in junior karting, all the way from even Bambinos, is how clever these youngsters are.
Yeah,
they're very, they act like racing drivers.
Well, you know why, don't you? Because their brains aren't full of paying the gas bill.
Yeah, I suppose they don't have to clear their mind.
Well, the worst they have to worry about is whether they remember their poster paint for colouring on Tuesday.
Their PE gear.
Yeah. Am I going to have to do it in my pants? Or it's not like quite the same about am I being evicted, is it?
I suppose. Yes, good point. So we are playing. I'm going to use it again, Nick. We always get to the point where these longer finals, you have to have a very sort of pragmatic approach, and you can't just try and buzz off. I mean, the drivers are driving very, very quickly and on the edge, but you'll find that, Kazari Vicerek, they're on the bumper of Sonny Morgan, but we're not seeing any body language from that car of him challenging for that first place yet. And that's what I mean about the intelligence of these youngsters. He knows he doesn't have to start challenging. He knows once he starts challenging, Eddie Stewart in 3rd place, who was driving that car really well this weekend, is Eddie. His man was telling me he wants to be a commentator.
Well, he can stop that straight away.
These racing drivers who take
Then
our
again,
jobs.
he's quite young, so I'll be retired by the time he gets the age to do it, so that's fine, yeah.
I thought we'd give him a try at Manson. Let's see how he is. Oh, look at this. See what I mean? There's Vicerek, who's now challenging Sonny Morgan down the inside at Stewart. The stewardesses
Nice
makes
move.
it stick. Change for first. But look who's right there. Eddie Stewart and Daniel Parsons. They've closed that gap to second place now. And now we've got a 4-cart train for that lead. Vicerek.
No, I think he got a little bit of a bit of invitation. He was kind of spurred from a slight error by Morgan.
Yes, it was.
And now Morgan himself is, I think, is slightly struggling. You know, they're in a different situation, both mentally and tyre-wise. I know they've obviously done 6 minutes before, but it's
We're not even at half distance,
it's the
are we?
thinking about it. Top 4 in the Minimax final, nailed together, and then, in fact, interestingly, the other 6 are nailed together in their second batch. With this gap between Parsons and Corking, which is 1.5 seconds. Really, Corking should be up at this. I get him, given how good Seb was in the Three Sisters, I can only think he doesn't like this track as much.
I don't know, because Seb's. I'm pretty sure Seb's raced here more than once, more than twice. I know he's done a lot of work at Teesside. He's done a lot of work at Warden Law, and I was thinking he's done a lot of laps here at ROWRAH.
Doesn't mean you like the track though.
Doesn't mean no.
You know,
no.
If you're good with a flowing circuit, this is probably the ultimate stop starter, isn't it?
And I have been surprised by Seb not being at the forefront of this, like he was at Three Sisters. Yeah, I've got to agree with you. Once again, we've got Vicerek not pulling away, is he?
Oh, and there's another one lost there for Sonny Morgan.
Eddie Stewart.
They're learning by lap, aren't they? And actually, it looks very much like Daniel Parsons is going to hang Sonny Morgan out to dry, or tried to.
Sonny Morgan's gone from first to fourth in just a couple of minutes. We've still got 5.5 minutes.
And that gap is coming down. Corking is getting closer to the back of that field. He was 1.6 seconds behind fourth place last time. We are only just over halfway.
He's been listening to me and thinking I'm going to prove Bradley wrong.
Yeah, Bradley.
What does Bradley know? Here we go then.
Nice break by our leader.
Yeah, that's because we've had a change, isn't it?
Yeah, he's done well. And I think he's a very, very quick driver, and he's got open air now. This is going to be a problem for everyone else. Corking pulled about 0.4 of a second during that kerfuffle, closer.
That's
fourth place.
That's a good chunk of time, 0.4 of a second. 0.4 of a second is great lapping. Seb's got clear road in front of him.
Yeah, but unfortunately he's got Leighton Kelly all over his backside.
He has, but if Leighton Kelly leaves him alone and those two can work together, which it looks like they may be just doing.
Stewart is the man at the front of this train of 3. Eddie Stewart, he's got himself to second. He's got Morgan. He's got Parsons and Morgan behind him. Morgan, who's led and has slipped to fourth, and I'm sure he's as confused as everyone else how that happened. We go up through Row Rouge. Again, a little bit further away from
Sonny Morgan down the inside of Parsons.
That's it.
Change for third.
Loss of time, and look how that is putting them nearer and nearer Corking and Kelly.
Yeah, so Sonny Morgan coming back now. He's had his sort of mid-race kind of feet up, mid-race break. He's now coming back into it. He led this race from the pole position. Bit of a wake-up call maybe.
And Parsons, who lost that position, is now being tailed dramatically by Corking and Kelly. So now we have a 6-car pack. Slightly the lead is Caseri, but the rest of them are kind of within the element of a slight error. As they sweep round Pallet Bend again.
3.5 minutes on the clock still plenty of time. Still plenty of time for Sonny Morgan to get past Eddie Stewart, which he's trying now.
Need that long. Not quite sure what this moment here, why he had that. Oh, there's a problem with our leader, is there?
No.
Oh no, we've got a flag. There's a flag.
We've got a
red flag. Red flag.
Yes, we have. We've got a red flag, and the carts have been brought to a halt towards the Iredale hairpin. So we've stopped the clock at 3 minutes.
Will they
stop
entirely for that one because it's past 8 minutes?
I'm not sure. So quickly give you a rundown while we establish why we've brought out the red flag. Kazari Vicerek leads the race from Eddie Stewart in second, Sonny Morgan's in third, Daniel Parsons fourth, Seb Corking fifth, Leighton Kelly sixth, Max Carlton seventh, We've got Leo Basterfield in 8th, and we've got Daniel Haynes and Jack McGillicuddy further down the order in 9th and 10th. So we've got somebody being tended to out there on the track. Not sure exactly the location. We'll wait for this to get sorted, and we'll get a decision on whether or not we restart this with 3 minutes remaining. What this does, Nick, is bring the field completely together. So, Nick, do you want to tell us about what's coming up on the calendar, the Karting Live TV calendar?
The Karting Live TV calendar?
Yes, you had lunch with Nigel Mansell, which is where we're going next. Mansell Raceway.
Yes, but I'm not allowed to do it, though, am I?
He's
not. I couldn't talk about that.
Yeah, we've got time now. We've got a break.
I'm saying it because
are you going to save that for Mansell? Are you?
Well, yes, mainly because you roll out your same stories every single time. So,
what do you mean? People are bored?
No, I am. Most people haven't heard them 17 times. Yes, so we go to Mansell on the... Where is it? Have you got it up or not? Yes, you have. There we go. So what's happening in the National Kart Cup? This is round 2, of course. We're in Cumbria. And then on the 24th and 25th of June, so that's after Le Mans. Basically, just what you want to have is have your YouTube channel permanently affixed to Karting Live TV, because you've got Radio Mons Studio Division, you've got Bicester Flywheel, and the following you've got Mansell Raceway on the 24th and 25th of June. At Dunk as well. We've never been there before, so we're slightly interested to know how we're going to set everything up.
I've never been there before, ever.
And then it's the local circuit for me, but no one else, Wilton Mill, for the 4th round of the championship, and that's near Northampton on the 28th and 30th of July. And then 3 weeks later, we are back at Wilton Mill for the O Plate, where we got an extravaganza of...
Delighted to hear we're going to Wilton Mill twice. You know why?
Can you stay at my house?
I get to stay at your house. Yeah.
That's right.
I get you waiting on me hand and foot.
Exactly. And you get to talk to Rachel about narcissism.
Yes, another mental illnesses.
Yeah. So yes, we're at the O Plate. The O Plate's going to be a cracker, guys, and so stick it in your diary. I know it's the middle of summer, but even if you're abroad, remember to watch it, because we have 2 full days of broadcasting. So we're broadcasting all day Saturday or Sunday, and we've got guest classes as well. So we've got extra karts and extra fun.
The thing I love about O Plate meetings, and we did the British O Plate, remember, a couple of years ago for Karting Live TV?
It was near Hull, wasn't it?
It was it was at Warden Law, wasn't it? And the thing I love about those events is it's all about the day. It's all about on the day. It's all to play for.
Yeah.
And you haven't got, it's not a champion, you don't have to think championship. You don't have to just settle for, I'm going to settle for second or third because I'm not going to settle for second or third because it's points. No, it's all about the win. And if you think this racing's intense, tune in for the O Plate round. 17th to the 20th of August that. We've got the 19th and 20th of August that we are live streaming. The other 2 days are practice days. So put that one in the diary, as well as the other rounds of the Junction 6 NKC Championship for 2023.
Well, the good news is that the kart that caused the red flag, the young lad is absolutely fine, and he's rolled off in his kart. I think they're worried about it. You're always worried about neck or head injuries, and I think it's really safe just to isolate things. Let's go. The rest of the karts have pulled into the pit lane, so that is the end of the Minimax final. So it is a win for Kasseri Resurrect, 2nd Eddie Stewart, 3rd Sonny Morgan, 4th Daniel Parsons, 5th is Sebastian Corking, 6th is Leighton Kelly, 7th is Max Carlton, 8th Leo Basterfield, 9th is Daniel Haynes, and 10th will be Jack McGillicuddy. I think that's, unless it goes back a lap, but, close enough for that, isn't it, really?
Yep.
So, they wait to get the various support vehicles back, and they've got a rescue card as well, so we're going to have a little bit of delay before we go to the next race, which is the Rotax Heavy Final, the Juniors?
Yeah, we've got the Rotax 177s coming next.
I'm very old-fashioned calling it Rotax. No, it's Junior. It's Junior next. Junior Rotax.
Actually,
next.
we were well out of. Yes, it is Junior Rotax next. We were out of sequence with the program. Actually, no, we weren't. No, we weren't. Junior Rotax. No, we're not. No,
Junior Rotax next.
No, we're not. My eyes are what's out of sync.
Well, nothing new there.
So Junior Rotax A final. Daniel Whitfield on the pole position after all of those heats. We find Daniel Whitfield our pole position on 140 points. Billy Edgecombe.
It's no surprise, but he's been making places every single time.
Yeah, 136 points. Mitchell Mulvey and Mason Perrin, winner of the first round of Three Sisters Mason, on row 2. Row 3 is Freddie Worlock and Levi Earl, and then we've got Tom Holden and Jaden Hewitt. They're on row 4. Row 5 is Luke Sawyers and Alex Fraser, with Freddie Moore and Jay Leverton on row 6. Taylor Dixon and Louis Rees are on row 7. Jamie Slater, Will Swales are on row 8, and row 9 is Adam Catling and Ellie Anderson. Archie Hardiman and Maxim Smith are on row 10. Row 11, Callum Scrivens and Rafi Salentano, with Alfie Bushell and Alex Timmins on row 12. George Kay and James Rigby are on row 13. Lewin Hughes and Jasmine Taylor are on row 14. And then the 30-cart grid is rounded off on row 15 with James Burgess and Presley Walker.
Okay.
So 30-cart grid.
Yep, just waiting for some of the carts from the previous race we wheeled off the track.
About to get underway. So we've got 3 more finals coming, everybody. This is the juniors next, followed by the Rotax 177s, the heavier class of senior Rotax karting, and then the senior Rotax class, the 162 kilogram category, will round off round 2 here at ROWRAH for the Junction 6 NKC. It's we've had 2 very, very good races. All right, the Minimax race was kind of just simmering, wasn't it, to become a bit.
There was more to come.
There was 3 minutes on the clock, and I think that would have become a little bit more of a metaphorical fist fight towards the end.
Like a metaphorical fist fight. Lots of support for Jay. Who is Jay in this one? We've had this before.
Jay Leverton, is it?
Jay Leverton, yeah. He's got a lot of support. Where is he starting?
Well, Jay is running with Paul Ozan in Paul Ozan's team. And
he's starting in 12th.
Starting in 12th. So, yeah. Jay has a very, very good mentor in the form of Paul Ozan, former Super 1 champion. He's forgot more than I know about karting. And I know a lot.
You do know a lot, yes.
I know a lot.
I'm very, very clever, and I'm in charge. It's all about how much Joe Bradley knows.
12 minutes then, Nick. 12 minutes and 1 lap.
Yes.
And this is, well, you know what I'm going to say. This is going to be a corker, isn't it? They're all going to be a corker.
Is it going to be a high-speed game of chess?
They're all going to be. It's going to be a high-speed game of chess, absolutely. Absolutely. We see no weaving on the straight. The regulation is a new regulation just brought in for this at this point, where weaving on the straight can cause all sorts of problems. You know, carts coming together and smashing into one another because they're weaving to try and get heat into their tyres. So basically, just drive the cart hard, get some little bit of weaving going on there. I noticed he may have forgot the regulation. Jiggling backwards and forwards. He's doing it again. You're not supposed to do that, mate. Don't do that. Did we have somebody pull off there? Yes, we have.
Someone's out.
Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. Right, here we go. We've got them nicely boxed up. You shouldn't be jiggling your cart backwards and forwards, guys. You will get the penalty for that. Anyways, we'll leave that down to the officials. We're the commentators.
We enjoy being proxy officials.
We're in the entertainment business. Here we go. Oh, there's a bit of a gap that's been created there.
They're going to wave that one off? Because the middle was bad. So. The front was good. The middle was bad.
Yeah, we had somebody bogged down coming out the paddock turn, didn't we? We've gone through ROWRAH.
Yep, they're going for it.
Yeah, we are racing indeed.
I suppose you can only really monitor so much of the pack, can't you? You can't make it land for everybody.
See how cold those tyres were on that number 41 of Daniel Whitfield. He just slid very, very wide indeed out of the McRae hairpin. And off now, they're already out of Ideal, so they're into the stewardesses.
Edgecombe looks to get first, but he also tried to turn, it didn't grip, so...
The whole field,
yeah,
it's a great camera shot that, by the way. The whole field coming
through. That was me and Paul, by the way.
Well stewardesses, done, Paul. Yeah, well done, Paul. That's a great shot. Already out of paddock for the first time. Then this is the Junior Rotax A final, and across the line they come. Whitfield leads, Edgecombe second, Mitchell Mulvey third, Mason Perrin fourth, Freddie Worlock fifth, sixth is Levi Earl, Tom Holden seventh, Luke Sawyers eighth, ninth is Jaden Hewitt.
Spun there.
And Alex Fraser.
First, that spinner is still at the bottom of the...
I'll tell you who that is. I will tell you.
That'll be Freddie Moore and Josh Delicata.
It is. Disaster for Josh Delicata and George Kate.
Delicata worked so hard to qualify up, didn't they? But they are stopped there, which is interesting, because these hard clutches and these have starters as well, so you wonder why they actually dead stopped, not just restarted them. So first and second right together. They go through St John's and into Sunny Bend. There's a little bit of scuffling back, and the 155 cart of Mitchell Melvey has dropped back, I think, at least 2, if not 3 places by going a little bit wide, or being helped a little bit wide through Sunny. And we've got to stop. We've got red flag.
Right, not sure.
That'll be for the carts that were stranded on the bottom of the thing. I don't think anyone's hurt. I think it's a structural red flag.
Yeah, we're just not able to clear it. I think it's the tyre barrier needs a bit of a reshuffle, doesn't it?
So this obviously will start again. Whether they'll start, I can't remember to keep treading this with this wire. This will start again. Whether it will start again from scratch, or whether they'll start with 8 minutes or 10 minutes, I don't know. And whether they, I don't have any experience of red flag restarts in karting. So tell me what happens.
It's a single file start usually in race order. So they'll basically line them up. They should be all lined up in line astern, not like that.
Yeah, but they just were stopping. There goes Malcolm Fell on his little golf cart.
So look to me, Nick, as though just a clear-up job at that incident site of those 2 carts that have had a coming together.
They seem to have cleared.
The drivers were out of their carts and on their feet.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't a situation where someone was hurt. It was a situation where there was stuff in the way. I assume what must have happened is those 2 carts came together and one of them was no longer able to move.
Mm.
So, had done an axle or a hub or something.
You can just lift it.
Malcolm's now left the track in his go-kart and his golf cart. So I'm not quite sure what's going to happen now. It's very exciting. I have no idea what the rules are on this one. If anyone knows what happens at this point, please tell us, because we didn't have any finals red flag last year, or this year so far.
We should have a restart in. They'll either started in line astern order or grid
Will
order.
they start with 12 minutes or 10 minutes?
Well,
or
that depends on the timekeepers really, and see. Yeah, clocks change to what?
To count down from 12.
It's still ticking.
We're only 2 laps. We only got 2 laps in, weren't we? So they've done 2 laps.
They were on the 3rd lap. The incident occurred on lap 2. While we wait for more clarification on what's going to happen next and when we'll get this race back underway,
You sound like you're going to announce something that's going to happen then. Whilst we're waiting. Again.
No, I was just going to have a chat to you, Nick.
Oh, what do we talk about?
Well, we've got this situation here where, we've got incident abound at this level of racing. And when I think back, I get people saying to me that, karting's out of control and there's too much damage and too much, incident. But I can't remember karting that didn't have incident and people coming off. I'll tell you the difference.
I remember the many times I fell off.
Well, I'll tell you the difference. Back in the 80s when I started and into the 90s when I was racing, they very rarely stopped a race.
Well, it's the same as F1
you just basically lifted the cart out of the way and carried if you had a leg off, you'd be carried off.
Like at F1 they drove past burning cars with people in them and carried on going.
Yeah.
Now apparently if Pierre Gasly breaks a nail around a corner, it's a red flag.
Well, when you're dealing with juniors, I've got to say that's the correct thing to
absolutely,
do.
100%, 100%.
Stop and get anybody really, seniors and juniors. So it's a different age. So what I'm saying is, we perhaps weren't aware of the amount of incident. When I have people saying, there's this series or that series, there's too much incident, there's too much crashing, there's too much. It's always been the same.
I don't. Yeah, I mean,
it's not changed.
I think what happened, we have very, very little at.
The carts are a lot safer.
Yeah, the carts are safer.
You're protected by side pods.
You've got the side pods, you've got the neck braces, you've got the rib protectors. I mean, they're optional, I know, but the rib protectors are the key thing.
When I race karts...
I wish we had rib protectors.
When I race karts, I just had a steel bumper on the front, no nose cone.
That's why, but the reason I dislocated my shoulder in the first time I ever did it, and really, really, really badly, was because there were no side pods, and we went rear wheel over rear wheel. And I was thrown out of the cars at not great speed at Tilbury Circuit, which no longer exists.
I remember going into the hairpin here on the old circuit, and my foot going under the bumper of the cart in front. My foot was on the throttle, and I went into it, and then when I came off the throttle, his bumper was beyond mine, and I couldn't lift off the throttle.
That's your excuse.
So I pushed him off there.
Yeah. But no, I mean, things happen. Things have always happened, but it's much, much safer now. And there's much better regulated, and people are doing a very good job here.
Yeah.
And they're taking the car. Are they taking
Look
the
how quickly
carts
we've got this going.
off? What are they doing with them?
What's his gas?
Right. So the 41 there of Danny is waiting for them. What are they doing? If they started the clock and just running the clock from now, are they going to restart the clock again? It's very exciting. There's no idea what's happening. I think they are doing the single file thing. Oh no, they're doing two file.
Double file.
Double file.
So we should, after 3 minutes, what did we have? 3 minutes gone?
Well, they've restarted the clock, and it's counting down from 12 again, from sort of when they start. So I assume they're either going to restart it again for 8, 10 or 12, or this is how long you've got. So you've effectively kept the clock running a little bit during, not entirely during the red flag, but a little bit during the red flag.
So we're just regridding everybody.
Just checking they're in the right place. Are they regridding them as they were after a lap, or as they were at the start?
We've reset the clock at 12 minutes. So I suspect that we are restarting this from scratch. That would be my suspicion. So we've restarted the official timing screen at 12 minutes. Don't take no notice of the screen, the timing, clicking down on the live stream. That's not what we're going
There's now
by.
an accident that has taken place in the shuffling.
On the official timing screen, in timing and scoring, we've reset the clock at 12 minutes. And it looks like we're reshuffling the grid round to its original order.
I'm not quite sure why Ash wrote yay.
I think he's loving his job.
I think he is loving his job, yeah. It's his day after his birthday. Where else would you be? What would you rather do?
Yeah, birthday weekend for Ashley Leontine, who is one of our cameramen.
The other one being Frank McKinney, who's looking at his phone right now.
And Frank, bringing you that picture, what you are looking at right now.
What, like you are looking at right now? Like what?
Yeah.
That one. That's Frank
That
with the
one,
flowers
that's Frank.
in front of him.
Yeah. Sarah Darlow is our grid marshal, and it's Sarah with the clipboard. She's in charge. She has got the enviable job of reshuffling this field of carts into what is a grid order, going off the original grid, would be my speculation.
And the good speculation is too.
Yeah, we haven't got a direct link to the officials. So
they can hear us now. They can be on the PA and nothing else is happening.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
So you can say anything you like now. They have to listen to you.
Yes. Well, we're just speculating as to what we're going to do, and we're speculating based on the fact that we've gone to 12 minutes on the time.
Well, they're definitely reorganising back to the original grid.
Yeah. Sarah's got a grid sheet.
So it's going to be a restart. Whether it's a complete restart for 12 minutes or a restart for less time, that is the question.
Well, we'll be able to tell you as soon as this gets away.
You can't restart for 12 minutes because they haven't got the fuel on board necessarily.
That's a good point.
I mean, they might do, but realistically, you would think, well, if people are running...
I would be running that with fuel just for 12 minutes.
Yeah, because especially if you're close to the weight limit.
With my weight. But of course, these are youngsters, so they may. There's ways of ballasting your cart, and fuel is just one of them, which you might not choose to do.
Well, someone got disqualified yesterday because they'd used too much, because they ended up using more fuel than they thought they would do.
So they were
because there's so many warm-up laps.
Yeah, because there are 3 warm-up laps, and
they're out by a gram.
It wasn't a gram. It was a tenth of a kilogram, wasn't it?
No, you said it's a gram.
No, it's just...
Well, a tenth of a kilogram is 100 grams, even so it's not much.
So we're just getting to the back end of the grid, which has been a complete resort. You can imagine the physicality of doing this, moving carts around and putting them back in position, is not the work of a moment. And great work being done by our NKC officials and the officials here at ROWRAH. the mystery medic up there on the hill has been listening all day.
He's going to give us a wave.
I don't know. Is he going to give us a wave?
No, I don't know. I'm not quite sure how loud the PA is, to be honest.
No, I'm sure I can't hear
I
it.
can vaguely hear an echo of you occasionally, but that could just be you could just be in my mind.
So we've got this one to get through. We've got 3 more of our A finals to
No, it's 2 more, isn't it?
get through. No, 3 more, because this one plus 2.
Oh, right, yes.
This one that we've got being re-gridded is the Junior Rotax A final, and we've got the Rotax 177s. And then we're going to round off round 2 of the Junction 6 NKC with the Senior Rotax 162 kilogram class. And with carts being pushed and pulled and lifted, we should be almost ready to get going. Well done, Sarah. Great work out there. Just giving instructions as to where she wants the last of the carts on the grid. So we've lost 2 of our competitors, have we, or 3? We lost Freddie Moore, Josh Delicata, and George Kay.
Yeah. I don't think any of them have rejoined.
No, I'm not sure they have, actually.
Right, so the gentlemen, start your engines now.
Now then, let's hope everybody fires up.
Thanks for that.
So unfortunate. Let's hope, no flat batteries, please.
Thumbs up.
No oiled up.
Are we rolling?
We'll know when they're fired up, Nick, because we will hear them.
And they're rolling and running.
So we get things going, get things underway.
And Danny Whitfield's won. 8 minutes it looks like we're going to go for a race for this restart.
And we've started the clock as well, Nick.
Oh, right, because that's literally the start, is it? Okay, they're rolling start, right. So it was an 8 minute restart, okay.
So Daniel Whitfield, Billy Edgecombe, Mason Perrin, Mitchell Mulvey, Levi Earl, Freddie Worlock, Jaden Hewitt, Tom Holden, Luke Sawyers and Alex Fraser. That's your top 10. Jay Leverton, 11th, Will Swales, Louis Rees, Ellie Anderson, Jamie Salter, Maxim Smith, Adam Catling, Rafi Celentano, Archie Hardiman, James Rigby.
Have we started?
No, we've started the clock though. We haven't started racing, but we've started the clock ticking down, you see. So the clock's on 7 minutes and 15 seconds to go. 7 minutes and 22, slight difference there, Nick. Will that catch up?
It's gone back to 8 again. It's going to be an 8 minute from the actual start. Plus 1 lap.
Yes, it will be. So when we get this, that's what's going to happen.
Which is fair enough, because that means the total time of running will be around about 12 minutes, so even if it is quite close on fuel, that's fine.
Oh, nicely brought together by Paul Mann, Daniel Whitfield. He's really got those carts moving slowly. Very, very tricky that, making that look easy. It's not. Very easy for your engine to bog down and not run.
So where are they tyre temperature-wise now?
Well, they'll have cooled right off, mate.
But not as cool as...
Not as cool as the start, but they'll have cooled off a bit.
Good start.
We get this restart underway, and it's Whitfield who loses out at the first turn. In fact, Whitfield, I think he's hung on to second place. Who is that? It's Billy Edgecombe, isn't it? In the number 20.
Worlock having a bit of a look up the inside of Perrin as well. Edgecombe in the blue definitely leading.
Off they go. They'll be on slightly cooler tyres, remember, as Nick pointed out.
Black flag for the 43. That's Taylor Dixon is black flagged. I don't know why. I think he tried to join the track. I think he's joined the race after it being red flagged. I think Dixon's made a procedural error rather than a particular issue. So he has to come off the track now.
Look at that gap from Billy Edgecombe. He's absolutely sprinted away.
This is Whitfield in second.
as they come through to
I think
complete.
it's Perrin in third, but don't quote me on that till they get across the line.
So one lap completed, and it's Edgecombe, Whitfield, Perrin, Mulvey, Levi Earl, Worlock, Holden, Hewitt, Rees, Swales, Jill Leverton just there outside the top 10 and 11th. These three carts for second place. Billy Edgecombe has just gone, hasn't he? He's gone and left them. He had a gap of 0.8 of a second there across the line the first time. And now we'll be having things settle down as Daniel Whitfield, Mason Perrin and Mitchell Mulvey will want to try and work together and catch Billy Edgecombe into Sunny Corner, using all of that track. As they cross the line now, then 2 laps completed. The gaps come down, so Billy Edgecombe was 0.8 of a second ahead. It's down to 0.5 now.
Yeah, Whitfield now moving back into his rhythm. Behind him is Mason Perrin, so it's the couple of the ready orange carts.
He's right on his bumper now, isn't he, really? That's not really a gap at all. And if anything, Edgecombe
seems to have really poor pickup out that corner.
I think he slid a little bit too wide there and lost all of his momentum. Whitfield right on his bumper through St John's into Sunny. And behind Whitfield, Mason Perrin, winner of round 1, of the final in round 1, I should say.
He sat at the back of him. Is that going to take the nose? Don't know, but it's certainly going to lose in a position. So Perrin got Whitfield there because Whitfield got too high, actually rode at the back of Edgecombe. This is all happening now with 5 minutes to go, 5:24 to go. They all look behind themselves in unison. Battle now for Edgecombe is being taken to him by Mason Perrin. Perrin wafty wavy at something. Still trying to get the 43 to stop.
Edgecombe, after pulling away, just sprinted away at the start. And now he's got Mason Perrin all over him. Whitfield's not done for the day though, is he? Inside of 5 minutes remaining then, and Perrin pulls alongside Edgecombe as they come across the line. 3 laps completed. He's going to have the line into the chicane.
And Edgecombe loses 2.
And round the outside of Edgecombe has gone Whitfield. Who's that in 4th? Mitchell
Levi
Mulvey.
Earl. No, it's Earl in 4th.
I thought it was Mitchell Mulvey.
There's Levi Earl on the screen, but I think he's changed that time round. So 1, 2, 3, 4 together. And Edgecombe now in 3rd. So Perrin from Whitfield, from Edgecombe from Levi Earl. A little bit of gap to Mitchell Mulvey from there. But the top 4 all together as they come round Sunny Bend. Not too flamboyant. Most of them trying to stay as close to the main part of the time as possible rather than using the overshoot. One lap completed. Warning for the 32, who I have no idea who that is.
He's down the order.
Yep.
This is
Luke Sawyers is the 32. Got a warning.
We're inside of 4 minutes now then, and Mason Perrin and Daniel Whitfield are broken free from Billy Edgecombe.
Oh, we've got a car off at Sunny. The driver okay. Perhaps a bit irritated. Looks like the 30, maybe Luke Sawyers in the 32, I don't know. He's got a 3 on it. And so it's Sawyers who just got himself a warning and now has a broken cart. But the marshals have got that one away very, very quickly as our leaders go round. So Edgecombe's lost another place, hasn't he? Edgecombe's down to 4th now.
Yeah, Levi
so 1, 2, 3, 4, and the first 2 have broken away. Perrin from Whitfield.
Yeah, it's got 0.8 of a second between Whitfield and Earl now in 3rd. And if anything,
Whitfield right on the back of Perrin. Now let's wait and see what happens in the junior Rotax. They're going for it now. 3 minutes to go, plus a lap.
Mason Perrin's having to defend already. Defending already. He's going to have to be careful because Daniel Whitfield, who's had a great day here through the heats, there's Billy Edgecombe with Levi Earl right with him. It's the battle for the lead though. Mason Perrin, Daniel Whitfield. Got a bit of a breather there. Mason Perrin did have Daniel Whitfield really, really close to him and was perhaps in a potential moving opportunity play position. Not so much now as they head down towards the McRae hairpin. And this is where they close up, isn't it? Whitfield closes right up onto the rear bumper of Mason Perrin as they come through the ideal hairpin.
And 4 and 5 together as well.
Yeah, great racing this. 2 minutes remaining though, time running out. This is when you start thinking about making that move, start lining it up.
That's what he's doing, trying to perhaps force a little bit of an error through St John's by Mason Perrin. We've seen St John's be a catalyst for disaster in the previous race, which seems like a very long time ago because it was. Whitfield.
And if anything, you know, you're in second and you're following the leader around, but you've got to consider the leader might also be in a position where he's got a little bit extra in the toolbox. And when you start challenging, Mason Perrin might be able to just pull out a little bit of more pace, a little bit more braking area, a little bit later braking.
Edgecombe breaking away from the rest of the field. So after kind of dropping back in the early stage this one, losing the lead and falling down to fourth, he's now back into third and gapping the fourth place man Levi Earl and fifth place man Freddie Weirlock. But this is the top two through St John's into Sunny. In fairness, Mason Perrin seems to have these under control. Famous last words, but I'd say he's got these under control at the moment with a minute and 1 second and a lap to go.
Yeah, you've said it now, Nick. But I do think that, and I also think Levi Earl has not really got any kind of tools in his toolbox to have a go at Billy Edgecombe again. Billy Edgecombe's pulled out a bit of a gap to Levi Earl. He learned a lesson.
Whitfield is a superb exit from the crate. He's right back on his tail again. So that's not 0.309 of a second.
Yeah, but he does that in the hairpins, Nick. Now watch. They come out of.
He's done it.
He's done it. He's done it down the inside.
See that one again because that was.
Oh my goodness!
Wait a second. Is he going to go? What's he going to do there?
Yeah, there he is. Textbook manoeuvre on the brakes. They were both absolutely on the edge of braking there. Perrin's not happy though. He's coming back at him.
Yeah, Perrin now
through the paddock turn here, and it'll be.
And he's got other side. They're going to go side. They're going to go side by side, and it's Perrin back into the lead through Row Rouge. So that lead for Whitfield lasted 2/3 of a lap, or perhaps less than that in distance terms. But now he's going to do the same thing again. He's going to get closer and closer. It is putting Edgecombe just about back into play, not completely. Second behind these two it was when they crossed the line. But that's going to be disappointing for Whitfield to lose the lead so quickly.
Yeah, Mason Perrin knows where it's coming as well. Look where he's positioned the kart. There was no space there for Daniel Whitfield to do what he did the previous lap.
Whitfield took a wide line to get better acceleration out, and now he's right behind Perrin as they go through St John's. It's not an easy place to overtake.
There's no place to overtake, so
that's not
getting
easy,
momentum down that hill, no. You just need to carry it through.
Last lap.
This is where he needs the momentum. As the last lap board, Dirk puts the last lap board out. He needs momentum, just like Perrin did, coming out of paddock turn into the chicane there, but time running out. This is where Whitfield can have a go. Edgecombe still in third, Levi Earl in fourth, Freddie Weirlock fifth, Jaden Hewitt sixth. Looks over his shoulder again, and the chances now for Daniel Whitfield to do what he did a couple of laps ago are running out, because they're already out of the stewardesses now and heading down towards St John's, the sweeping left-hander, into Sunny Bend for the final time. And Whitfield trying to get the momentum to get on terms into paddock. And here he comes, Mason Perrin takes the win at ROWRAH. He won the final at round one. He wins the final at round two. Daniel Whitfield takes second place. Billy Edgecombe was third. Levi Earl fourth. Jaden Hewitt fifth. Sixth was Louis Rees. Freddie Weirlock was seventh. Eighth was Mitchell Mulvey. Tom Holden ninth. 10th, Jill Everton. And then from 11th down over, it was Jasmine Taylor, Presley Walker, Will Swills, Rafi Celentano, James Rigby, Alfie Bushell was 16th, Maxim Smith 17th, Jimmy Salter, Adam Catling, Reese Green, Lewin Hughes, Alex Timmins, James Burgess, and then we've got Jacob Bainham, Alex Stoll, and Callum Scrivens there finishing in 26th.
So,
full of incident, full of drama,
full of accident and incident.
As ever, with the Junction 6 NKC, it's never over until it's over.
And it was over in that race.
And even, Mason Perrin did look a solid leader, but all that time, Daniel Whitfield challenged He had to be right on his game.
Please shout out to Ollie Moss, 177 drive from all at Cooper Motorsport.
I'll tell you where Ollie Moss is on the grid in a moment. He's 24th.
That's very nice for Harry Dalbis. It's a great commentary today, gents. Been a busy one, but thanks. I assume you may have been looking at other races involving full-size cars in the German circuit.
We have not.
We haven't. He might have been.
Oh, he was. We haven't.
No, we haven't looked at the
No,
Nürburgring.
I thought he meant we have.
We don't need to look at the Nürburgring. We get updates of what's really going on. Very, very funny. Very funny stuff.
Shall we have a look at the 177 grid?
Excellent idea.
Before you jump in down
Not
that hole.
do anything.
Harry Wainwright, the 16-year-old Harry Wainwright, who...
Star of our paddock walk.
Well, Harry didn't come here on Friday to practice because of his GCSEs. Well, Harry...
That's a level of dedication you
should
should get involved with.
You perhaps don't need to do Friday practice at all because that hasn't affected your race here at ROWRAH at all. You've run pole position.
Can I ask you a question?
Go ahead, Colin.
How do you do Friday practice when you are using two pairs of race tyres you don't want to touch? So do you have a set of tyres at the right age to practice on?
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? This is the thing. You start Friday practice with a brand new set of Maxes, and they're not really going to be in any state of wear in comparison to your race tyres. So you're really going to get nothing from it. So, do as much as as many laps as you can. You are going to have to scrub new tyres in every time. But yeah, I mean that's.
Can you have a practice
one.
set you take from race to race?
You can, yeah. It's exactly what people do. You have practice sets. Maybe start with a new, two new race sets. That'll see you through the season, that you homologate to the series, and then you've got your practice sets, which you kind of run on, maybe 2 or 3 sets. So 5 sets per season, really. Sorts out your practice and your racing. It's a good point, though, Nick. I'm glad you're thinking about it.
I am always thinking about what's going on.
So let's have a look at the grid then. Harry Wainwright, our pole position driver, with Ben Hitch alongside. We've got Scott Clee and Tim Darlow on the second row. Cole Edwards and Adam Sadler are on row 3. Joshua Gollin and Oliver Smith are on row 4. Carl Bryant and Billy Watts are row 5. Row 6 is Ryan Taylor Truman with Josh Pickford alongside. James Frost and Richard Evans are on row 7. Row 8 is Nick Skelton and Scott Smith. Sam Cresswell and Tyler Kelsey are on row 9. Zach Bolton is on row 10 with Alex Jones. Charlie Jowers and Alex Thomas are on row 11. Billy Clark and Oliver Moss are on row 12 with Keith Mason and Gary Cox on row 13. Chris Waddell and Will Milner are on row 14. Row 15 is Paul Moran and Harrison Crook. And then the four B final qualifiers, Stephen Richardson and Steve Gilly share row 16, and row 17 is Lawrence Hilton and Dan Millward.
Well done. Righty ho.
Our timing, as ever, a time that just saw the grid appears just across the way on the other side of the track towards the
So
paddock
many
turn.
drivers.
34, 34 drivers. Tremendous.
Slightly covering our sponsors. Sorry about that.
Oh, sorry.
And thank you to all our sponsors, and of course thank you to Junction 6 and
Right.
the NKC organisers.
Right, here we go, Nick. That grid looks fairly in order. It's Harry Wainwright who leads into turn 1, and we've got a coming together.
Oh, that's going to be...
We've got a coming together with a second and third place carts. We've got carts off left and right, and that looks like Stephen Richardson. Oh my God, a tale of war that continues. He's gotten beached on the grass. He qualified from the B final. I think it's Stephen Richardson. That might be wrong.
Well, let's see the accident again. And it's all going on behind him as well. Let's have a look what happened going up the hill. Wainwright made a good start. It was second and third, Hitch and Clee, and Hitch has got some... oh, dear, oh dear. He's managed to do particularly good in taking them both out of the way of everybody else. But what's happened is Harry Wainwright now has a lead of about an hour and a half.
Wow, Harry has been able to punch away from everybody else.
This is second, third and fourth we're looking at now on the screen, but just Wainwright is already about to complete a lap. And second place, which we're watching now, Ben Hitch in the orange car, he's come round 3.5 seconds behind.
Wow, Adam Sadler is the driver. We spoke to Adam in the lunchtime paddock walk, didn't we? And here he is.
And Hitch and Clee have been dropped to the back, and that is a shed load of points they're not getting.
Oh goodness. Tim Darlow through in third, Cole Edwards fourth, Oliver Smith fifth, Joshua Gollin in sixth, seventh is James, fourth Billy Watts eighth, ninth is Richard Evans, and rounding off the top 10 Nick Scanlon was Stephen Richardson, who did get away at the very end. He's had a bit of a nightmare this time He was on the overall podium at this round last year, but not to be. Local lad Stephen Richardson having a bit of a mare.
So Sadler, Darwell and Edwards, they're running 2, 3 and 4 on the screen. There's a kind of obviously they're trainers, the rest of the 30 carts as they run through. But Wainwright actually increased his lead by 3/10 that time. So he's not just there by a fluke of the second and third people have been taken out and then leaving a bit of a gap.
So
Sadler.
Adam Sadler, 3.7 seconds the gap to Harry Wainwright. And Sadler has got a bit of a cushion to Tim Darlow, who's got Cole Edwards right on his bumper.
I think it's about to become a much bigger group because the 3 lighter coloured carts, after his 3 carts was kind of reddish colour, you've got 3 lighter and blue coloured carts of Edwards, Smith and Gollin. They're all beginning to catch up. It's up the inside there, and it's a move by Edwards over Darlow, and so Cole Edwards goes into third. Hay Wainwright's lead is exactly the same at 3.7 seconds. Oh, that's a bit too wide, I'd say, from Sadler. But they come up to the Iredale's hairpin again. 9 minutes 15 seconds to go.
Yeah, they are being caught, aren't they? Oliver Smith, Joshua Gollin.
6-car train. Slight gappage for... Oh, they're popping out from each other. There's slight gappage for Sadler from Edwards, but apart from that, now 5 carts fighting for third place.
Adam Sadler pulling away from Cole Edwards in that second place, and that's Cole Edwards dropping Tim Darlow as well, who's now being challenged by Oliver Smith and Joshua Gollin, and indeed Richard Evans.
Smith up to 4th, Gollin 5th, Darlow down to 6th. Not working well for him there as 2, 3 they get down to McRae's, sorting themselves out. They had 3 heats to get themselves in order, but of course there was luck involved and randomisation, so you don't necessarily exactly in pace order.
We spoke to Harry Wainwright in the paddock show as well, didn't we?
He would actually be a quite lucky omen.
Well, the story of Harry is last year, him being only 15, turning 16, he had special dispensation to move into seniors in the 162 category. Because he was too tall. Yeah, he really towers above me, which is no real benchmark to be honest. So last year he ran in the 162 senior class. This year he's had to move into the 177 category because he's still growing. So he's
now
still
next year the 215 category will be invented for him.
He's going to have to go. He's going to have to drive something like a touring car or something. There's a move for position, Nick. That was, I think, Gollin on...
Yeah. That guy on Smith, was it?
Gollin on Smith there, just moving ahead. 7.5 minutes remain then. Still plenty of time. Wainwright, 3.9, let's call that 3.999 to give it the exact gap there. We might as well call that 4 seconds. So he is gaining ground, or increasing that ground, I should say. So it's gone out to 4.056, so it's just clicked by the 4 second gap between first and second.
Change there for third and fourth as Gollin nipped past Edwards, I believe, and now he has to hold on to it. So he did it McRae, held it into Airedale's. He's obviously got to try and pick up Adam Sadler.
He's on a charge, isn't he?
Yeah, just come through from what's much more low. They get a warning for the 49, who is, goodness only knows where the 49 is. Is there even 49? No. So that could be a bit of a waste of time to put that one up, couldn't it? Oh, it's Will Milner right at the back. Will Milner at the back with a warning.
Oh, another place gain. I think that's
Edwards has dropped back about 3.
Yeah, he has. He's dropped down to 6th now. Tim Darlow dropped down to 7th behind him. The battle of Josh Gollin catching Adam Sadler. Well, that was half a second there last time by, and we really don't need a stopwatch to tell us what that gap is, because that orange cart there of Adam Sadler, Joshua Gollin in the blue overall and white helmet.
He's dragging Evans with him, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. Evans is going with him, no question. Oliver Smith is trying to go with him as well, I've got to say. Inside of 6 minutes then, so half distance just clicked by.
Wainwright still a long way ahead. His lead at 4 seconds. See if it's come down at all in this particular lap. Yep, about a tenth. So he can do this, about 40 laps before they catch him up. So I think it'll be fine. Looks like a move now in, and it's straight ways. Got him really on the move there. Just took Sadler like he was standing still. He's gone a bit wide. The over and under may work, but I think he's just got enough wheel to keep that inside line. And Sadler falls victim to a very opportunist movement there by Evans. Now Evans is looking predictable. Is Evans going to try and get second? Yeah, Evans now goes up the inside over going for second. So Richard Evans is a real dark horse on pace.
Very much so there. It was a big opportunist move, wasn't it? He went through with Josh Grollin and then picked him off as well. So let's see what sort of pace we've got from Richard Evans. Let's see what the gap is to Wainwright, who's already gone through. It stays at 4 seconds, but the man in second place is Richard Evans now, not Adam Sadler. Joshua Grollin in third, Adam Sadler fourth, Oliver Smith fifth, Cole Edwards sixth place, Billy Watts seventh, eighth is Tim Darlow, Nick Skelton is ninth, and then we've got Carl Bryant in that 10th spot. Ooh. Scott Smith drops out of the top 10 to 11th.
Well, Gollin was really having a go there. He was all crossed up, and he thought he'd try and get a little extra speed and perhaps close the gap slightly on Evans, who is pulling away in the forecart from that 27 machine of Gollin. Then we've got Sadler, Smith and Edwards and Watts. I think there's been a little bit of a gain there. They went back out to 4 seconds. I think Evans may just have got a little bit of a... Yeah, he did. He got about 4 tenths back there on Wainwright. So the real battle, as you can see, is there's 3.5 seconds the lead. The next 3.5 seconds covers 8 carts.
It's incredible, isn't it? How close these guys drive, how close they circulate together. Front of the field beginning to sort of spread out now, isn't it?
There's a little bit of battlation going on there between sort of 6th, 7th and 8th as they sweep through the Jackie Stewart S's.
Yeah. Still all to play for those top 10 positions. Cole Edwards, Billy Watts, almost side by side there as they go into ROWRAH chicane, up and over the brow and heading down towards the McRae hairpin. There's a move down the inside, and that is, who's that that's gone ahead? Is that Billy Watts ahead of Cole Edwards?
It's a massive waving there. Oh, that was always going to happen. I don't know whether they were having a falling out during the race, but that's just ridiculous.
Well, that's called missing your braking point.
No, but we just, I don't know. I think that seemed like there was a bit of that going on.
Don't know.
Let's have a look again. I'm not sure we get the hand movements beforehand.
That was just missing your braking point. That's been having had the position taken from you. There's a bit of desperation there.
Yeah, when you got 1.5 wheels on the dirt, you're not going to stop very well.
There's just a bit of desperation to get that position back, I think.
Okay, so he might have had a poor lap and lost a second. He's 2.5 seconds ahead now. It's Gollin in third, 6 tenths behind Evans, and then it's Smith, Sadler, Scott. Big loser there was Billy Watts, who dropped down to 22nd.
Well, Billy Watts and Cole Edwards were part of that.
Yeah, Cole Edwards as well, you're right.
Zach Bolton's had a bit of a nightmare as well. He's down in 19th and hasn't really featured. I thought we might see him towards the top 10, but not.
So we come round now. Wainwright not leading by much as he was. I he might have cooked his tyres. 27 in 3, and then 9, 4. Then we've got 5 and 6 right there. 67 and the 38. So Sadler and Scott Smith, both in the 6th and 7th. Looks left, looks right. Smith looking to get through, doesn't work. Wainwright lost another 7 tenths that time. This is not a foregone conclusion. Oh. It's like a foregone conclusion.
Scott Smith, of course, came into this round at the front of this 177 championship. And there he is, just getting ahead of Adam Sadler. Or does he?
We've got a problem with the McRae's hairpin. It's solving itself. Right, so let's get to our leader, please. It's about to go round Pallet Bend, because that white 92 car is being caught up relatively quickly by Richard Evans in second place. Coming up through ROWRAH now. There's your leader. Now the lead's gone down to 1 point. Another half second lost there, so that 4 second lead's now to 1.2. Now they got this one and 2 more, I think.
Yeah. 4 seconds.
Now, whether it's enough for Evans to catch him up, I don't know. Joshua Gollan in third. He's being dragged along, but it does look like Evans has got some absolute real... Look at how much pace he's got. That's not 1.2 seconds here right now. This could be a perfectly timed attack. The question is he going to get 2 laps to do it in, or just 1?
He's absolutely taking chunks, isn't he, with 18 seconds on the clock.
I think they're going to get 2 laps.
It's going to be 2 laps.
And that's really bad news for Wainwright. Has Wainwright cooked his tyres? He's got no pace. No pace. Wainwright, who got that lead through, great start and fortune. Now it's come down to 1.2 seconds, just 0.8 of a second taken out of him. How is it he's going to have to drive incredibly well to hold on to this for 2 laps?
Richard Evans has taken absolute chunks out of Harry Wainwright, and I'm not sure whether Wainwright, it's one thing catching a driver, it's another thing overtaking.
But I think Wainwright's tyres are gone.
I think, well, I'm not sure why Harry has not just been, coasting round with that 4-second gap lead.
No, it's weight,
right
isn't
now.
It? It's the way you drive.
Well, yeah, I suppose.
And Evans has been looking incredibly quick. He's going to cut the inside of it.
Oh, Evans, that's not a place to overtake here at ROWRAH.
He's nudging him.
This is a
trying
place
over and under. No, that's good driving there by Wainwright, who protected the over and under. So he got away with it around Paddock Bend for the penultimate time. Now on the final lap, Wainwright, he's got several corners to defend. I can't help thinking that there's going to be a dive down the inside very soon from Evans. He's gone wide, so I think he's trying to try the cut back. Doesn't get it, and in fact he gets a nudge from Joshua Gollan for his trouble. Why Wainwright eases him out nicely. Now Gollan's got the inside of Evans, but no, it's not going to stick because Evans got better drive.
Wainwright has to go down the inside into the stewardess, and he leaves no gap whatsoever. He just needs to park the bus now, and look how much that cart's sliding. I think you're right, Nick. His tyres seem to have gone away from him, and down the inside at St John's,
he's nudged
he pushes
him out.
Wainwright off. Wainwright slips
third,
down.
He's lucky he can stay in the second.
Wainwright's trying to get down the inside for that second place and secure it. But the winner on the track will be Richard Evans, who that was really, I've hardly ever seen that sort of move being pulled off at that St John's right-hander. Here he is. He threw the car in.
And threw it in. Yeah, he wasn't taking any prisoners.
And he actually hit Harry Wainwright out of the way.
That might be a 5-second penalty.
I'm not sure how that will be viewed.
I don't know. It's hard to tell. That's one where I think if I was probably stewarding, I would say needs to have a swap back or 5-second penalty. But other people might see Rubbins racing. So
let's have a look at how it finished then. Richard Evans will take the win. Harry Wainwright takes second place. Joshua Gollan in third. Fourth is Oliver Smith. Fifth is Scott Smith. Adam Sadler was sixth. Carl Bryan 7th, Harrison Crook in 8th, 9th was Oliver Moss, 10th, rounding off that top 10 is Ryan Taylor-Truman. Alex Jones was 11th, and then down from that, Sam Cresswell, Tim Darlow, Charlie Jowers, Cole Edwards, Lawrence Hilton, Scott Clee 17th, Steve Gilly 18th, Keith Mason 19th, 20th was Paul Morant. Then we've got Gary Cox, Tyler Kelsey, Zach Bolton 23rd, Billy Clark 24th, Stephen Richardson recovering to 25th, Chris Waddell in 26th, 27th Will Milner, Dan Millward was 28th. Then we've got Alex Thomas, Billy Watts, James Frost was 31st and went out on lap 12. We lost Nick Skelton on lap 11. Joshua Pickford we lost on lap 7, and Ben Hitch went out at the start. Well, Nick, it's the last race of the weekend. Coming up, it's the Senior Rotax final. This is the 162 kilogram category, and we've got a field of 34 karts that have qualified for this one. So another packed grid, and we are very close to releasing the karts from the collecting area. So let's quickly have a rundown. Who's on the pole position then? Who's had a great day? It's Kieran Gifford on the pole with 146 points. Luke Evans on 135 points is second. Adam Rogers finishes in third. Ollie Varney finishes qualifies fourth. Row 3, qualifying fifth is Kyle Dunford. Charlie Walsh for ST Racing is on row 3 in sixth. Row 4, Pedro Oliveira for Gibtech and Matthew Lambert alongside him. Row 5, Reese Pope and Paul Lozanne. Reese Pope, birthday boy, of course, 20th birthday today for Reese Pope. Paul Lozanne, the old master, alongside in 10th place on row 5. And then row 6, Toby Case and Finley Watson. Ryan David Mills and Max Martin are on row 7. Philip Howarth. He had a non-finish, and that means Philip will start 15th alongside Ryan Micallef. And Ryan, remember, Ryan took the win in the final at Three Sisters. So two very fast drivers there sharing row 8. Row 9, another fast driver, especially here at ROWRAH, here at his home track, is James Wood. Christopher Harris is alongside him in 18th. Andy Ambrose had a great day. He's had a second place finish in a heat, if memory serves me. He's alongside George Sanders on row 10. Row 11 is Nathan Chafer and John Hobbs. Then we've got Tommy Lee Davis and Dan Andrews. Lewis Ball and Bobby Rosier are on row 13. Then we've got Ben Harper, Sam Elliott on row 14. Row 15 is Braden Hill and Alex Warnaby. And then the qualifiers from the B final, Jack Hayes Roberts, Ben Ficini and Scott Lowther and Alex Jackson round off the 34 kart field.
Slight problem recovering a kart which was unserviceable at the end of the last heat. It's just parked in the middle of the field. I think there's a problem getting the trolley for it. So it's all been a bit of a delay, which we don't need at the end of the day. We've got 4.5 hour journey home. Just leave it there, are you? No, they are leaving it there. There we are. Going to leave the cart and pick it up at the end of the next one.
Yeah, Dirk releases them. And we've got our pole man, Kieran Gifford, will lead the field round with Luke Evans alongside. It's hard to call this one, Nick. We've got some very fast drivers down the grid after what's happened in the heats. But, you know, you've got people like Charlie Walsh, Pedro Oliveira, Ollie Varney, Carl Dunford just behind Adam Rogers, Luke Evans and Kieran Gifford. They're in the top 10. But then just outside the top 10, you've got some very good drivers. Philip Howarth.
To me, it's how far Philip can get up. Don't forget he was leading when he broke down. And he would have been on the pole position.
Where is Ryan Micallef in there?
22nd.
Right, well, Ryan should be
he's just
in
going
16th.
Yeah, there's a little bit of out of place. Oh, someone's going off. Oh. Someone's leaving in the event. So
Who's
we
that?
have a retirement. Not sure who it is. Can't look to the right, but he's going very fast. Something 9, maybe 59, 99.
Kart 15 is the pole position kart of Kieran Gifford as he brings the field on this almost walking pace. In fact, I can walk faster than that, I think.
Okay.
So great driving from the pole man to bring the grid to order. I think Dirk will be happy with this, Nick. Here we go.
Dirk's looking forward to getting them away for the final race of the day. Oh, they've got a bit out of line.
Yeah.
You taking that one? Because they got a little bit out of line there, to be honest.
No, I think he'll take that one.
So
we've got 4 wide at one point through the chicane there.
Gifford in.
It's Gifford who leads down towards McRae's for the first time. We have got everyone through there, dare I say it, as Gifford. And is that the number 3 of Luke Evans? That's gone with him in second. Adam Rogers on the number 7.
3 from 7, yeah. So
Adam's another driver who we spoke to in the paddock show.
Through the S's and they streak through. Come on, Lambo, Matt Lambert, says Matthew Isaac.
Well, Matt Lambert is, or was it? I'll tell you where he was in a second. Here they come then. Let's see who it is. It's poleman Kieran Gifford who leads the karts across the line for the first lap. Luke Evans in second, Ollie Varney, Adam Rogers fourth, Kyle Dunford, Charlie Walsh, Paul Ozan, Finlay Watson, Pedro Oliveira, Max Martin it is, rounding off the top 10. Who's that lurking just outside the top 10? Philip Howarth, our current 177 2022 NKC champion, moving up into the 162, I should say down, losing weight to go down into the 162 category.
Well, of course, he won that 177, aided by a chain break for his main rival, Lou Large. And of course, he lost his position today through a chain break. So
yes, isn't that funny how life comes around?
What goes around comes around. A nice gap, really, for Kieran Gifford already. He's nicely away. There's from the 30 and the 3. So Varney's got past Evans during lap 2. So it's Gifford from Varney, then Evans, Rogers. Let's see if any of our obviously out of place people. Howarth has gained a place. Ozan now and Howarth. So it's 2 of the star drivers of this class, back to back.
Yeah, that's the move that we've been waiting for. Oh, and he had to make room, didn't he? Ollie Varney Had to get out of his way, really. He saw him coming, and he didn't make it hard. Luke Evans driving very defensively. So it's Evans, Varney, Rogers. These three battling away. Well, there's not just three.
Look
1,
at the
2, 3,
lead
4,
that
5.
Gifford's
That's it.
got.
Yeah, that's allowing Gifford to get away. That's the thing. Now, if these three settle down and start just circulating together, they're not, though.
No, he's nudged him off.
They're not. I'm not sure whether they touched there, Nick, did they?
But it certainly looked to me like they did. Howarth up to 8th, by the way. Oliveira drops down. Ozan also, I think, in that one. Yeah, so Howarth got Oliveira and Ozan that one. This battle is all over the shop here. As Varney, Rogers and Carl Dunford are just, as you say, slowing each other up. But he's trying to speed him around that corner there.
Yeah, it was Ollie Varney who went down the inside into paddock, and then once he got by into second, he starts gesticulating, come on, let's go. Yeah, now that I'm in second, help me catch the leader.
And he has gapped him, in fairness.
Yeah, absolutely. Phil.
So the leader goes through Sunny Ben now, and here comes our second place man now, and that is the 30 of Varney. It's no longer Rogers in third. He's, I think, dropped down to about 5th in his last lap. He's got bullied right out. Black and the flag, 133 gets a warning. Howarth up to 5th.
That's Finley Watson with the warning there. Philip Howarth up to 5th now and getting right in amongst.
Going to 4th.
Let's
stick with our gold helmeted driver because he is absolutely cruising through the field.
He's on a charge, isn't he?
And he shouldn't have started as far as he did because he lost a win, and that became a 23rd when he was chain brake. So there's Howarth now in 4th and already hunting down the man ahead of him, who I think is Charlie Walsh.
I think is Philip Howarth's Carl Dunford in front.
No, he's done Carl Dunford already.
Right, okay. Right, of course. Charlie Walsh then. That's who it is. There's Kieran Gifford into paddock. Then we've got Ollie Varney, Charlie Walsh in the yellow and blue ST Racing livery.
Louis Ball's got a warning, 77. So that way round, it's now Howarth in 4th. This is the 4th and 3rd on the screen.
Watch for this. He had massive momentum coming out the chicane, and he uses that momentum and opens the door himself and steps through it. Charlie Walsh didn't really.
Charlie Walsh going, "What you took your foot out the door?"
Didn't really have a choice, did he?
No, absolutely not.
And Philip says to Charlie, "Come on, follow me. I'll catch these leaders." So he is gaining. Look, he takes absolute chunks of time out of that gap to Ollie Varney.
The problem he's got is the gap between Varney and Gifford, 2.1 seconds. You know how hard Gifford's trying.
Well, he's not. You know what? He's not that far behind the leader, really.
Howarth has the fastest lap.
Less than 3 seconds behind the leader.
And he's got the fastest lap by 0.3 of a second in traffic. So Howarth now.
He's only 2.2 seconds behind Gifford.
Looking to try and get past Varney as quickly as possible. Didn't quite have the momentum, or wasn't quite close enough to do it. His favourite position coming into McRae's this time round.
You know what, Nick? After that nightmare non-finish in one of the heats, you would think, you know what, third, a podium position in the year final. That'll do. But no, I'll have second actually. And you know what? With just under 7 minutes remaining, Philip Howarth, I think, is going to catch Kieran Gifford.
It's going to be a battle because he's also. The important thing is that actually Ollie Varney hasn't given up. If Varney's got any sense, he'll just try and tag on the back of Howarth. Just try and use a little bit of the slipstream, a little bit of the advanced warning of where to brake. You can probably go a couple of tenths quicker when you're following.
Yeah, out of the chicane, and just look at the gap he's pulled to Varney already. He's pulling away from Varney. The gap between Howarth and Gifford was 1.8 seconds last time by.
Yeah,
we'll keep him monitor that every time they come through. He fires out of that. He fires out of Iredale's hairpin. And then look at how much speed he carries into the stewardess. He's taking chunks of gas. He's leaving Ollie Varney behind, and he's catching Gifford hand over fist. Just under 6 minutes.
Yeah, he's got a bit. He's certainly gained this time on Gifford. You're absolutely right, Joe. Yeah, Varney's doing quite a good job actually. Varney is using that speed that Philip had as a gauge for himself. 1.8 coming up, half a second there was gained by Howarth on Gifford, and 0.2 by Varney. So
he took half a second there, didn't he?
Yep. So 4 laps to 3 laps he'll be there, which is quite ominous.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. We you know what? We don't need to wait for them to cross the line soon. He's going to be there. He's going to be in a position where he's going to start picking up slipstream on these straights as well.
Anyone who loses 3 stone just to race in a different class, that's dedication for you, isn't it, really?
Yeah,
put it
absolutely.
On 3 stone, I could do that.
Absolutely. Oh, look at him. Look at Howarth pulling on Gifford there. as they went through St John's and then into Sunny. And you know what, Nick? I think we're actually at the point where we do not need that stopwatch. He's right on his tail.
Second again.
It was 1.3 seconds. It's 8/10. That's another half a second.
Fastest lap. So don't forget, Kieran Gifford did his fastest lap of the race. That was a half a second slower than the fastest lap of the race by Phil Howard, who did a 46 flat.
He's going to be right on his tail. I love the way that Philip Howarth takes the speed right to the corner, and then the car just seems to stop at the apex.
I would just, for drama purposes, really prefer he didn't catch him for about another 3 minutes.
Yeah. We need a grandstand finish, don't we?
The catching is one thing, passing is another, but he's got a really, really big advantage over Gifford. I think Gifford's look back. What's he doing here? And may have got the hurry up slightly. That's certainly not. That's where are we now? About 3 or 4 tenths between the two of them. Yep, 4 tenths.
4 minutes into the final third. Then
this was an 8-minute race. Gifford might hang on.
Yes, yeah, he possibly would. But right now, he's got Philip Howarth right on his bumper, and another couple of braking areas. He's going to be nudging him, isn't he? Out of Iredale's, heading down towards the stewardesses. This is where even Howarth could have a go into the lead, and he looks down the inside, and he does indeed make move. He made that move stick, and Philip Howarth is our new leader after Kieran Gifford went away after that kerfuffle at turn 1. That left him the gap, but now Philip Howarth has come through the field from 15th on the grid. He had a non-finish in the heats. That will lose him points for the championship.
The points, if they stay as they are, the points come back. It's brilliant drive, but they stay as they are. The points winner for the event quite comfortably with Kieran Gifford.
Yes, yeah, 146 points.
Plus the 98 for this one. So he'll have got 30 or 40 points more than Phil. Just goes to show how every single time you hit the track in the NKC, it's absolutely vital to make sure you maximise your result. Just gapping in now as you kind of expected Howarth to do.
You get 96 for a second. So it's a good points haul for Kieran Gifford, but what a recovery for Philip Howarth. I mean, what a recovery drive.
Really.
Who would have thought? It's probably only Philip Howarth would think I could win this.
I did think so.
Did you?
Yeah. I did say that. Watch it. The reason being because his non-finish was from first, a comfortable first. It wasn't from like third or fifth or anything. He non-finished from a comfortable first.
Yeah, but I mean, these boys are really quick. Kieran Gifford, Ollie Varney, Charlie Walsh.
But this track, and I think being a traditional kart track, not like Three Systems, which is only a recent addition. I think it's the kind of place which.
Look at that, James Wood, from 17th to 6th.
Well,
James Wood, that is a great drive from the local lad.
Who's obviously was also driving us around with the onboard lap.
Yes, he was, yeah. Knows his way around ROWRAH, does James.
So 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's look at 5th and 6th. It's 1, 3, 3 and 12. They're just going round Paddock Bend now. That's the only battle on the field, and that is James Wood, with Finley Watson just ahead of him, coming across start-finish. This is the closest on the track after Howarth has destroyed the rest of the field. Can James Wood get himself up to 5th? Looking at the inside of McRae, not quite.
His head's down, isn't it? James's head's down. He's on a charge. He's probably wanting another 5 minutes tagged on at the end of this race time, and then he might be on the podium. Look at that. That's local knowledge for you. Just through the cart in. Yeah.
Watson's thinking about getting kind of a cut back there, but he's not going to cut back through that chicane.
Great drive from James Wood. He's up to 5th spot then. Off he goes, breaks away from Finley Watson already, and we're inside the final minute of the event, with Philip Howarth now leading by a second, would you believe. Kieran Gifford still 1.5 seconds ahead of Ollie Varney in second place. Ollie Varney in third place, 1.4 seconds ahead of Charlie Walsh, and just 1.8 seconds behind Charlie is James Wood. So storming drive. James Wood started 17th, Philip Howarth started 15th, and Philip making up that ground to take the lead.
26 seconds to go. Howarth will cross the line at least 3 more times. So he's got on to the final 2 laps of NKC round 2 at ROWRAH, and we finished with a masterclass from one of the champions, though not in this particular class, from 2022. Looks now like Wood has broken Watson. So let's get back to our leader. Let's give a bit of love to the gold-helmeted Phil Howarth, who has dominated the last 12 minutes of racing action.
Yeah, what a dominant win this is from, what was it, 15th?
No, 15th. Yeah,
15th on the grid for Philip Howarth. And here he comes. He'll take the last lap board. And he's having a ball out there, isn't he? He looks over his shoulder and can't believe the gap he's pulled to Kieran Gifford. Blue flags waved as well. So on to the final lap. Into Iredale's for the last time then. Still using all of the track on the exit there. He's not backed off his pace whatsoever and still flicking the cart sideways on the brakes there. He's in the rhythm. He's got this rhythm going now. And you'll see this all the way until he crosses the line. Absolutely on the limit through St John's there. Using all of the curb and more at Sunny. And here is the checkered flag for what is really an outstanding victory for Philip Howarth.
Great driving.
A round of applause comes up from the drivers' lounge here at ROWRAH. And it is Kieran Gifford then that will finish in second place, sharing the third step, or sharing the podium with the other two, is Ollie Varney, who finishes third. Charlie Walsh for SD Racing. John Stewart's team just putting Charlie just outside that podium spot in fourth place. James Wood, another outstanding. That would have been a drive of the race if it wasn't for Philip Howarth, James. Yes. I've got to say, James, that was an outstanding drive from what was 17th start for you. 15th, 12 places overtakes to get you up to 5th. Finley Watson was 6th, Adam Rogers 7th, Pedro Oliveira was 8th. Then we've got Kyle Dunford in 9th. Rounding off the top 10 is Nathan Chafer. And then just outside the top 10, we've got Toby Case, Reece Pope, birthday boy, Andy Ambrose, Paul Ozan, George Sanders, Braden Hill, John Hobbs, Bobby Rosier, Max Martin, and rounding off the top 20 was Sam Elliott.
Well, one thing we have to do before we say goodbye is driver of the day, and the man who needs to award that is right next to me. It's
right, my driver of the day is young Eddie Stewart. Not because we've got a corner named after him. That's named after Sir Jackie. It was because of an absolutely composed drive in the final there. The way Eddie composed himself, hung on to that position. I think he came third, didn't he? I think he got a podium. Yeah. So Eddie Stewart for me was the driver of the day in the Minimax.
So
in the Minimax category.
So he will win an Alfano 6, is it? Super stuff. Thanks, guys. So that is the important thing we have to do. The next thing is to say thank you for joining us all day here at ROWRAH, where we've had marvellous weather, which is just a massive bonus. We will be back next at the wonderful Mansell race, which none of us have been to. No one's been to it, so it's going to be very exciting. And that is on the 24th and 25th of June. There's plenty of action on the RC Racing TV and the Karting Live TV channels, including the infamous Studio Vision Radio Mon and the Bicester Flywheel before then. My name is Nick Doan. My colleague and co-commentator has been Joe Bradley. On the cameras has been Frank McKinney and Ash Leontine, doing all the pressy buttony things and despairing when I press the wrong buttons and speak on air when I shouldn't has been Paul Bateman. Thank you for joining us. We've got 4.5 hour drive home. We can't wait for you to rejoin us in Mansell in 5 weeks' time. See you then.
Yeah, he hit the barriers on the cut through and then just rejoined at full speed into a pack of carts. No contact made. No contact made. Yeah, 133 came down to the hairpin, hit cart number 3, and he gained several places as a result at post 3.